Prologue of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Prologue. This is as true a story of my voyage as I am capable of writing. Besides the newspaper accounts, 2 magazine articles illustrated on this subject have been published, the only ones contributed by me, and they hardly outline the trip. I have left out 100 interesting incidents, and culled and edited until I am tired, in order to condense this volume to convenient size. On the other hand, notable adventures only recalled by my photographs have been cheated of a mention, because the donkey ate my notes. He ate everything in sight, and did not discriminate between a comic circus poster and a tragic diary. Ever since completing the trip, I have promised this book next month, but owing to the checkered career of the manuscript with 97 publishers, all of whom declared that the book should be brought out at once, but they lacked the nerve to publish it, I am only now able to fulfill my promises. This is no romance. When I did not walk with the donkey or carry him, he carried me the whole 4,096 miles, which includes the distance traveled when he balked and backed. With my 2 cameras, I secured 600 pictures descriptive of the journey across 11 states through the 4 seasons during that long year. Only by them and my diary am I brought to realize it is not a wild, weird dream. Now it is over, I sometimes smile over things recalled, which, when they happened, found me as serious as the donk, grave in the superlative degree, and thoughtless people, and those who never even crossed the plains by train, may style my experience a mere outing or picnic. General Fremont and other distinguished pioneers emphasize in their writings the pleasures of their overland trips. They, as did the emigrants of the 40s and 50s, set out in springtime from the Missouri or the Mississippi in companies, with money, wagons, cattle, and supplies, as with 1/3 of the continent already behind them. The Indians and big game of the prairies provided an excitement that lent a charm to the undertaking. It is dull monotony that kills. I started 4 days before winter, practically without money, to support, from earnings only, myself and a dumb partner, from New York City to San Francisco. It required 12 weeks to traverse the Empire State, through a severe season when and where I suffered the most. The delightful part of the journey was while crossing the Rockies. Instead of taking the shortest cut, I had to consider the towns where I might best make expenses, to look for the best roads and desert trails by springs. 3 times when lost I traveled far out of my course, once 20 miles into a mountain forest. It is only 5 days across by rail. Have you traveled it in summer? How monotonous grew those seas of alkali, sand, rock waste, cacti, and sage as the hours lengthened into days. Yet with comfortable beds, shade, meals served, cool drinks, and books to read, at times feeling yourself speeding through the air a mile to the minute, you wearied of the voyage. 5 days! Multiply them into weeks, then into months, double, and add 5 weeks. 49 weeks. Fancy yourself for such a period on a slow burro, which walks half your natural pace, and so small that if you wear roller skates while in the saddle you may ease the animal. Ride 1 mile astride when you feel about to split. Ride the 2nd mile sideways when your back feels ready to break. Ride the 3rd mile Turkish fashion. By this time your legs are benumbed and your feet asleep. So walk a mile and carry the jackass. You will thereby quiet your nerves, rest your bones, and make better time. If ever you are tempted to ride a donkey overland, refrain. Rather creep across backwards on your hands and knees, or circumnavigate the globe in a washtub. If you still persist, why ride a donkey 20 miles in a pouring rain? Then follow your own judgment. If you wish my donkey's advice, I will introduce him. His head is longer than his ears, which was not the case when he set out with me. R.P.W. End of prologue. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 1 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 1. Madison Square to Yonkers. By this hand thou think'st me as far in the devil's book as thou and Falstaff, for obduracy and persistency. Let the end try the man. Shakespeare. A noisy, curious, gaping multitude was crowded about the Bartholdi Hotel, New York. It was just after the noon hour on Friday, November 27th, 1896, the day on which I was to start on my long and memorable journey across the continent on a donkey. The corridors were filled with interested guests. The reception room held about 100 of my friends who had come to bid me Godspeed, and less than 100,000 people choked Madison Square and the streets leading into it. I had agreed with a friend to forfeit to him $5,000 in case I should fail to make a donkey trip from New York to San Francisco in 341 days under the following conditions: start from New York City without a dollar in pocket, and without begging, borrowing, or stealing, procure a donkey, and riding or leading the beast, earn my way across the continent to San Francisco, and register at its leading hotel within the scheduled time. I must cover the whole distance with a donkey by road or trail only, announce in a prominent newspaper of New York my start at least 24 hours in advance, and mention the hour, day, and starting point. Seated on a donkey, I must parade on portions of Broadway, 14th and 23rd Streets, 5th, Madison, and West End Avenues. Both the donkey and I must wear spectacles, and I a frock coat and plug hat, but the latter to be discarded at pleasure when once across the Mississippi River, the coat to be worn to San Francisco. I slyly suggested the two most absurd conditions, believing it would be easier to earn my way in the role of a comedian than in the garb of a serious thinking, imposed upon mortal. I reasoned that I should have to live on sensation and notoriety, and perhaps keep from starving by employing my wits. These reflections I kept to myself. My friend chuckled amusedly, doubtless picturing in his mind the circus I was about to provide. Without delay, I began the preparations for the asinine journey. After much trouble searching, I managed, with the help of Hennessy, a stable keeper, and Dr. Moore, a veterinary surgeon, to secure an option on a small donkey at James Flanagan's sale stables. Macaroni was the animal's name, and the price to be paid was $25. Then I got our coachman to go among his friends to see if he could get hold of a coat, a Prince Albert, and a stovepipe hat. He succeeded admirably, and when I had ordered spectacles for myself and the donkey, I was ready for the trip. I reached the hotel on the appointed day at 1 o'clock, borrowed the donkey for my official start, sent him back to the stables, then went to the reception room. Among my friends awaiting were my friend, the landlord of the hotel, a photographer who had taken a picture of me seated on the donkey a few days before, and had come to deliver the photos, and my attorney, for the chief of police had refused me a permit to parade on the streets, and threatened my arrest if I proved to be a public nuisance. I borrowed a pen and a bottle of ink, and after bowing a greeting to my friends assembled, set to work putting my autograph on the pictures, which I offered for sale at 25 cents. Bless my suspenders, and how they went! I made up my mind that we two donkeys would many times have greater difficulty in obtaining quarters before I reached my destination. For an hour the fist of Pye Pod swung a powerful quill and inscribed on each photograph a name that would go into history. Silver jingled on the table. The anxious hands of the crowding patrons got mixed in the shuffle, and some got 2 pictures and others got none. The ink flew about recklessly, and there were no blotters at hand. My heart thumped, and I was so excited that I kissed by mistake an indignant girl friend in the place of my sister, and finally stole my sister's lace handkerchief instead of that of a sweetheart, but which, however, I failed to discover till 6 months afterward, and still I lacked the requisite sum. I now had $24, but I needed at least 41. Although I had made a $5 payment to Flanagan, that money came from my private purse and must be redeemed and returned. Besides, I must pay $12 to the photographer for the 200 photos delivered to me, and $4 more to the blacksmith's representative for shoeing the donkey. "I will lend you all the money you want," said the president of one of my clubs, and my friend's ears and eyes were directed upon me. "I cannot beg, borrow, or accept gratuities," I exclaimed firmly. "I propose to fulfill the terms of my wager to the letter, and when I accomplish it, be able to make a sworn statement to that effect." Just then I heard a newsboy calling, "Extra! All about the great donkey ride." At once I dispatched a friend with money to purchase the papers, while I followed him to the hotel exit, where I stationed myself in full view of the crowd, and drew from my pocket a blue lead pencil, ready for a new task. The papers secured and brought to me, I scribbled my name on them and offered them for a dime apiece. "I have no time to make change, so give me the amount you wish to pay," I said to the eager purchasers. In 15 minutes I had enough dimes and quarters and 50-cent pieces to enable me to square my accounts and send for my donkey. In the course of a half hour, Macaroni was induced by sundry persuasions to invade the noisy precinct of Madison Square and come up to the hotel door, and with a small surplus of cash in my pocket I bade my friends farewell and got into the saddle. Amid a deafening "Tiger!" from the multitude, the lion of the hour majestically proceeded down Broadway to 14th Street, and the most sensational parade New York had ever witnessed had begun. My lazy steed barely crawled. He stopped every rod or two, and generally in front of a car or other vehicle. It was an event for the street gamins, and had they not trailed close behind us through the city, and given Mac occasional goads and twists of the tail, I doubt if I could have reached Harlem by midnight. It was a terrible ride, and I often have wondered since how I escaped with my neck. Passing down 14th Street, we turned up Fifth Avenue, crossed Madison Square, paraded Madison Avenue to 33rd Street, turned to the left over to Fifth Avenue, and passed the Waldorf Astoria, followed 42nd Street to the Boulevard, and up the avenue to 72nd Street, and then up West End Avenue, past my friend's residence. There I was stopped by a member of the Mounted Police, and to my surprise was tendered a loving cup reception by my friend's pretty daughter, who, with a number of our mutual friends, welcomed me while her father was at his office expecting a telegram that Pye Pod had given up his trip. All drank to the Pilgrim's Progress. Wines, flowers, and ice cream, tears, and best wishes all contributed to the happy function, while out of doors an incident happened that caused me to rush to my donkey's side. It seems that, in looking through his green glasses, he mistook the iron picket screen that guarded a young and hopeful shade tree for some kind of verdant fodder, and destroyed a couple of teeth. The incident threw a damper on the reception, so I made my adieux and resumed my fated journey with a heart still hopeful, yet heavier than it had ever felt before. It was 7 p.m. when Mac and I stopped at the Minot Hotel, Harlem, and registered for the night. Among my several callers that evening was a professor of a riding academy who claimed to have ridden horseback from ocean to ocean a few years previous, and within several feet of his death after losing several horses, and he described to me the perils of my prospective trip, the boundless, waterless deserts and snow-covered mountains, the tornadoes and tarantulas, and the untamed Indians and ferocious prairie dogs, and begged me to give up the journey. Dear old Professor, how often on that voyage on the hurricane deck of my donkey did I indulge in grievous meditation on the wisdom of your advice. I simply thanked the gentleman for his tender concern about my welfare, and sold him a chromo for a quarter. After a bath, I enjoyed a delicate sleep, and next day set out in a dripping rain for Yonkers, over 20 miles away, with less than $1 in pocket. I had only sold enough pictures on the way to Harlem to defray my hotel bill, as a stringent city ordinance prohibited it without a license, and I had difficulty in avoiding the vigilant police. But although fortune and the weather frowned on me, I ground my teeth and headed for the Golden Gate. Trailing up 7th Avenue, I gradually left the busy metropolis to my rear and entered a more open country. Some urchins of the suburbs tagged behind us meddlesomely, and finally a Dutch vixen hit Macaroni with a potato, almost causing me to leave the saddle. That paradox of asininity chased the potato and ate it. He doubtlessly feared lest the missile might strike him again, and decided it best to put it out of the way. At 2 p.m. I had crossed Macomb's Dam Bridge, and at 5 I crossed another of the same description. It was low and narrow, and Mac was so afraid of the water that I had to blindfold him to get him across. Shortly after occurred our first disaster. On nearing a little hamlet that had reached the horse car stage of progress, a counterfeit breeze sprang up, which soon developed into a howling hurricane, as a huge beer wagon filled with dragons or flagons of vile spirits wheeled down upon us. They wanted to scare the jackass, and they did. The wagon's wheels got into the car tracks, and when the wagon turned out for us, the wheels slid and hit my partner in the vicinity of his tail, sprinkling us broadcast over a quarter acre of ground. I carried out a friend's predictions by traveling some distance on my face. I say this without vanity. And when I sat upright, I saw Macaroni still turning head springs. My repeating rifle stuck in the soft earth erect, dressed in my long tail coat and plug hat, a veritable scarecrow, while the soil was well sown with rifle cartridges. It took us a half hour to get again under way. With a degree of patience that would have overtaxed Job himself, I collected my belongings, dragged my beast of burden to Yonkers, and anchored him in front of a hotel. It was only 8. I had thought it nearly morning. The genial landlord received me kindly, but said I had arrived at a bad season. The town was financially dead, the factories had shut down, and 1,000 stomachs were empty. I corrected him. There were 1,001, and ascertaining the shortest route to the dining room, I gave him proof that I was right. After supper I felt in good spirits. I had sold sufficient chromos on the way from Harlem to land here with $5 in pocket, and soon after my arrival one man bought all the pictures I had left, 7 of them, for which he paid $2. So, although weary in body, I retired that Saturday night with some sense of relief in knowing that I possessed the funds to keep myself and partner over the Sabbath. A general inspection of my donkey next morning revealed the fact that he was badly stove up, and the probability that I would be detained in consequence several days. If I ever had the blues, I had them then. A veterinary, Dr. Skit, was summoned. He bandaged 2 legs, covered 20 square inches of donkey with court plaster, and strapped a new boot on the animal's off foreleg. On returning to the hotel, I notified the landlord that I should be his guest very likely several days, on account of my steed's crippled condition. I said I proposed to give a lecture Tuesday evening to defray my extra expense, and asked him if I could have the dining room for the purpose. "Can you fill the hall?" asked the proprietor. "Full as a keg of mackerel." "But I have only 100 chairs," he apologized. "Hire 200 of an undertaker," I suggested, "and I will defray all other expenses of the funeral." It was a go. I then worded a handbill and hurried with it to a printer. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 2 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 2. Donkey's Many Ailments. I sow all sorts of seeds and get no great harvest from any of them. I'm cursed with susceptibility in every direction and effective faculty in none. Mill on the Floss. A shower of paper flakes fell upon the amazed citizens of Yonkers like an unseasonable snowstorm, and every flake contained the announcement, "To night, to night, to night. Grand House Dining Hall. Only chance to hear the greatest of modern travelers, Pythagoras Pod, who left New York without $1 to eat his way to San Francisco within 1 year, will relate 100 hair-breadth escapes, lassoing elephants in India, hunting chamois with slingshots in the Alps, perils of an ostrich ride through the great African desert, and a kangaroo hop across Australia, the biggest hop on record. Gleanings from the press. His stories will make a hyena laugh. New York bombast. Pie Pod is nothing more than a cake of sugar boiled down from the syrup of Lawrence Sterne, Dean Swift, Cervantes, Artemus Ward, and Josh Billings. Chicago Tornado. Every man and woman who has 30 cents to throw away should put 1 in a Yonkers bank and 29 in the pocket of the donkey traveler. Tickets, 29 cents. Yonkers Appeal Power Print. Even Macaroni lent a hoof, and was led by a boy through the streets, bearing a pasteboard sandwich which reached from ears to tail. The residents of Mistletoe Avenue gazed at the ridiculous spectacle, indignantly at first, but on the return trip they crowded in open doorways and regarded the procession of beast and tagging boys as much as to say, "We must go and hear the donkey lecture." Macaroni had quite recovered. His exercise did him good. My lecture promised to be a huge success. The Tuesday morning squib and the evening sunrise contained alluring advertisements of the event sure to puncture an epoch in my life. When the hour arrived, the populace, I was secretly informed, with 29 cents in one hand and their lives in the other, crowded about the hotel and called loudly for admittance. My hands trembled, my hair throbbed, and my heart leaped in the ecstasy that comes with one's first great triumph, while I stood in the butler's pantry waiting for a friend to introduce me, to bid me enter the stage, the first stage of lunacy. When I issued forth, I was so excited I could not distinguish the audience from so many chairs. Having agreed to divide the receipts with my host for the use of his house, my visions of wealth got confused with my words, and I talked for an hour with all the eloquence and enthusiasm I could muster, though I should have said less to a smaller house, and with a sore throat retired to the refreshment room, followed by my press agent from Brooklyn. The doctor handed me just 29 cents. My audience had consisted of 3 persons: the landlord, the head waiter, and the Dago printer, whom I owed $3. Reverses are like children's diseases. If they come too late in life, they go hard with us, and if too early, they may visit us again. I was not totally bankrupt. Not willing to begin a 3-ball business at the very outset, I resolved to rise at dawn and sell enough chromos to that unappreciative community to pay my bills, if I had to sell them at cost. I set to work. By 1 o'clock I had visited every shop, store, and Chinese laundry, and was talking hoarsely to a corner grocer who, seated on a keg of mackerel, sampling Limburger cheese, grinned with satisfaction at his fortified position, and swore like a skipper. I offered a picture for 15 cents, but the reduction in price did not disturb his physical equilibrium. "I want not a picture at any price," he affirmed. "I lack 15 cents of the amount of my hotel bill," I urged. "I am in dire straits." His reply was weak, but the cheese was strong enough to help him out. My mental magazine had but a single charge left, and I fired it. "Isn't it worth 15 cents to know a fool when you see one?" "Yes, I think it is," answered Schweitzer Edom, "and if you will write it on the picture, I'll buy it." I made the sale. Then, after calling on the mayor, who received me cordially, swapped autographs, and asked to see my partner. I saddled my animal and led him to the hotel for my traps. "You aren't going before dinner?" the proprietor asked. "It's ready now." "I'm flat broke. Can't afford to eat," I returned sadly. "Then come in and have a meal on me," said he. "A man who has worked as you have to square with his landlord shan't leave my hotel hungry." I yielded. My trip to Tarrytown was accomplished on my own legs. Macaroni refused to budge unless somebody led him. The whole town turned out to see us. It was an event for the hotel. That evening I was asked to McCarty's show at the theater, paying 35 cents admission. I learned that the "Dutch treat" was in vogue when too late for my pride to let me decline the invitation. Next day at noon I set out for Sing Sing, now called Ossining, about 7 miles away. My steed, that was really not half a steed, seemed to be gradually recovering from the doubt that an endless journey had been mapped out for him, and kept me watching and prodding him constantly. On one occasion he drove through a gap in a fence. On another he scraped through a hedge, and relieved himself of my Winchester coat and saddle bags, for which he immediately expressed regret. At length he balked, and I sat down by the roadside a half hour before he showed readiness to go. While there, meditating upon my trials, a pedestrian stopped and listened to my 16 complaints. He seemed much amused, and suggested that if I would hang a penny before the donkey's nose, he might follow the scent. A practical idea at once came to mind, and when soon afterward we reached a farmhouse, I put my idea to the test. I purchased some apples and suspended one from a bough secured to the saddle, and reaching over the donkey's head. The scheme worked admirably. Mac pursued the bobbing, swinging fruit at such a speed that he was nearly winded when we reached town, having manipulated his short legs to the velocity of 2 1/3 miles an hour. We reached town shortly after 5. The village is nicely situated, high on the banks of the Hudson, and some of its residents have a beautiful view of the river, while others see nothing more picturesque than a stone wall. Sing Sing, to use the more familiar name, is the seat of an extensive prison, patronized by sojourners from all parts of the world, and heavily endowed, being backed by the wealth of the state. A local organization, the Sing Sing Steamer Company, invited me to its monthly dinner that evening, and to my surprise and gratitude purchased with a sealed envelope one of our pictures for the club rooms. I don't think it a good custom to buy a pig in a poke, but this time the pig was fat and healthy, and I found myself several dollars richer. Next morning I bought a revolver, for as I had to employ the larger part of the day in making sales and working my wits in a multitude of ways to keep my ship from stranding and the crew from starving, I was often compelled to travel long into the night, and required some more handy weapon than a rifle for defense against pirates. The newspapers generally heralded my coming, often greatly magnifying my successes, and I felt that the hard times which the country at large was suffering made such a thing as a hold up not only possible, but imminent any night. Having received an invitation to visit the state prison, I set out in the forenoon to find it, and a policeman, a very proper person, by the way, guided me to that famous hostelry. Macaroni also was invited, but the affrighted animal declined to enter the prison gates. Whether he thought he saw a drove of zebras, or was repelled by a guilty conscience, I know not, but falling back in a sitting posture, he threw his ears forward and brayed loudly. On entering the office, the secretary rose from his chair and seized me. "Professor," he said, "you are my prisoner for an hour. Come this way, and I will present you to the warden." We left the room and walked over to that official's desk. "Mr. Warden," said the secretary, "allow me to introduce Professor Pythagoras Pod, the illustrious donkey traveler who is eating his way across the continent." "Show the gentleman to the dining room and give him a plate of soup," said the warden hospitably. Then, squeezing my fingers, he waved me to the chief keeper of the prison. The warden noted my hesitancy in leaving, and asked if there was anything in particular he could do for me. "Will you allow me to sit in the electric chair?" I asked. "Yes," he replied politely, but apparently startled, "although I consider you are already having the capital punishment for your asinine undertaking." And turning to the keeper, he said, "Give him 50,000 volts. Nothing less will phase a man of his nerve." I thanked him. With faltering step I entered the solemncholy chamber. A colored prisoner was to follow me a day later. Little he knew that he would sit in the same chair Pod sat in the previous day. The keeper said everything was in readiness for turning on the current that has the power to drift a soul from this world to another in the twinkling of an eye. The battery had been thoroughly tested, and detested too. In less than 30 seconds from the time an ordinary prisoner enters a door of this world, he enters the door of another. But Pod, being a man of extraordinary nerve, walked out of the door he entered. When I climbed into that terrible chair, I held my breath. The keeper said it required only a certain number of volts to kill a man, that 50,000, such as the warden had suggested for my pleasure, would not so much as singe a hair on my head. If I survived the first shock, I would have something to boast. As it would be abusing a confidence to describe the sensations of electrocution, I must not do so. On returning to the office, the warden congratulated me and said I had earned my freedom. He even presented me a plaster of Paris ornament, made by a prisoner who had never seen Paris, and a package of prison-made tobacco, which I might chew or eschew as I liked. While I appreciated these gifts, How much more I should have valued a battery of electrical currents to administer to my donkey. Crowds assembled to view our exit from town at 2 o'clock. We reached Croton, some 6 miles beyond, about dusk. As we approached the bridge crossing of the Croton River, I saw a duck, and thought I would test my marksmanship with the revolver. My drowsy steed had nearly reached the center of the bridge when I banged at the innocent hell diver. A compound disaster followed the shot, as the frightened jackass shied to the left and dashed through the iron framework, tail over ears, into the river, scraping me out of the saddle, but dropping me, fortunately, on the bridge. I managed, however, to get the duck. The donk got the ducking. It was a marvel that he didn't drown. From the way he brayed, I judged he was of the same opinion. Long after dark we arrived in Peekskill. Throughout the day the weather was threatening, and I tramped the last 3 miles in the rain. I had donned my mackintosh and slung my overcoat across the saddle, and was pacing ahead of Mac, with reins in hand, coaxing the stubborn beast on, when suddenly he jumped. I turned just in time to discover in the darkness 2 men, one of whom was suspiciously near to the donkey. I told them civilly to walk ahead, as they excited my animal. "That's none of our business," one of them remarked. "We'll walk where we damn please." "Not this time," I said, as I got the drop on them with my new shooting iron, and I marched the ruffians into town. The sneaks probably wanted my overcoat. Before we were fairly in town I dismissed them, and advised them thereafter to cultivate civility toward travelers. It was Friday night. I called upon the mayor and engaged the town hall for a lecture, resolved to try my luck again in that line. Alas, my second reverse. This time it was a too impromptu affair. Sunday I rested, but Monday, when everything augured bright for the week, I was shocked to find Macaroni ill. At once I summoned a doctor, a dentist, and a veterinary surgeon for a consultation, and breathlessly awaited the verdict. "Your jackass has a complication of diseases," said the vet, "among them influenza, bots, and hives." "He has the measles," pronounced the doctor. "He is teething," insisted the dentist. This was too much. With a troubled brow and an empty stomach, I went to breakfast and left the doctors to fight it out. End of chapter 2. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 3 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 3. Polishing Shoes at Vassar. Little drops of water, little grains of dirt, make the road so muddy, donk won't take a spurt. Dog-eared doggerels by Pod. Never before had I encountered such a disagreeable road. While I tramped over the highlands from Peekskill to Fishkill Landing, Macaroni barely crawled. He kept me constantly in the fear that he would lie down and roll, and finally he did so, selecting a mud puddle. I was told donkeys fairly dote on dust, and that a roll will invigorate them more than will a measure of grain. But mine was different to other donkeys. Before leaving Peekskill, Dr. Shook said Mac showed symptoms of mud fever, although the tendency lay strongly towards phlebitis, farcy, and Poll evil. He even warned me that I might expect epizootic to set in any day. To urge Mac on to Newburgh in one day necessitated my start at daybreak. We reached the Fishkill ferry at 8:30, covering the 20-mile journey in 15 hours. The Highland road was rough where the mud had dried. Steep and rocky summits stood out, bold and barren, save where occasional bunches of young cedars huddled among the denuded trees. Finally, I saw a small structure through whose open windows could be heard a chorus of youthful voices intoning, "The dog caught the pig by the ear." It was a schoolhouse. I remembered that song of my boyhood. I thought it would be interesting to drop in, and forthwith rapped on the door. Meanwhile, Mac stuck his head in the window, causing a deafening chime of cries within. A painful silence followed. I waited patiently for admittance, then I opened the door. The room was deserted, the exit at the opposite end wide open. I crossed the floor and looked out to discover the teacher and 24 young ones scurrying up the mountain through the scant woods. I called to them, but they ran the faster. Wonder what they thought they saw. With every mile's advance, we penetrated more deeply the mountain wilderness. Before long, Macaroni began to slow up. Again I had recourse to the scheme of suspending an apple over his head. The beast increased his speed at once, making a lunge at the unobtainable, and chasing it with rapid stride. He evidently had never read the story about the boy who pursued a rainbow, and unlike that boy, was stupid enough to be fooled twice. A few miles beyond, I answered some inquiries of a woman out driving, and sold her a photo. I had no sooner stopped with the article in hand than I was startled with the sound of gagging behind, and turning, I beheld the donkey wrenching in the throes of strangulation. Having lowered the apple to the ground, he had swallowed it, together with the string and half the bough. I withdrew the intrusions with difficulty, and returned to the woman, who had fainted. I had no restoratives, but I had once resuscitated a Jew with a novel expedient, and determined to try the same plan in this case. "These pictures are 15 cents each, although I sometimes get 25 for one," I said, somewhat forcibly. "Don't trouble yourself, madam. Trust me with your pocketbook. I will—" At once the woman awoke, and counting out the lesser amount mentioned, pulled on the reins and drove away. Let me grasp the hand of that man who can beat a woman at a bargain. When passing through Cold Spring, I was startled by the booming of cannon at West Point, just across the river. I had not expected such honors. So overawed was I by the salute that I forgot to count the guns, but presumed there were 21. Far above and behind, the group of academic buildings still frowned at Fort Putnam, deploring its shameful neglect, and casting envious glances at the modern observatory below, and the newer buildings lower down. Every mile of the beautiful Hudson recalled to mind happy memories of my own school days, which made my present ordeal doubly distressing. When night lowered her somber shades, my thoughts took flight to more distant scenes. My heart and brain grew weary, and I forgot for a time that my bones were lame and my feet sore from walking on an endless journey, with no perceptible evidence of approaching nearer to the goal. At length the Albany night boat steamed past us, its myriad lights dancing on the ruffled waters, or revealing a jolly group of passengers on the deck. The air was painfully quiet, and when the song, "Oh, where is my wandering boy to night?" floated over to me in answer to Macaroni's bray, I found consolation in the thought that perhaps some of the tourists recognized my outfit in the dark and pitied me. I had by this time discovered mountain climbing to be a donkey's leading card. He may loiter on the flat, but he will make you hump when it comes to steep ascents. The night was mild for that season of the year, and becoming considerably heated, I doffed my overcoat and spread it over the saddle on my mackintosh. When we were descending the hill on the other side, I dismounted and led Mac with the bridle reins, but kept a good watch on the coats. After a while, however, I became so absorbed in thought that I neglected my duty, and finally, when I did turn to inspect them, they were missing. It gave me the worst fright I had experienced since leaving New York. Staking Mac to a gooseberry bush, I immediately retraced my steps a mile or more through an Egyptian darkness before I found the garments lying securely in the mud. On my return to the bush, I was alarmed not to find the donkey. That phenomenon had eaten that prickly shrub to the roots and fled either down the road to Fishkill or through the woods. I started out for town on a run. Imagine my astonishment to find Mac patiently standing in front of the ferry. The boat had landed her passengers, and had the donkey not taken the precaution to anticipate me, we should have had to remain on that side of the river for the night. As it was, the ferry waited for Mac's rider, thanks to the considerate pilot. Newburgh. I recognized her by her streets at an angle of 45 degrees. Mac took to the place hugely. I stopped at a small combination hotel and restaurant, where roast turkey and pumpkin pie decorated the windows, and made arrangements for the night. When about to leave, I was visited by a delegation from the local militia, who, for a fair consideration, induced us both to remain over and referee a game of basket ball that evening at the Armory. Mac did not accept very gracefully and had to be coerced. What I knew about the game wouldn't tax a baby's mind, but that didn't matter. It proved to be an event for the regiment, for Pod, and for Macaroni. Next day I found my donkey's maladies increasing. They had already tripled in number since leaving Peekskill, and to think I had arrived at Newburgh just 2 days too late to secure a sound animal. I pushed on to Poughkeepsie. On arriving at that university city, I was pleased to find the inhabitants not quite so slow as the appearance of the place would indicate. The city has, of late years, become the Henley of America. It is the seat of Eastman's Business College, as well as a very progressive college for girls, Vassar. The residents generally drop 3 letters in spelling the name of their proud city, and make it Poughkeepsie. There were 4 good points I liked about the place, and that was one of them. The other 3 were the mayor, the Vassar girls, and a newspaper reporter, who, for a consideration, engaged Mac and me to appear at the theater in an amateur play. It was to be a new stage in our travels. The urchin who led the donkey about the streets proudly bore in one hand a standard inscribed, "Keep your eyes on the donkey," and those who obeyed saw printed on a canvas blanket gracefully draped over Mac's back the startling announcement, "Will appear to night in Hogan's Alley at Kirshner's Hall." I believe Mac paraded the city utterly oblivious of the interest he created. I had promised to have my donkey at the hall at 5 sharp. There were 2 staircases for him to climb, and I had not contemplated the enormity of the task before me. We tugged on his halter, we set 3 dogs barking at his heels, but the only time he stirred was when he removed the dogs. He just braced himself well against the curb and brayed until he had called the audience to the show 2 hours ahead of time. After a while, 2 strong policemen took a hand with me in a 3-handed game and turned over a jack. Finally, 4 more men assisting, the beast was carried upstairs and into the theater, where he was forced to walk a plank onto the stage. Then I fed and watered him, and combing his fur the right way, left him to the melancholy contemplation of his position. When we returned an hour later, he was still as immovable as a statue. The stage manager directed me to ride the donkey out from behind the scenery at a given signal, so I began to practice with him. I cannot describe all that happened the next hour. By 7 o'clock Mac was fairly broken, and everything looked promising. The house was crowded. Only a portion of the attendants of the fair held in connection with the play, downstairs, could find seats, and the performance was to be repeated. One part of the play, however, not on the program, could not be reproduced. Apparently no attempts had ever been made to convert Mac to religion, for when the Salvation Army entered the scene, banging drums and clashing cymbals, the terrified Jack began to back toward the footlights. The stage manager, fearing lest the beast might back off the stage, dropped the curtain. But that didn't check Mac. He backed against the curtain and under it, and dropped plumb into the audience, making 5 laps in a second, his best time to date. One fat man, overburdened, crashed through his chair. Fortunately, nobody was seriously injured, but several had spasms, and more than one girl crawled over the backs of the seats in terror. "Such doings," as a paper stated next day, "were never known before in this town in the annals of donkeys, 4-legged or 2-legged either." As soon as the excitement was over, Mac was assisted on to the stage, and the play was twice repeated, all 3 performances before crowded houses. While returning Mac to his stable, I heard the bray of a donkey, and resolved next day to look him up. Then I sent a message to a young lady friend at Vassar, and wrote my weekly story for the papers. I frequently refer to my Vassar friends, but I doubt if they ever mention me. I had written one that I would polish 24 pairs of Vassar shoes at the rate of 50 cents a pair, either on or off. Allowing me 2 minutes for each pair, and half a minute for making change, I believed I could polish to the Queen's taste some 48 pairs in 2 hours. My proposal was accepted. The hour set was 5 A.M., while the teachers would be dreaming about the binomial formula, blue light and turnips, and I was expected to polish the shoes on the foot. Accordingly, I was aroused from slumber at 4, and practiced on the stove legs for a full half hour to get polishing down to a science. Then I took the trolley car to the hedge fence, stole in through the stately gate, and took the time of the huge clock above the entrance. Then I took my own time. I had 4 minutes to spare, and knew Vassar girls were anything but slow. "The days of chivalry are not gone," says George Eliot. Notwithstanding Burke's grand dirge over them, they live still in that far-off worship paid by many a youth and man to the woman of whom he never dreams that he shall touch so much as her little finger or the hem of her robe. I had no sooner placed my chair at the right marble staircase than I heard the rustle of skirts, immediately followed by a bevy of charming girls stealing down the steps on tiptoe, all a giggle and a smile, balancing their supple forms with outstretched arms, and enlivening the early dawn with the mischief beaming from their eyes. "Good morning," they said, as each in turn shook hands with me. I was inspired to hug every one of them, but dared not show the lack of polish. Raising my hat, I said softly, "Shine," and number 1 mounted the throne, soon to be daubed a queen. Bless me, wasn't she pretty? As she gaily lifted her skirts to give my brushes a free swing, a perfect pair of ankles burst into view, daintily imprisoned in black silk hose, and, well, I naturally was excited. Blacking flew like the mud did when the beer wagon bumped against Mac, and a brush flopped out of my hand through a colored window, letting in more light, for it was still quite dusky. It seemed to be impossible for the young lady to keep her feet in place on the block, and not until she suggested I should hold her boot in place did I begin to polish to my credit. After that, no girl could keep her feet stationary unless I held her foot with one hand and polished with the other. Next, and another winsome creature took the chair and poured 50 pennies into my hand. I took it for granted that she was some copper king's daughter. I worked so hard that I was soon perspiring. After finishing a dozen pair, when about to polish the second shoe on number 13, some one claimed she heard a professor reading Volapük. At once there was a scurry and a rustle of skirts. Number 13 kicked over the blacking, accidental, and fled with one shoe unpolished. But that odd shoe did just as good service as any of the rest. The whole bevy of girls vanished before I had time to collect my senses, my chair, and my brushes, and chase myself away. When once started, I ran to beat the cars, and reached the hotel in time for breakfast, the richer by $6 and a lace handkerchief. Come to think of it, what an extraordinary adventure that was for a modest and dignified traveler with a donkey. I wondered, as I sipped my coffee, what the principal said when she discovered so many neat-looking shoes. End of chapter 3. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 4 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 4. An Even Trade, No Robbery. Shame on the world, said I to myself. Did we but love each other as this poor soul loved his ass, 'twould be something. Sentimental Journey, Sterne. An empty heart is like an empty barrel, conveniently located. Nobody will dare to gamble on the first thing to be thrown into it, and a full heart, like a barrel of fruit, must be sorted frequently, lest a bit of blemish corrupt the whole. My heart was as full of macaroni from New York to Poughkeepsie as my stomach once had been from Milan to Naples. I first fancied my donkey, next admired him, suddenly became conscious of a growing contempt for him, and finally pity, now that the time for parting with him had come. Having depended entirely upon the stupid beast for companionship, he really had become a pet. Often he had offended and vexed me beyond seeming pardon. On the other hand, he had afforded me amusement during my lonesome hours, often causing me to laugh outright at his antics. But in order to complete my journey on time, I felt I must avail myself of the first opportunity to exchange him for a livelier steed. It was my Vassar friend who told me about Dr. Jackson and his precocious donkey. She claimed the animal often displayed human intelligence. With some difficulty I found the doctor's residence. When introducing myself and acquainting him with my errand, he put on his hat and took me to the barn. Behold, the cutest little donkey I ever saw. He was a sleek, slender creature of bluish color, with an intelligent but roguish countenance, and with cropped ears, which gave him a semblance to a deer. The doctor said the animal was hardly 3 years old. His hoofs were very small, so tiny he might have stepped into an after-dinner cup and not damaged more than your appetite for coffee. "What do you call the little fellow?" I asked. "Mac-A'Rony," said the doctor. The coincidence made me smile. "That, too, is my donkey's name," I declared, somewhat to his astonishment. He then spelled his animal's name, showing that there was as much difference between the names as between the donkeys, between patrician and plebeian. He said that Mac-A'Rony was the lineal descendant of an ancient and honorable family of Irish asses, whereas I believed Macaroni could boast of no more distinguished heritage than that of Italian peasantry. The doctor even harbored the suspicion that his donkey must be a descendant of Balaam's famous ass. "His bluish coat is a reflection of the blue blood in his veins," observed the doctor, and I was made to feel of the same opinion. I coveted that donkey, but had little hope of securing it, as my means were so limited. Imagine my astonishment when the doctor proposed that we make an even exchange of animals. "If your overland journey continues to be as notable as it is thus far," said he, "I should like to possess the first donkey you used." I dared not believe my ears. "But you have not seen my donkey," I reminded him. "I will accept your representation of the animal," he replied. The bargain made, we parted. An hour later Macaroni was in the doctor's barn, and Mac A'Rony in the livery stable. The greatest objection I had to my new companion was his youth. The fastidious appetite of this Irish gentleman demanded bread and other table fare. He actually stuck up his nose at oats and hay. What would he do should we get stranded? I might live a whole day on 3 milk punches, which I could pay for with photos, but experience had taught me it required many punches to keep a donkey moving. When about to depart, I was disconcerted to discover the doctor's boy riding his new possession down the street toward the hotel. Macaroni seemed to realize we were to part forever. There was a sad, depressed look in his eyes, his brows knitted, and his nose wept as he brayed, "Where shall we 3 meet again?" I felt a pang in my heart, and turning my eyes from him, headed Mac A'Rony for the West. Shortly afterward I was stopped by a blacksmith who recognized Mac and asked to shoe him, saying he would do it for a picture, seeing it was I. Of course I was delighted, and leaving the donkey in his custody, dropped in a restaurant and lunched, after which I bought Mac a loaf of graham bread. The kind-hearted blacksmith had several horses waiting to be shod, and it was nearly night when Mac A'Rony ceased to be a barefoot boy. I remained in Poughkeepsie overnight, and early next day, Friday, set out for Kingston. But that quadruped traveled so fast that he tired out after going a few miles, and I had to put up at a little inn in Stottsburg for the night. Had it not been that I sold next day a number of photos at princely villas on the way, I should have had trouble to keep from starving. No remittance had come from the papers as yet, and lecturing was out of the question at that time. I had written to several soap, sarsaparilla, tobacco, and pill companies for a contract to advertise their stuffs by distributing circulars, or samples, or displaying a sign from my donkey's back, but thus far had received no favorable replies. At length the blue summits of the Catskills loomed against an azure sky in the west, and I caught occasional glimpses of Kingston and Rondout, the twin cities, nestling in the foothills by the Hudson. At 3 o'clock we crossed the ferry, and soon afterward arrived at the Mansion House, Kingston. The landlord received us with gracious hospitality, but I, having lost so much time by accident and other misfortune, only tarried for the night and hastened on up the valley. The days were perceptibly shorter while we traveled in the shadow of the Catskills. The roads were so heavy, and the recent cold I had contracted so stiff and uncomfortable, that I decided at 7 o'clock to spend the night at a German roadhouse. Landlord Schoentag gave us soft beds, in spite of his hard name, and his spouse was kind enough to make me a hot brandy and a foot bath. I drank the one, Mac cheated me out of the other. I retired early under a pile of bedding as thick as it was short, and soon found myself in a terrible sweat. This was not due alone to the comfortables, but to a party of convivial young people who thrummed on a discordant piano and sang and danced till daylight, their hilarity causing Mac, in the stable, sundry vocal selections such as should have disturbed the spirit of Rip Van Winkle 8 miles away. Monday we pushed on towards Saugerties. But for a delay at Soper's Creek Bridge, we should have reached Catskill before dark. Mac A'Rony stopped stock still at the bridge approach, and neither the eloquence of Gad nor Gab moved him an inch. I petted him and patted him, I stroked his ears and I rubbed his nose, and then I asked him point blank what ailed him. "You big fool, can't you see that sign up there?" he retorted, as he eyed me squarely. It was fully 60 seconds before I realized that the animal had actually spoken. Then I looked up and read the sign hanging from the iron girder overhead. $10 fine for riding or driving over this bridge faster than a walk. I must say I greatly appreciated Mac's consideration for my pocketbook, but his obduracy struck me as being not a little absurd, since he had not yet demonstrated to me that he could go faster than a walk, even on a level and unimpeded road. All I could do was to sit down on a stone, and like Micawber, wait for something to turn up. It seemed ages before a farmer came along with a ton of hay. He was kind enough to slide off the load and assist me to carry the donkey across the bridge. The night was spent in Catskill. Smith's Hotel was swarming with busy grangers, generally good-hearted, garrulous characters, whose society lightened the tedium of 2 days, while I nursed my cold and weaned Mac. We reached Athens, a village 8 miles to the north, Wednesday noon, but being somewhat rusty in Greek, I ferried the river to Hudson. A light snow had fallen, the wind was sharp-shod, and traveled 40 miles an hour. A small German hotel opened its doors to us, and I persuaded Mac to ascend the low stoop and venture half his length indoors. The landlord aided me at the helm, and we managed to anchor my craft out of range of the storm, though we couldn't get it across the bar. Mac lay down in a heap, and I called for port, to find none in stock. Suddenly a man in shirt sleeves hastily entered with a pitcher in hand, and before he could check himself went sprawling over the frightened beast, smashing the pitcher and setting Mac to braying. The man hurriedly collected himself, glanced at the strange-looking quadruped, and not stopping for beer, fled in dismay. When the storm had abated somewhat, we started for Kinderhook. Late in the afternoon we trailed into a thrifty little town where I found Stockport in Stockport. Here the cheery aspect of the Brookside Hotel tempted me to remain overnight and doctor the severe cold in my chest. This tavern, the pride of the village, was said to be the oldest on the old post road from New York to Albany. So comfortable was the hotel that I hesitated long before accepting a cordial invitation, extended to me through his coachman, to be the guest of the wealthiest resident of the town. I was driven over to the home of Mr. Van , and the affable gentleman introduced me to his family before driving me to his father's residence. The old gentleman was enthusiastic in his reception of the donkey traveler, and after doping me with some delicious cider, reluctantly allowed his son to keep me for the night. After a month of roughing it, my happy affiliation with those refined and cultured people acted like a healing balm to my wearied heart. Many and many a time thereafter, on the tiresome, lonesome trail, did my memory recall that pleasant evening. The daughters entertained me with music and song, the parents brought out refreshments, and at last, with a hot foot bath and a hotter mustard leaf on my chest, I retired. Next morning Georgie, the little son, rushed into my chamber, calling, "Get up, you people, the pancakes are getting cold." "All right," I answered meekly. "Oh!" the little fellow gasped with astonishment as he beheld Pod tucked neck deep in eiderdown. I thought you was the girls." The boy had retired early the evening before, quite ignorant of the fact that the eccentric traveler was delegated to snooze in his sister's bedroom. Through the happy agency of conversation, Mr. Van and I discovered a mutual friendship. The family, somewhat to my embarrassment, insisted upon purchasing pictures galore, and after breakfast and a little music in the glow of a blazing fireplace, I donned my overcoat and made my adieux. How chill and heartless that December morning was! The wind blew my plug hat off to begin with, and, as I was driven to the Brookside Inn, had the courage to try to freeze my face. A half hour later Mac and Pod were marching to Kinderhook. End of chapter 4. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmont, North Carolina. Chapter 5 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 5. The Donkey on Skates. Of all conceivable journeys, this promised to be the most tedious. I tried to tell myself it was a lovely day. I tried to charm my foreboding spirit with tobacco, but I had a vision ever present to me of the long, long roads, up hill and down dale, and a pair of figures ever infinitesimally moving, foot by foot, yard to the minute, and like things enchanted in a nightmare, approaching no nearer to the goal. Travels with a Donkey, R. L. Stevenson. Kinderhook! I promised myself to visit the seminary, so popular in the early '60s, and commune with the spirits of those charming, old-fashioned girls of whom Mother had often spoken. After dining at the Kinderhook Hotel, I looked it up and found it to be then the Village Academy. The cold in my chest pained more than ever. I began to fear pneumonia. The landlord's wife said she would be a mother to me. Phew! If she made it as warm for her old man as she did for me, I pity and congratulate him in one breath. She prepared a mustard sitz bath. My feet had suffered two already. Powerful enough, she declared, to force cold blisters on my hair. She slapped mustard leaves on my chest and back. She gave me spirits of camphor for my lips, witch hazel for my eyes, a pork bandage for my neck, and liberal doses of aconite, quinine, whiskey, and rum. Then she innocently asked if I could think of any other place my cold, when fairly on the run, would be likely to settle. Being unable to answer, I called on a physician. "The landlady has fixed you up admirably," said he. "I cannot benefit you further, unless I advise you to shave off your hair when the blisters have settled on it, to prevent the cold's return." I expressed my gratitude for his kind assurances, and to my surprise, though he had an electric battery in his room, he refused to charge me. Without loss of time, I set out and walked 2 miles to the old homestead of President Martin Van Buren that stood back from the road behind a group of ancient pines which sighed dolefully as I passed. The family living there received me kindly and showed me the library, parlors, and hall. The old Dutch wallpaper, picturing ancient hunts, watch towers, and pastoral scenes, recalled a pleasant sojourn in Holland. A Wagoner family living in the next house asked me to dinner, and I ate with them. "I once knew a Van Wagoner," I said. "They were fine people." "Our family were originally of that name," Mr. Wagoner replied. "They dropped the Van some time ago." Mac A'Rony said he had never heard of Vans being dropped from Wagoners, but had often seen Wagoners dropped from Vans. I next crossed the bridge spanning the creek just out of town, where, it is said, Washington Irving conceived the story of the Headless Horseman. President Van Buren gave a ball to some statesmen, and Irving was invited. Some wag among the guests rigged up a dummy on a horse, and let the animal loose to give the author a scare. Wash never lost an opportunity to make a good story, and he made use of that idea. Mary Ann and Lucretia Van Buren, two aged spinsters, were all who remained of the illustrious family. I called on Mary Ann when Lucretia was absent, and won her favor so quickly that she presented me with a little oil painting which had been in the family over 100 years. Close by stood the old brick house, formerly a fort, built with brick brought from Holland. One brick was carved 1623. I saw the house where General Burgoyne is said to have dined, after which I visited Van Buren's grave. We slept that night in North Chatham, traveling out of the direct route to give the weak-kneed donkey as level a road as possible. We had now been boon companions 1 week. It seemed a month. Next day we passed a rickety barn in which 2 horses were engaged at a huge tread wheel, with the dual object of threshing corn stalks and of keeping their ears warm. My ears were almost frozen, whereas Mac claimed his were as warm as toast. My comrade had the advantage over me in being able, as he expressed it, to wiggle his ears and keep the blood circulating. I stopped at a shanty near, and asked leave to warm myself, and begged a newspaper to put in my breast. A poverty-stricken but hospitable man welcomed me, and politely took my hat and stuck it on a pitcher of milk. The humble habitation contained 2 rooms, one storeroom, the other the living room. The latter was furnished with a square table, now set for the midday meal, 2 beds, a stove which was exerting every effort to boil some ancient pork and frozen cabbage to a state of doneness, 4 chairs, and a wash tub. The housewife was washing clothes while her old man acted as cook. A dog reclined on the storeroom floor watching a sawhorse. There was not such bric-a-brac visible. A 5-year-old calendar and 2 or 3 unframed chromos hung on the walls, and when I arose to go I discovered behind me a cracked mirror and a comb that needed dentistry. I was surprised when the woman handed me the desired paper. I should not have accused any of them of being able to read. "Well, you can see how all classes of folks lives, anyhow," the matron observed, as she screwed her face out of shape in her anxiety to wring the last drops of suds out of a twisted garment. "Yes," I returned, rising and reaching for my hat, "but how my donkey and I can manage to live to reach 'Frisco interests me more." And politely declining a hunk of pork rind and black bread offered me for a pocket lunch, much to the gratification of the house cat, I sallied forth into the biting blast, knocked several icicles from Mac A'Rony's whiskers, and headed for the state capitol. Further on, we tarried a few moments to exchange a word or two with an inquisitive hayseed, who planted himself in the road before us and stretched forth a brawny hand for both of us to shake. "You're the fellow what's goin' to San Frisco, hain't yer?" the old man questioning, bracing himself against the boisterous gale. "Yep," I replied laconically, and at once Mac, yielding to a mighty gust of wind, dashed past the animate obstruction, dragging his master with him. "Whar be the biggest crops this year?" he called after us, and Mac, assuming the question was put to him, shouted, "In ostriches. Some of them weigh several stone." As I looked back from the hill, I saw the statuesque figure still gaping at us behind a long, frost-colored beard. The roads to Fame and to the capital are hilly. Fame seemed to be more easily reached in slippery weather than the capital in dry. Albany had just experienced a heavy rain, and the roads had frozen. We set out Monday morning to pay our respects to the governor, the mayor, and other shining lights. When halfway up the ascent to the Capitol, Mac A'Rony slipped off his feet and slid to the bottom of the hill. Of course, I stayed with him. In a moment we had won fame. The excited populace thronged about us, and the reporters hauled out their paper and pencils. One toboggan slide satisfied Mac, and I was compelled to return him to the stable and go alone. The governor was in his chair of state when I arrived at the executive chamber. The rumor that the odd traveler, Pye Pod, was in the antechamber brought a smile to his lips, which he still wore when he rose to grasp my hand, relishing the humor which I had failed to taste. "Don't you find it pretty cold traveling these days?" the governor inquired, as he sat down to write in my autograph album. "Rather," said I. The governor chuckled, wished me good luck on my journey, and commended me for my pluck. Then I was ushered through the magnificent Capitol. After lunching with an aunt, I visited the mayor. He, like other notable men, received me graciously and wished me joy, prosperity, and health. Tuesday, I hustled early and late to earn $1 above the expenses of my sojourn in the uphill city. Wednesday morning, I received a small check, the first remittance from the papers. It was only 2 days before Christmas. The holiday season seemed to have absorbed all the money in circulation. The snow now lay 6 inches deep on the level. It had snowed all night and was snowing still. I greatly needed a pair of felt boots with rubber overshoes, but couldn't afford the outlay. So I wrapped strips of gunny sacks round my shoes and trouser legs, bought a pair of earlaps, and saddling my donkey, started for Schenectady, 17 miles away. People had cautioned me that donkeys were afraid of snow. I was most agreeably surprised to find Mac A'Rony an exception to the rule, but in another respect he puzzled me very much. For 5 days he had not been known to drink, and I concluded that, like an orchid, he slaked his thirst by sucking the juice out of the atmosphere. When I ushered him into the snow, he rubbed his nose in it and tasted it to satisfy himself that it wasn't sugar, and then majestically waded through as if it were so much dust. And so, with less than $2 in pocket and some 50 photos in my saddlebags, I urged my donkey through the blinding gale to a roadhouse 4 miles out of Albany, where, tethering him to a huge icicle under a low-roofed shed, I went into the tavern to toast my hands and feet, and to warm my inner self. A few moments later found us fighting the elements again, and though we stopped at fully a dozen houses on that day's journey, we reached Schenectady soon after dark, with my face black and blue from the snowballs Mac rolled with his hoofs and slung at me, he claimed unintentionally. Both of us were in prime condition to appreciate a hot supper and a soft, warm bed. After seeing my comrade safely sheltered in the hotel barn, and leaving instructions with the stable keeper to lock the door, I spent a pleasant hour with the other hotel guests, who gathered about to hear my story and to give me all kinds of valuable and worthless advice on traveling with a donkey. What happened that night may be better understood by reading the following pages from my diary. It is midnight, halfway between Christmas Eve and Christmas morning. For the last 3 hours I have been looking all over town for Mac. I went to the stable at 9 o'clock to fill his stockings, and lo, he was missing. Where he can possibly be, and how he got there, is beyond my power of conception. I found the lock in the barn door unbroken, but scratched about the keyhole, as if it had been picked. The landlord and the stableman are of the opinion that Union College boys have stolen the donkey and hidden him, just for mischief. In my rambles I failed to detect a sign of any student. A squad of volunteers from among the hotel guests, armed to the teeth and carrying lanterns, were kind enough to go with me donkey hunting. But nothing more than a few ominous traces of Mac's stubborn resistance did we discover. A tuft of donkey hair and a gory human tooth were picked off the barn floor, and also, just outside, a section of the seat of a man's trousers, all of which indicates that the donkey is the unwilling prisoner of a band of wags. Going down Fifth Street to Union, we detected Mac's little footprints and a college society pin. Just beyond, I found another lock of hair, this time human, indicating some football fiend had parted with a portion of his mane. A torn cravat, a finger of a kid glove, and a piece of human flesh resembling part of a nose were noted by different members of the posse. Thence on we traced with much difficulty my donkey's hoof marks a mile or more into the suburbs, where we lost them. It was then 11:30 p.m. A consensus of opinion resulted in the verdict that at that point the animal had been put in a sleigh and drawn to some hiding place, and that further search that night was useless. I am now going to retire and trust to luck for Mac A'Rony's safe return tomorrow. When I went to breakfast Christmas morning, I amused myself, while my order was being filled, by perusing the Schenectady Daily Tantrums. You may imagine my astonishment upon reading the following: Grand opening of the Canal Skating Rink. Greatest social function of the season. College boys and society there. A donkey on skates. Those who were not let in to the private ball given at the new Canal ice rink on Christmas Eve by the Union boys, who remained here overnight to enjoy the holidays, missed a rare and novel entertainment. It proved to be a side-splitting as well as ice-breaking affair. Carefully laid plans were successfully carried out, and the diminutive donkey belonging to the quixotic traveler, Prof. Pythagoras Pod, became the guest of honor at the first rink party of the season. The jackass seemed to relish the sport immensely. 2 pairs of skates were securely buckled on his feet, and, declining the proffered assistance, at once the precocious trio struck out in 4 separate directions at once, coming down on the not over thick ice, ka-thump, on his Antarctic pole, deluging 4 propositions of Euclid, 7 principles of unnatural philosophy, and 36 young men and women. All would have gone well had the jack not been so conceited. He, just like an ass, thought he knew it all. If he ever cut any ice in his life, he did it then. Being of a generous disposition, he made ample accommodations for a crowd who, like his asinine self, came out for a skate and were hardly prepared for a baptism. Pandemonium reigned. There were several narrow escapes from drowning. Even Mac A'Rony barely averted a sublime decease, and bellowed like a freight engine. However, as he was the only donkey of the whole party that piloted himself to terra firma without assistance, he deserves much more praise than the fools that were so unwarrantably thoughtless as to imperil 100 precious lives in their selfishness to have a good time at the expense of an humble beast. As soon as the panic had subsided, a new rink was cleared further down the canal, where the Christmas fete was prolonged to a late hour. The terrified animal was here supported on 2 parallel bars held by strong men, and he promised to remain upright henceforth. To say the least, his frantic efforts to do the pigeon wing on the star-spangled firmament nearly capsized his pallbearers. Guards had been posted at various points to apprise the practical jokers if the donkey's master should come uninvited on the scene. But it seems that, by crafty, foxy methods, the Professor had been led by false scent to the suburbs, so the fun continued. After the ball was over, Mac A'Rony was returned in safety to his stall. The little fellow appeared to be the nimbler from his cold water plunge, and was so elated over his extraordinary exploits that he brayed all the way to his quarters. As soon as I heard Mac, I rushed out to the barn, bareheaded, and threw my arms round his neck. I found the little fellow joyously rummaging in 4 huge stockings filled with corn bread, molasses cake, mince pie, carrots, and apple sauce. "I had a hell of a time last night," was all he said. End of chapter 5. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 6 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 6. Mac Held for Ransom. Christmas Day is a merry day for all good lads and lassies, but dull and lorn for the fellow born to ride or drive jackasses. Old Song. Yuletide afforded me few pleasures. How I was to bridge the gulf of penury and want of the holiday season caused me much concern. Lacking the funds to pay my hotel and stable bills, I canvassed the town and sold a few pictures before church time. I wished to attend Christmas service, but lacked the nerve. My grotesque attire might have inspired the preacher. I had worn holes in all my socks, and not having the price of a new pair, retired to my room to darn them. It was the first darning of that sort I ever did. When I had finished, I darned my luck, the hard times, and many things not down on the calendar. I pictured to my mind's eye the pleasures of Christmastide, of which I had cheated myself, but it was no time to brood over might-have-beens. I would start for the next town that morning. I felt a constant anxiety for Mac A'Rony's safety, and shouldn't feel easy until we were out of the college district. We reached Amsterdam in time for Christmas dinner. I will not give the bill of fare. It wouldn't whet your appetite. The following day was almost as dull as Christmas. In the morning I was fortunate enough to receive in advance $2 for distributing calendars to the farmers on my way to the next town, and employed the afternoon repairing saddlebags. The snow lay deep, the weather was windy and chill, and my donkey slower than axle grease. So I tarried overnight and heard Sabbath bells. Sunday evening saw us comfortably quartered in the little village of Fonda, a few miles' journey. While supping, I learned that a German newspaper reporter, who claimed to be walking across the continent on a $750 wager, was a guest at another hotel. He came into town shortly after dark, and, unable to pay for a bed, was permitted to sleep on a bench, where my informant saw him. By the terms of his bet, the fellow was not allowed to beg, but could accept the earth if offered him. My sympathies were aroused, and I called on him after supper. He told his story, showed me papers and a book signed by the railroad station agents on his route, for he had "hit the ties" all the way, and expressed much anxiety about covering the remaining 184 miles to New York in 6 days. The young man looked emaciated. His shoes were literally worn out. His one meal that day had been a cup of coffee and a roll. He hadn't slept in a bed since leaving Detroit, where he earned his last money, $5. Pod's tender heart was touched. Although the more affluent donkey traveler possessed but $1.60, he gave his brother globe-trotter $1, a hot supper and bed, and would have paid for a stimulating drink had not the hotel keeper been inspired to treat the two. Next morning some commercial travelers, having learned of Pod's generosity, purchased a pair of shoes for the pedestrian. The delighted fellow departed at an early hour, expressing his sanguine belief that he would win his wager. I had to hustle that morning to settle accounts, and it was 11 o'clock before Mac and I departed. I had only a nickel in pocket. That day we both went without lunch. It was long after dark and past supper time when we arrived in Fort Plain, and a half hour later before we reached the hotel. The town was illuminated with electric arc lights, which always throw vivid shadows, and Mac A'Rony had a desperate encounter with another donkey in the snow. He reared and pitched and cavorted and bolted. He wound me up in the reins and then bunked into me. I was in his way all the time, and finally rushed down a side street, dragging me after him. I had to leave the rampant animal through several unlighted streets round the village to get him to the stable. It was the first time I had presented myself at a strange hotel without my asinine credentials. When I registered, the incredulous proprietor went to the barn for Mac's own statement before believing me the famous man I claimed to be. That evening a committee from the Bohemian Club invited me to a concert given under the auspices of the Fort Plain Band. I went and enjoyed it. At its conclusion I was asked to talk to a phonograph, the invention of the president of the club. Having once addressed an audience of chairs, I could not object to talk to a funnel. I addressed the emptiness thereof with all the eloquence I could muster, then listened while the phonograph tried to repeat my words. It was simply awful. Had the machine been togged out in nightshirt, mask, and lighted candle, and shot off such a lingo in a dark alley, I should have thought it my own spook and fled in terror. When I reached Little Falls, my stock of photos was exhausted, and but for a stroke of good luck, I fear I could not have paid my bills. Mac A'Rony agreed to carry a sign extolling the virtues of a one-price clothier, and that brought us a few dollars, which we divided. It was late when we started for Herkimer, a town 12 miles away. The mud greatly impeded our progress, and suddenly, just before dark, when 5 miles to town, we came to a long covered wooden bridge. Then there was trouble. Mac obstinately refused to enter the dark tunnel. I coaxed him with an apple to follow me. I prodded him. I turned him about and tried to back him through, but he would not budge. I went behind and pushed him, and vexed beyond reason, I finally whipped him. All without avail. What could I do? I sat down and thought. No sound of an approaching vehicle greeted my ear, but I saw a house down the road. I decided to hitch my obdurate beast to the fence and seek assistance. As I approached the house, the seductive aroma of frying steak told me it was supper hour. In response to my knock, a rural-looking man came out and eyed me curiously while chewing vigorously. Indoors I could hear somebody drinking out of a saucer. "Excuse me for interrupting," I said politely, "but my jackass—" "Your what?" "My jackass. I am bound for California with one, and am stuck out here by the bridge. I came to ask your assistance." The man swallowed. "In a hole, eh? Well, I reckon you've come to the right place for help." "No, I'm not in a hole exactly. That's just the trouble. My animal abhors holes. He refuses to enter the covered bridge." "Well, I swan. Can't yer lick him through?" the farmer asked. "As impossible," said I, "as to lick a camel through the eye of a needle." "I want ter know. Come in," he said, and turning to the hired man, added, "John, let's give the feller a lift." The men donned wraps and boots, and with an old wheelbarrow followed me down the slushy road to the beastly eyesore of my existence. To describe our efforts to get that donkey through the bridge would tire you as much as those efforts tired me. Mac squirmed and kicked and bit. He would not be carried by hand, so the wheelbarrow was employed. He was too large for the vehicle, and lapped over the edges. We consumed a half hour in the gigantic task of wheeling Mac across that bridge. "By gum, young feller!" exclaimed the exhausted farmer, as he dropped the heavy live weight. "Do yer haster go through this kind of business every bridge yer come to?" I explained that I usually met with difficulties at bridges, but had never encountered a covered one before. Then I thanked the good Samaritans for their kindness and prodded Mac to town. We arrived in Herkimer late. Directly after supper I canvassed the stores and worked till 10 o'clock selling pictures. We seemed to create quite a sensation. When about to retire, I learned that my donkey was stolen. I was told local bandits held him for ransom. I was greatly provoked, and rushed about the streets making inquiries, until at length a street loafer whispered that he would tell me where my animal was if I would blow him to a drink. I agreed. Then the man "in the know" piloted me to a bar room several blocks away, where I was astonished to find the captive drinking with several other jackasses. He was the only one not disconcerted by my appearance, and even had the audacity to stick his nose up at the barkeeper and bray. I engaged men to assist me convey the inebriate to the stable as quickly as possible, and ordered an extra padlock to be snapped on the door. Next morning I found my partner in a surprisingly sober condition. Resuming my pilgrimage, I made brief stops at Ilion and Frankfort, and arrived in Utica shortly after dark on the last day of the leap year. The hotel corridors swarmed with inquisitive guests who had been apprised of my coming. The jovial proprietor gave us a hearty welcome, and ordering several porters to lead Mac into the office, called loudly to the amusement of all, "Front! Give the donkeys the best double room in the house." "Slow traveling for a leap year," I remarked to the clerk. "Oh, that reminds me, Mr. Pod," said he. "Here's a letter for you. Just came a few minutes ago." I settled my weary frame in a rocker and read it. It was actually an invitation to a leap year ball, given under the auspices of the Society Girls of Manicure Hall. The card was printed, but on its margin were inscribed in a purely feminine hand a few choice words urging me to come in my traveling habit. It struck me that it might be my only chance to get engaged for 8 long years, so I washed and brushed and polished and turned up at the ballroom at a late but nevertheless fashionable hour. The ball was the most brilliant function it had been my pleasure to attend since the days of my freedom. Caesar! What charming girls! Were they really charming, or was it because I had been a recluse so long that most anybody wearing dresses fascinated my starved optics? Before advancing a rod into the hall, I received a proposal. Within an hour I had a dozen. The dance, the supper, the defective lights, and the kisses in the dark, the midnight alarm, and the New Year's bells all fulfilled their offices delightfully in turn, all except for the leave taking of the old year, which groaned over the effects of bad salad and gave up the ghost. I devoted the afternoon to a delightful nap. I was worn out. Saturday I called upon the genial mayor, who paid me liberally for a photo and subscribed to my donkey book. Sunday I set out with Mac for Rome. I was told all the roads were in bad condition, and was advised to take the towpath of the Erie Canal. After 2 hours of tramping and groping in the darkness, we came to a suburban street, and shortly after I was directed to a tavern and quartered myself for the night. A number of commercial men had prophesied I would not make my expenses in Rome, but I did. It was an all-day job, however, and another night was fairly upon me before I started for Oneida, 16 miles away. We had not gone far when we came to an old-fashioned toll gate, where I expected to be made to contribute to the county's good road fund. I felt loath to do so, for nowhere else on my journey had we found the highway in such a disreputable condition. I told Mac to keep his mouth shut, and we stealthily walked through the gate, hoping not to be observed. But no sooner done than the keeper issued from his shanty and welcomed me back. He wished to talk with me, he said. His boy had preceded me from town and given his father glowing accounts of the donkey traveler. So interested were the toll keeper and his family in the welfare of Pod and Mac that they not only waived the toll, but gave us a pressing invitation to remain with them overnight. The generosity of that man's big, honest heart stood out in such happy contrast with the miserly county administration and my own penury that I gratified the man's desire in a measure, and hitching Mac A'Rony, followed my host into his dwelling, where I allowed myself to share his frugal board. It was certainly such a home where either a Don Quixote or a Pythagoras Pod might feel himself a distinguished guest. The wife brewed tea and spread the table with black bread and doubtfully wholesome cakes, while the children climbed on my knees and heard with raptures my tales of adventure. When it was time to go, the keeper, having learned from his son that I sold the pictures to live on, begged me with tears to accept a quarter for the one I gave him, saying that he had a fair-sized garden besides the pittance he received for performing the duties of his humble office, whereas I had to depend on Providence for the keeping of myself and comrade on our long trip round the world. So Mac and I, thanking the good people for their kindnesses, for Mac's ever acute appetite had not been overlooked by the thoughtful hostess, strode on in mud and darkness, slipping, spattering, and mumbling unintelligible and impolite words, and hoping against hope soon to arrive at some comfortable haven of rest. A mile beyond, we were greeted with loud applause issuing from a huge building to our left, which I took to be a girls' seminary, but which Mac insisted was a slaughter-house. To be distinguished in the dark and tendered such an ovation quite tickled my vanity, but my less conceited partner only brayed and trembled in the fear of being chased by a mad pig with its throat cut. When we had passed to a safe distance, I met a farmer in a wagon and asked him the name of the illuminated building. "The Rome State Insane Asylum," said the man. At length a dense mist gathered, and then it began to sprinkle. I could scarcely distinguish Mac in the darkness. The road was tortuous, one vast river bed of mud, as untenable as quicksand. We first ran against a barbed wire fence on one side and a rail fence on the other, and finally I plunged over boot tops in a sluice, and might have drowned had I not held the reins and been pulled out by my unintentionally heroic comrade. My boots were new and didn't leak, and the mud and water remained in them. If ever there was a moment on that overland voyage when I felt in prime condition to give it up, it was there and then. Still we struggled onward, and a few hundred yards ahead I discovered the faint light of a farmhouse, where I stopped to ask the distance to the next place we could secure shelter. "'Bout 4 mile, I should jedge," said the farmer. I guessed as much, but it gave me a chance to sigh. "Mercy, none nearer?" Just then Mac coughed and approached. "Nope. But wait. Be you the gentleman bound for 'Frisco with a mule?" "Verily so," I returned, while my partner brayed indignantly at being called a mule. "Well, what's it wuth to take ye both in fer the night and feed ye?" the man asked avariciously. "Oh, about 75 cents." "Come back," said he. "I just walked from the railroad station 1.5 miles in the mud, and lost my overshoes, and can sympathize with ye." My donkey was comfortably stabled, watered and fed, and I ushered into a cozy room, where my host brought me dry garments and slippers, and gave me a hot supper. Truly, I thought, the darkest hour is just before dawn. End of Chapter 6. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 7 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 7. I Mop the Hotel Floor. I pass like night from land to land, I have strange power of speech. So soon as e'er his face I see, I know the man that must hear me, To him my tale I teach. Rhyme of the Ancient Mariner. Having the funds to tide over a couple of days, I set out early next morning for Syracuse. At 11 P.M. we tramped tired and footsore into the village of Fayetteville, having traveled 20 miles, the longest day's journey yet made. My donkey was fagged out. The stablemen could hardly get him into his stall, but Mac had great recuperative power, and was so frisky in the morning that we resumed the march to the Salt City. It was still some distance to the city when an incident happened to mar the pleasure of our peaceful walk. In passing a large dairy farm, Mac's grotesque figure excited either the admiration or the contempt of an ugly-looking bull, which left a small bunch of cattle in the field and trotted along the dilapidated fence. His actions were frightfully menacing, and I urged Mac to a faster gait. Suddenly the bull broke through the fence, bellowing, and made for us head down. My first thought was to save Mac's life. The leather-rimmed goggles he wore placed him at a disadvantage, aside from the fact that the road was icy and denied us a secure footing. Then, too, Mac carried 75 pounds burden, including my grip, the saddle, and rifle. I was wholly unprepared for the bull. My revolver was unloaded, I having made it a rule to withdraw the cartridges every morning. As the bull lunged at my donkey, I struck Mac with my whip, and wheeled him about with the reins in time to dodge the enemy. Recovering himself, the enraged bull made another lunge at my spry partner, and still another, the third time scraping off a tuft of hair with one of his horns. I could only assist Mac with the reins while striking the bull over the face with a cutting rawhide. I yelled for help. A quarter-mile away stood a farmhouse, and in front of it 2 men gawking at our circus, indifferent to our peril. I never was more active than during those awful moments. Mac afterward said he never was so busy in all his life. So rapidly did we 3 pirouette, the bull after Mac, the donkey after me, and I after the bull, that the 2 human statues in the distance must have taxed their optics to distinguish which was which. So dizzy did I become that I wheeled Mac round and started in the opposite direction, the enemy bellowing, I calling, and the donkey braying to beat a fireboat whistle. Finally I heard the glad sound of approaching wheels from up the road, and at a distance saw a horse and buggy. As it came nearer, I distinguished a woman driving, and my heart sank. Surely she would not have the courage to venture into our very midst. She must soon turn round. A man might drive to our aid. Still, we 3 kept busy until the rig wheeled down upon us, the prancing horse so distracting the bull that he shied to the opposite side, and forgetting us, set out on a trot after the receding vehicle, lowing vexatiously. I held my breath. Soon we collected our senses and hustled on until the enemy was lost to view. There are many who would call our rescue a marvel. Mac said it was just our luck, but I thought it was miraculous. A prominent hotel in Syracuse welcomed me as its honored guest, and crowds cheered us to the door. I had consumed 6 weeks traveling from New York, a distance of 340 miles, although by rail the mileage shrinks to 303. It was Friday, January 8th. I was tendered a private box at the theater that evening, and the following day Mac and I appeared on the stage between acts at both the matinee and evening performances, I receiving $5 for each appearance. Saturday I devoted to business, and was invited to the Elks' entertainment in the evening. At noon on Monday we headed for Auburn. A heavy snow accompanied a fall of the mercury. Great drifts had formed during the night, reaching anywhere from inches to feet, and from yard to yard. My spirits were low. The first 8 miles to Camillus were covered in 4 hours. After a good rest and poor fodder, we strode on over the white and solitary road 7 more miles to Elbridge, where at 8 o'clock I registered at a cozy hostelry, and ordered that Mac be cared for, and my supper at once be prepared. Then I hastened to canvass the stores, disposing of 3 photos at 15 cents apiece. My overnight expenses would be $1.50. I lacked 45 cents of the amount, but that did not disconcert me. The hotel was composed of bricks, and its proprietor was one of them, a jovial Grand Army man who wore a big soft hat and a blue coat with brass buttons. His cranium was chock full of entertaining reminiscence, too. At that time men were engaged with mule teams, hauling stone for repairing the canal, and the hotel was filled with an incongruous lot of teamsters and laborers. Judging by their roguish remarks, it would be wise of me to place my donkey under lock and key. But when I hinted it to my host, he assured me my fears were unwarranted. I was assigned a large chamber on the main floor, next to the dining room. There was no lock to the door. I complained about it. "Nobody will molest you," said my host. I soon fell to sleep. Long before daylight I was awakened by the juggling of plates and cutlery, and the racking of a stove. It was impossible to sleep during such a hubbub, so I proposed to smoke. Rising from bed and groping in darkness, I hunted for the electric light button hanging from the ceiling, but had proceeded only a few steps when suddenly I fell headlong over a huge, hairy substance which moved and yawned. Hamlet's ghost! Was this really Midwinter's Night's Dream? I sat on the floor for a moment to set my dislocated big toe on the off foot, then staggered timorously to my feet, found the cord, and turned on the light. Could I believe my eyes? There lay Mac A'Rony. He gazed at me in mute bewilderment, and blinked like an owl, then presently rose to the occasion, brayed, and charged at the donkey in the mirror. It was enough to awaken the whole village when the excited animal rushed around the room with the mirror frame for a collar, vaulting chairs, bed, and table, and exerting his best efforts to kick holes in the walls and ceiling. "What in damnation is the racket?" yelled the proprietor, as he came running to my room. I thought to disarm him by being the first to complain, for I expected some harsh invectives to be hurled my way. "You said I should not be molested," I said indignantly, standing on a mantel shelf in my nightshirt. "Well, it's the first time my house was ever turned into a stable," retorted the erstwhile jovial Grand Army man. "And it's the first time I ever was made to room with a jackass," I returned in a rage. By this time Mac had stuck a foot in the frame collar in trying to clear the stove, and had fallen. I quickly leapt from my perch, and my now more conciliating host helped to disengage the beast from his wooden harness and give him a forcible exit. Then we dressed and set to work clearing the room. Of course, the cook rushed in to have her say, otherwise that hotel was suspiciously quiet, considering what had happened. When I went to breakfast, the landlord met me with a smile. It surprised and pleased me. I concluded that the practical jokers had settled everything to his satisfaction. My table mates were unusually uncommunicative. Their conversation hung mournfully on the weather. My breakfast finished, I went to my host and informed him of the state of my finances. "2 mule drivers were discharged last night," he observed. "I could have got you a job if you had told me in time." Right here an aged townsman came in, stamping the snow off his boots, unwound a great tippet from his neck, and regarding the clay besmeared floor, delivered his opinion to the landlord. "Gol blast me, if I run a house a looking like this, I'd closed up and go out of the business," the granger remarked, with a critical eye to the floor and a wink at me. "I agree with you," said I. "Price ought to pay a quarter to have the floor cleaned." "It would be worth twice that sum to me to see you clean it," he returned, humorously. "It's a bargain." So saying, I pulled off my coat and called for a mop and a pail of hot water. The landlord seemed to regard the incident as a good joke. So did Pye Pod. Rolling up my trousers and shirt sleeves, I fell to work. The old man fled to spread the news as soon as he saw I was in earnest. My first sweep with the old mop shattered it. The landlord lost no time procuring a new one. Then I went at it as though it were my special line of trade, and so deeply absorbed was I in the novel undertaking that less than half of the population of the village filed into the room without my comment. There were men and women, young and old and middling, and children bound for school, all around, backing against the walls and windows, commenting, laughing, and joking, while I just mopped, and with new jokes helped make merry, for I felt that was an experience of a lifetime for us all. A pretty girl snapped a kodak at me. She took 15 orders for pictures within a minute. I was gratified to see all enjoy themselves. Still, I kept mopping, and watched the clock to see how much time was left before school. My time was coming. I wanted everybody to hear my story. They didn't know a thing about me or macaroni, except through newspaper reports, which are not always reliable. Finally, I dropped my mop and straightened up to rest my lame back. "Does that suit you?" I asked the landlord. "A handsomer job was never done this floor," said he. "You have earned your money." Every one evidently wished to see me paid. As I received the cash, I whispered to my host to hand me the key to the door, expressing my purpose with a sly wink, which he hardly interpreted. The silver jingled with the brass in my hands, and I went to the door and locked it. Then walking to the desk, I turned, faced my audience without a blush, bowed low, and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, and children of Elbridge." Then I gave a brief account of my travels from New York. My words pleased and were greeted with laughter, but they had not heard my peroration. "We rarely appreciate anything that costs us nothing," I began my conclusion. "In New York, a show such as I have just provided would cost at least $1.50 for orchestra chairs, and 50 cents for the family circle. This seems to be the family circle. Now, to save the bother of printing tickets and posters, we admitted you to the show without delaying you at the door in the frosty air, and one and all, young and old, must pay me 5 cents before you leave this room. The door is locked, and I hold the key. Those of you ladies who left your purses on the piano can borrow of your gentlemen friends, who doubtless will be ready to help you out of your dilemma. Some of you may demur and complain of hard times, but said excuses will not hold with me. I carry hard times with me whither I go on my long journey, whereas you have yours only in one place. As soon as all have paid me, the door will be unlocked, and not until. I thank you for your unsolicited audience, and I trust that the next time we meet the circumstances will be as happy for us all as they have been this January morning." My speech must have been forceful, for the nickels poured into my hat. As each individual paid, I motioned him or her to the opposite side of the room to guard against humbugging. The landlord had to come to the financial relief of a few, but the door was opened in time for school, and everybody departed with evident good feeling. My host was the most astonished of all, and, with a hearty grip of the hand, predicted that I would reach my destination. Without delay, I settled my account with him, saddled Mac A'Rony, and with $2.80 to the good, started for Auburn. The last denizen of the village to bid me Godspeed was the philanthropist who unwittingly procured me my bill for the hotel show, and then filled my purse for me. End of chapter 7. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina.
Chapter 8 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 8. Footpads fire upon us. An attempted assassination, I cried in excited tones. One of the boldest ever heard of, and right here, too, in the shadow of this palace devoted to commerce and peace. A Soldier of Manhattan. Soon after reaching Auburn, I received a theater manager who called to engage Mac and me to appear at the Opera House. We signed with him, and the first evening we made such a decided hit that we were engaged for a reappearance. I received $10 for both performances, and the privilege to sell photos at the door, which netted me a considerable sum. Auburn is the seat of a state prison and a theological seminary. Avoiding the former, I set out to visit the seminary. The students were cordial and showed me about the buildings, among them being Willard Chapel, which they called the handsomest in America. I was unable to leave until just before noon. Tramping without dinner went against the donkey's grain, even more literally than it did mine. About 2 o'clock I was passing through Aurelius, when a farmer invited me to take lunch with him. I accepted and enjoyed the repast and the visit with the hospitable agriculturist and his wife. He gave me a card to a California friend, and hoped I would visit him and present his regards. This pleasant delay upset my calculations. I did not reach Cayuga until dusk. The lake was frozen, but the sun had somewhat melted the ice during the past 2 days. I was cautioned not to venture across with the donkey, for, if he should slip, both of us would go through the ice. This was a great disappointment, for it compelled me to follow the towpath some 5 miles round the edge of the lake through the dreaded Montezuma Swamp, in order to reach Seneca Falls. It was long after dark when we left the swamp and entered the shadow of a rocky ridge. A half-mile further I discerned the distant electric lights of the town. To our left was the canal, and to the right the rocky barrier, while ahead, beside the towpath, shone an arc light suspended from one of several poles which extended in a line to town. I was tramping along at Mac's head when, suddenly, a man stepped from behind the pole and ordered me to throw up my hands. Although excited, I still had the presence of mind to jump behind my donkey. Instantly the highwayman fired at me. Then I fired to show I was armed and ready to defend myself, and at once a shot came back from the rocks, a little to my rear. Turning my head, I saw what appeared to be a cave, where presumably the second man was hiding. But just as I turned my head, a second shot from the man in front knocked off my plug hat, and then came a shot from the rocks. Now, fully realizing my peril between 2 fires, I aimed my revolver at the man in the road some 30 feet away, and fired to cripple him. I apparently succeeded, for the fellow cried, "God, I'm hit!" and fell in the snow-covered road, resting on one elbow and pressing his hand to his right breast. Not sure, however, that the man was not feigning, I shot into the cave, from which at once issued the other footpad, who ran down the towpath. Then I picked up my hat and passed by the prostrate man, keeping my revolver trained upon him, and hurried on toward Seneca Falls. A quarter of a mile beyond, I came to Lock House No. 6. My story greatly excited the quiet household. Hibbard, the keeper, with a lantern, helped me examine Mac to see if he was wounded. Then we were generously cared for. After drinking a cup of tea and toasting my feet awhile at the fire, I made my departure. On reaching Seneca Falls, I called on the police chief. He being absent, I saw the mayor, who told me that I did only my duty by shooting in self-defense. Then I went back to the hotel, where, in the crowd of excited people anxious to hear my story, were reporters eager to gather the facts of the affair. Next day Hibbard reported that at 2 o'clock in the morning he had heard a buggy pass his house toward the scene of the shooting, and although he laid awake until daylight, he did not hear its return. He said it was the first vehicle in years to traverse the towpath at such a late hour, and believed the injured footpad had been rescued by his confederate and driven away. After lunch I went for Waterloo, where I found its main thoroughfare so choked with people to see me that I could not get Mac through. They hailed me as a hero, and shouted my name and Mac's until they were hoarse, and purchased all my photographs at twice the regular price. Finally we resumed our journey, and arrived in Geneva long after dark. Geneva is the seat of Hobart College. One of the societies invited me to a spread at its fraternity house, and while I was there Mac was stolen from the stable, of which I was not informed until evening. In view of the fact that a cow had recently been lodged in the college library, I shouldered my Winchester and set out on the warpath after breakfast, accompanied by the chief of the fire department. We had searched the dormitories and cellars of the college buildings, and were going to the gymnasium, when I discovered Mac standing in the snow eating thistles. It had been a cold and stormy night. He was covered with snow, and icicles hung from under his jaw. Yet the donkey uttered no complaint, merely saying, "The boys didn't do a thing to me last night." I learned from a professor that Mac had been found in a recitation room describing impossible theorems and eating chalk, and that the janitor and 2 professors had their hands full carrying the donkey down 2 staircases and out of doors. Although it was a biting cold and the mercury had fallen to the 0 point, I could not afford to tarry longer. After lunch we set out in a blinding snowstorm and tramped on to Phelps, where we stopped for supper and an hour's rest. At first Mac had shown no ill effects of his recent exposure, but now he coughed. Having made but 8 miles that day, I resolved to brave the storm 4 miles further, and reached Clifton Springs at 10 o'clock. There I obtained comfortable lodgings for myself and partner. The next day the venerable director of the sanitarium invited me to be his guest, and kindly permitted me to lecture to the patients of his fashionable hostelry for a silver offering. Of course I accepted. My heart-to-heart talk seemed to tickle the large audience, but when the porter brought back my hat with only $2 in it, I was disappointed. I had expected a contribution commensurate with the encores. When I paid the porter 25 cents for his services, I dropped my spectacles and broke the glasses. A new pair would cost me $1.75. That made accounts even. "Reminds me of the colored preacher," observed the director with good humor. "Somebody passed his hat to the congregation and returned it empty." "Well," said the parson, "I'm thankful to de Lord to get my hat back." The story was apt, but it did not console me. While at the sanitarium I sold many photographs, and judging the patients to be affluent, doubled the regular price. Before our departure Mac showed symptoms of rheumatism. A doctor suggested that an electri-thermal bath would make a new animal of him. "It won't cost you a cent," said he. I arranged for the treatment at once. It required several attendants to get the fellow in the electric chair, where they secured him with straps, and the doctor administered the electricity. While the electric wand was rubbed over his legs and body, the frightened donkey brayed and twisted and squirmed, and threatened to upset the chair, causing much merriment. Well, Mac's professional treatment made him a new donkey. He traveled more quickly than ever before, and almost out-tramped his master. Near the Springs is a farmhouse where resided at that time a sister of Stephen A. Douglas. I called to see her, and was cordially received. She was 86 years of age, her left arm paralyzed, and her eyesight very dim. Tramping on, we came to Shortsville, where we stopped for dinner. Supper was eaten at Victor, and at 8 Mac and I set out for Pittsford, the wind and snow blowing furiously in our faces. The night was intensely dark. Somewhere past 10 I passed 2 tramps on the highway, but only they and the passing trains broke the monotony of the journey. It must have been 11 when the road joined another at right angles. I was puzzled then whether to turn to the left or to the right. I stamped my half frozen feet as we halted in the biting wind, until presently, through the falling snow, I saw a distant light, and hurried for it. Farmers usually retired early, but on arriving at the cosy house I found a party of young people dancing, playing cards, and eating refreshments. A kind faced woman greeted me at the door, and asked me in. When I introduced myself and inquired my way, the astonishment of the whole party told me plainly I was considered an honored guest, transient indeed though I was. "Well, I declare, we've read about you lots," said the hostess. "Won't you sit down and have some ice cream and cake?" "I smell coffee," I remarked frankly. "If I may be treated to a little of that, I shall be grateful. But as for ice cream, I feel it a little unseasonable this evening." And as I rubbed my ears vigorously, the girls laughed and said, "Ain't he plucky?" It was hard indeed to break away from this jolly party. I don't know how long I should have tarried if Mac had not called to me. His bray was the signal for a stampede to the porch. All forgot refreshments and dancing in their eagerness to see the famous donkey. They simply lionized him. The girls carried cake and pie and ice cream to him, and one offered him a fried egg, which he declined. When we said our adieus, the shivering group gave us a hearty cheer and Godspeed, then rushed indoors, leaving the dejected pilgrims to the cold consolation of the snow, wind, and darkness of a winter's night. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 9. In a Haymow Below Zero. In the first lighted house there was a woman who would not open to me. Modestine was led away by a layman to the stables, and I and my pack were received into Our Lady of the Snows. Travels with a Donkey. Having been directed on the road to Pittsford, a town 7 miles beyond, we tramped wearily on, battling with the elements as best we could, until midnight, when, almost numb with cold, I resolved to seek refuge in a small hamlet we were nearing, called Bushnell Basin. I was told it contained a tavern which would accommodate us in an emergency, but it was so dark when we reached Bushnell that I could not see the basin. Its dozen dusky-looking shanties seemed to be deserted, and when I saw a boy crossing the road I was too surprised to hail him. Mac brayed, and the lad stopped. I asked him where the hotel was. He directed me toward a dim light, and disappeared. We pushed on, but the light was extinguished before we could reach the house. I called loudly to the landlord to let me in. I rapped on the door desperately, and repeated my yells. A dog in the house barked savagely. Then Mac began to bray, and I wondered that nobody entered a protest against such a disturbance. At length a squeaky female voice called from an upstairs window, "Who be ye?" "A man," I answered civilly. "What kind of a man?" "A gentleman," I said, with emphasis. "What's that thing yer got with ye?" I was afraid she'd catch cold in the opened window if she was in her nightdress, but I replied in a voice of a siren, "A jackass." "Can't let ye in. No rooms for shows here. Next town," fell the frozen words on my benumbed ears. Then the woman sneezed and closed the window. Mac A'Rony seemed to comprehend the situation, but offered no remedy. I would have covered the 3 miles to Pittsford, but the donkey was fagged out and could barely drag his legs. Where were we to find shelter at such a time and place? Retracing our steps a short distance, I caught the sound of pounding, as of a hammer. Soon I heard the sawing of a board, and the saw's enraged voice when it struck a knot. Saved, I thought, as I walked in the direction whence the sound emanated. The snow lay 10 inches deep. Old Boreas shook the trees and whistled round the quivering hovels, and I was so chilled and vexed that, if another person had dared to ask me what kind of a man I was, I would have measured somebody for a coffin. Finally I came to the house, through whose window I discerned a lighted candle in a back room. I rapped on the door. The sawing continued. So did my rapping. Then the sawing ceased, and the door was opened by a swarthy, heavily bearded man, who extended me a kindly "Good evenin'." I introduced myself and pleaded my case. "Come in where it's warm," he said, and following him to the stove, I explained my situation. "We ain't got much accommodation for you," he apologized, "but I can't leave you and your pet out in the cold. This is my wife," and the man introduced me. Then he censured the landlady of the tavern for not admitting me, saying she ought to have her license revoked. "If you'd been a loafing vagabond and drunkard, she'd have taken you in quick enough," said my sympathetic host, "but as you was a gentleman, she was embarrassed to know how to treat you." From which I gathered that he did know how, and would prove it. He explained that the front part of the building was a store. The rear portion was divided into 2 small rooms, a kitchen and a sleeping room. The second floor was utilized as a hay loft, wherein was stored Hungarian hay for his horse, which he said he kept "in a shed across the road yonder." "Now, if you'll lend me a hand," he suggested, "we'll make room for your mule in the shed, and my wife'll get you something to eat. Then we'll see where we can tuck you comfortable till mornin'." I pulled on my mittens and followed the man into the biting wind with a warmer and cheerier heart, and acquainting Mac with the good news, proceeded to assist my host to transfer a huge wood pile in order to obtain the side of a hen roost lying underneath it, with which to construct a partition in the shed to preserve peace between the horse and donkey. By 1 o'clock Mac was stabled, and I in prime condition to enjoy any kind of a meal. The good wife had fried me 3 eggs and brewed me a pot of tea, and sawed off several slices of homemade bread, for which I blessed her in my heart, and paid her a compliment by eating it all. The repast over, I chatted a while with my friends and smoked, then said if they were ready to retire, I was. A roughly made staircase reached from the kitchen floor over the cook stove to a trap door in the ceiling, and up those stairs I followed my host, he with candle in hand, I with a quilt which I feared the kind people had robbed from their own bed. Great gaps yawned in the roof and sides of the loft, through which the wind whistled coldly. The hay was covered with snow in places, and the thermometer must have been far below zero. But I stuck my legs in the hay, and pulled a woolen nightshirt over my traveling clothes, and tucked the quilt round my body, and put on my hat and ear laps, and soon was as snug as a bug in a rug, and slept soundly. I rose early with the family, joined them at breakfast, paid my host liberally, and started with Mac for Pittsford. There we were welcomed by a party of young men who had expected to give us a fitting reception the evening before. They claimed that, had they known where we were, they would have rescued us with a bob sleigh. I did not tarry with them, but tramped on to Rochester, and arrived there at 3:30 P.M., having covered 35 miles since the previous morning. We spent 2 days in the Flower City. An old business acquaintance arranged for Mac A'Rony to pose in the show window of a clothing store, for which I received $5. Although it was dreadfully cold and the wind blew a gale, Mac attracted every pedestrian on the street. I called on Rattlesnake Pete, the proprietor of a well known curiosity shop, who wanted to buy my bullet riddled hat, but I declined to part with it at any reasonable price. Then I called on the mayor. He received me cordially, laughed when I related my adventures, and subscribed to my book. Rochester is the seat of a theological seminary and several breweries. Near by is the celebrated Genesee Falls, where Sam Patch leaped to his death. Many old friends called on me during my sojourn, among them a physician who gave me a neat little case of medicines, such as he believed would be most needed in emergency on such a journey. And while being entertained at a club, I was presented with a fine sombrero. In spite of the frigid gale which had been raging 3 days, and of the dire predictions of the Western Union bulletins, I started with Mac for Spencerport at 12:30, right after lunch. The village lay 12 miles distant. The biting wind swept across the level meadows, laden with icy dust from the frozen crust of the snow, and cut into our faces. 5 times were Mac and I welcomed into houses to warm, but we reached the village an hour and a half after dark, with only my ears frost-bitten, and soon were comfortably quartered for the night. Next morning we started for Brockport, 8 miles further on, by the towpath, which we followed. The wind was blowing 40 miles an hour, and the mercury fell below zero. Every now and then we had to turn our backs to the gale to catch our breath. Mac's face was literally encased in ice. I rubbed my ears and cheeks constantly to prevent their freezing. Only 2 or 3 sleighs were out, and the drivers of these were wrapped so thoroughly in robes and mufflers that I could not distinguish male from female. Still, determined not to retreat to town, I urged my little thoroughbred on, and soon we were called into a house and permitted to thaw out. On this occasion Mac, to his own astonishment as well as that of the kind lady of the house, stuck his frosted snoot into a pot of boiling beans on the stove, for which unprecedented behavior I duly apologized. 8 more times both of us were taken into hospitable homes and inns to warm before reaching Brockport at 8 in the evening, more dead than alive. My nose and ears were now frostbitten. The townspeople, hearing of our arrival, flocked into the hotel to chat with me, or went to the stable to see Mac A'Rony. Wednesday I resumed the journey, resolved that nothing save physical incapacity should deter me. Now was the time to harden myself to exposure, and prepare me for greater trials later on. But before leaving, I purchased a small hand sled, and improvised rope traces by which Mac could draw my luggage instead of carrying it. Besides, this novel sort of vehicle would attract attention. I realized we must depend for a living more upon sensation than upon our virtues. The next thing essential was a collar for the donkey, and I had to make it. But to make the stubborn beast understand that I wished him to draw the sled, that he wasn't hitched to stand, was the greatest difficulty I had. Finally he caught on, and marched along through the streets quite respectably. Beyond the town we met with some deep snowdrifts lying across the road, and Mac's little legs would get stuck, or he would pretend they were, and I would have to dig the fellow out with my rifle. Again, while leading the stubborn animal, in order to make better time in the opposing wind, I would suddenly hear a grating, scraping sound to the rear, and looking around, would find the sled overturned with its burden. After several such upsets, I cut a bough from a tree, whittled a toothpick point to it, and prodded Mac to proper speed while I walked behind, and with a string steadied the top-heavy load of freight. Then, this difficulty remedied, Mac, with seeming rascality, would cross and recross the ridge of ice and snow in the center of the road, as if he couldn't make up his mind which of the beaten tracks to follow, or disliked the monotony of a single trail, every time upsetting the sled. During that long and frigid day's tramp, but one human being passed me, and he was in a sleigh. He recognized my outfit, for he called to me encouragingly, "Stick to it, Pod, you'll win yet." Late in the afternoon a man hailed me from the door of a farmhouse. "Come in and warm, and have a drink of cider." Now, if there was one thing in the world that tickled my palate, it was sweet cider, and I accepted a glass. "Wouldn't your pard have a drink?" asked the generous man. "Presume he would, if you offered it," I replied. I never knew him to refuse any kind of a beverage, though this cider is pretty hard." The farmer brought out a milk pan, and that donkey drained the pan. "Shall I give him some more?" asked the big hearted soul. Mac stuck out his nose in mute response, so I said yes, provided he would not be robbing himself. It would probably put new vigor in the fatigued animal, and superinduce more speed. "Got barrels of it, friend, barrels of it," said the Good Samaritan, who refilled the pan, which Mac again drained. Then, thanking the farmer, I steered my donkey on over the ice-bound highway. We had not proceeded a mile when I observed that Mac did not walk as firmly as he had. His course was decidedly zigzag. Finally, I left my station at the sled and guided him by the bit. Now he staggered more than ever. Then it dawned on me that the cider had gone to his head. In less than 5 minutes more I regretted having met that liberal-hearted farmer, possessing barrels of hard cider. Suddenly the drunken donkey fell down in the snow, and instead of attempting to rise, he tried to stand on his head. Not succeeding in that, he made an effort to sit up and toppled over backwards. All this time he brayed ecstatically, as if in the seventh heaven. Next he began to roll, and tangled himself in the rope traces, and tumbled the sled and Gladstone bag about the snow as though it were rubbish. Fearing lest he would break my rifle and cameras, I tried to unbuckle them from the saddle while the scapegrace was in the throes of delirium tremens, and got tangled up with him in the ropes. In trying to free myself, I was accidentally kicked over in the snow, and in that ridiculous and awkward fix I was found by a jovial farmer, who drove up in a sleigh. He soon helped me out of my scrape, and laughed me into good humor, kindly consenting to take charge of my luggage and send a bobsleigh after the drunkard as soon as he reached his house a mile beyond. There I waited for the relief committee and the wrecking sleigh to arrive. To say I was the maddest of mortals doesn't half express it. At length 2 strong men, with my help, succeeded in depositing Mac on the bob, and he was conveyed to the barn, and there placed behind the barn, bedded and fed, and left to sober up, while I, his outraged master, was hospitably entertained overnight by my charitable benefactor. We were now at Rich's Corners, some 4 miles from Albion. My good host provided me with such warm apparel as I hadn't with me, and when bedtime came, I was trundled into a downy bed, where I dreamed all night about drunken jackasses. By breakfast time I had recovered my good spirits. I insisted on baking the buckwheat cakes, and not until all the family were apparently filled with the flapjacks, which I tossed in the air to their amusement, did I sit down to the table to eat. Breakfast over, I joined my host in a smoke, then donned my wraps for the day's journey. When we men returned from the barn with the reformed donkey, a number of the neighboring farmers had assembled with their families on the porch to see the overland pilgrims. I snapped my camera on the group and said, "Go on, Mac," to my remorseful partner, and soon was plodding toward Albion. End of Chapter 9. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 10 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 10. An Asinine Snowball. Strange to see what delight we married people have to see these poor fools decoyed into our condition, every man and woman gazing and smiling at them. Samuel Pepys' Diary. We did not reach Albion until noon. So numerous were the snowdrifts that we made only a mile an hour. Old Boreas might have been a little more considerate and brushed the snow along the fences instead of piling it across our path. That morning I dug Mac out of a dozen snowdrifts. Albion looked to be a pretty place. Besides many attractive homes, it possesses the celebrated Pullman Memorial Church, a high school, and a woman's reformatory. But I did not visit those interesting places. Being a high churchman, the church was too low for me. Not being up in the classics, the high school was too high for me, and believing women to be terrestrial angels, I did not wish to be convinced that my judgment was wrong by investigating a female reformatory. I put up at a comfortable hotel where I was told that the relentless storm would likely imprison me for several days, and found cozy quarters for Mac A'Rony. The day after my arrival, a neighboring farmer took me sleigh riding into the country to dine with him and his mother, his fleet horse having once conveyed him and his father from Dakota to Albion, 1,600 miles, in 36 days. When I told Mac about it, he turned a deaf ear, lay down and groaned a groan of incredulity. Ex-Consul Dean Curry invited me to spend an evening with him and his family, and took me to call on the mayor, who received me cordially and offered me the use of the town hall for a lecture. I accepted, and addressed a well-filled house, my receipts far exceeding my expenses in town. The coziest place during these 3 stormy days I found to be an easy chair by the great stove in the hotel office, where I whiled away most of my time. There, throughout the wintry days and evenings, assembled the guests of the house and many convivial spirits from town, to hear the biggest lie or to relate the most ridiculous yarn. At one of those gatherings I met an interesting character, Sylvanus Reynolds. Although he was 84 years old, he appeared as young and agile as most men of half his years. He attributed his longevity to active out-of-door life. Judging from his talk, one would have thought him to be the greatest traveler living. But because he was denied the gift of a scribe, he would probably die like the heroes of the country churchyard, unknown to fortune and to fame. He had tramped and lived by his rifle from Puget Sound to Terra del Fuego, and was the first white man to cross the Andes from Chile to Brazil. Once in the jungles of India, he and a lion and a tiger all met unexpectedly, and while the 3 were determining which 2 should become partners, the tiger made a spring at Sylvanus, and just when his gun missed fire and he thought it all up with him, the lion leaped in the air, caught the tiger by the neck, and killed it. He said after that he could never be induced to take the life of a lion, the kindest and gentlest of wild beasts. But I must tell about his famous jump across the lock at Lockport, at that time 14½ feet wide. The event was well advertised. Temporary toll gates were established and 10 cents levied on such individual passing through to the show. Over $888 were collected for the jumper. The jump was successful, and Sil got the pot. The narrative closed with a discussion and another jump. "That wasn't such a mighty big jump," remarked a listener. "I know several fellows who can jump to beat 14½ feet." "I'll bet $1 with any or all the men present," said I, "that not one of you can stand still on this floor and jump 7 feet." I had 10 takers. The money was deposited with the proprietor. The house was thrown into great excitement. The 10 jumps were made, but the judges agreed with Pod that the jumpers failed to stand still and jump, and so handed me the money. Naturally, the jumpers, being in a jumping mood, wanted to jump on me next, but they finally conciliated and regarded me thereafter with suspicion. Although the roads were reported impassable, we departed for Medina on Sunday morning, and the day following hastened on toward Lockport. When yet 2 miles to town, after traveling 16 miles, a boy ran after us in the darkness and persuaded me to return to his house, as his pa wished me to be his guest overnight. So we did not reach Lockport until 11 the next morning. I no sooner stabled Mac than I boarded the train for Buffalo in quest of a theater engagement. Failing in that, I returned to enjoy a stroke of good luck in the form of an engagement for Mac and me to appear on a vaudeville stage in Lockport, which netted me a few honest dollars. At 6 o'clock Thursday morning we were off for Buffalo, a 26-mile journey. Only once did we stop, when I unsaddled for our midday meal at Stormville. Mammoth snowdrifts were piled against the fences and across the roads, which, melting, gave way under my donkey's weight, frequently imprisoning his slim legs. We reached a schoolhouse near the village of Williamsville just as the scholars were dismissed for their nooning, and were immediately set upon by a laughing, shouting, questioning bevy of frolicsome children, who made merry sport of my partner's predicament. He was stuck in a snowdrift. If Mac had exerted himself a little, he might have climbed out, but he was tired, unusually obstinate, and naturally lazy, and so preferred to await developments. One precocious genius in the crowd suggested rolling the donkey into a snowball and rolling him to town. That was the signal for a general hurrah. I shook my head disapprovingly, but on thinking it over decided to try the novel plan. "Come on, boys," I said, and then with peals of merriment and youthful energy which I never saw equaled, the whole lot soon packed the snow about the patient animal until only his head and tail were left exposed. Then I gave the word "heave to," and the asinine snowball began to turn slowly on its axis and made a complete revolution. The donkey brayed with laughter, but before he had rolled a dozen times he stopped braying and began kicking, or rather made futile efforts to kick. A dozen more revolutions and he complained of dizziness, but the children only pushed and rolled with renewed energy. Larger and larger the snowball grew, until finally we had to stop and scale off sufficient snow to enable the good work to go on. And presently it did go on, and we rolled the asinine snowball into town amid the cheers and laughter of the children, the frightful brays of protestation from the imprisoned donkey, and the dumb consternation of the villagers. Mac, when liberated, rose at once, only to topple over on his head. He claimed the earth was turning around, which was true enough, although not the way the donkey meant. He was too dizzy to stand for some time. Each effort resulted in a comic physical collapse that set the villagers shrieking with laughter. This was a good time for me to profit by Mac's generous entertainment, and while telling the assembled crowd all about our travels, I sold photos by the dozen. The people opened their pockets liberally, and before they could recover from the effects of the sensation Mac had caused, we pilgrims were hurrying out of town over an easier road to Buffalo. In consequence of the snowball affair and several other delays, we did not reach the city until after dark. Having traveled 17 miles since lunch, we were ravenously hungry. Buffalo presented a beautiful sight, with her myriad lights gleaming on the snow. Down Main Street I espied a patent night lunch wagon standing by the curb, and hitching Mac to the hind axle, I went in for a bite. Suddenly I became conscious that the vehicle was moving, and made a hasty exit, to discover I had traveled several blocks in the lunch wagon. The hard travel Mac had been subjected to for the past week necessitated his having a long rest before resuming the journey. The morning after our arrival in Buffalo, my aristocratic donkey was made the honored guest of the Palace Stables, a large and handsome brick building. Mac's box stall was on the 3rd floor, and could be reached either by an inclined runway or by an elevator. The donkey, being unaccustomed to such extravaganzas as elevators, chose the inclined plane, and even then he put on such airs that it required the united efforts of a half-dozen stablemen to escort him to his apartment. Once there, he was feted like a nobleman. I, too, was lavishly entertained, but of all the courtesies extended me, the most interesting was the invitation to stand up with a young Italian wedding party in the City Hall, where the mayor, who sent for me, tied the knot. His Honor did the sacred office bravely, until the conclusion, when he flunked completely. I'll explain. Cosimo Mazzetti and Rosino Lodico were Dago peasants born in Palermo, Sicily. The groom was tall and proud and embarrassed, although 10 years the senior of his 18-year-old bride, who was too coy to meet his gaze. She at first took Pod for a preacher, engaged to prompt the mayor. According to the custom of their native heath, they simply joined hands instead of using a wedding ring, a very sensible idea for hard times. The pretty ceremony over, the bewitching female Benedict looked at the mayor and moved toward him and raised her face, but the embarrassed mayor withdrew, to the astonishment of everyone, explaining that he was married to a jealous woman, and asked me to kiss the bride for him. He preferred to do the honors by proxy, so, without comment or hesitation, I stepped up to the pretty Dago, placed my arm around her to avoid danger of making a bungle of the first kiss I ever gave a woman, drew her face to mine, and kissed her squarely on her ruby lips. She looked so happy that I was about to repeat the act, but her husband stepped between us. The pair shook hands with the mayor and his clerical-looking assistant, who wished them lots of luck and Dagoettes, and then the blushing bride fled with her devoted swain out of the hall. Next day I accepted for Mac an invitation to a phonograph exhibition in the Ellicott Building. We both attended, and were richer for it. The room was well filled with men and women who eagerly awaited the advertised show. When the manager courteously asked what was the donkey's favorite type of music, I explained that, as he was a slow animal, he probably preferred lively music. At once the yellow kid held the tubes to the donkey's ears. Those sensitive organs indicated his delight by each alternatively flapping forward and backward. But suddenly, as they were thrown forward together, the jackass kicked an incandescent light globe above into flying fragments. Women screamed and fell into the arms of the men for protection. "You said that donkey was gentle," said the manager angrily. "So he is," I returned. "Then how do you account for such high kicking?" "Struck a discord, I presume," I said. "What music is in that machine?" The clerk answered. "The first piece was the darkey's dream," said he, with a slight impediment of speech, "but the second was Schneider's band." "Who wouldn't kick?" I exclaimed. Due apologies were in order, and the confidence was restored, and an hour later we two departed with the donkey's earnings and the well wishes of all. End of Chapter 10. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 11 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 11. One Bore is Enough. Asinine table of measurement. 9 square inches make 1 foot. 4 all-around feet make 1 jackass. 1 cross jackass makes 3 kicks. 2 hard kicks make 1 corpse. Corpse, kicks, jackass, feet. How many doggies do we meet? Dog-eared doggerels. From which table we may safely conclude there is 1 dog less in the world, and that, estimating him by his kicks, Mac is a jackass and a half. If I had kept a complete record of the breeds, sorts, colors and conditions of the canines, the pups and curs we met with on the road from New York, I might have compiled a book larger than Trow's New York City Directory, which still would exclude the mongrels and all unclassified wags and barks of the country sausage districts. From a financial point of view, I was disappointed with our 4 days' sojourn in Buffalo, but Mac and I were rested, and the weather was milder. The winds from Lake Erie had swept the snow off the roads against the fences where it didn't belong, so that my partner had to drag the sled out of Buffalo over a dry and rutty highway. There were, however, several places where the elements had shown a grudge against the farmers by piling huge snowdrifts across the road to impede their travel, and maliciously blowing the white spread from the fields of winter wheat, which required its protecting warmth. Directly on reaching Hamburg, we were taken in charge by a Mr. Kopp (Mac had predicted a Kopp would have us before long), and given a warm reception. On the way to Eaton's Corners, 6 miles beyond, I undertook to earn 50 cents in an extraordinary manner. Some might call it a hoggish manner. A farmer hailed me from a barnyard and asked if he could sell me a boar. "Boar?" I exclaimed, almost losing my breath, and I added, "No, sir, 1 boar is enough." "Well, then, do yer want to make a $half?" he called. "Course I do, more than anxious," I answered. "Then just help me drag this yer hog ter town most. Squire Burge has bought it, and I've agreed ter deliver it or bust." "Let's see it," I said. "Don't know much about hogs, but I'll know more, I guess, when I see yours." I followed the man, Mac tagging close behind. Behold! A docile looking hog of mastodon dimensions was conveying the contents of a corn crib to its inner self. I walked around the beast several times to count his good points and close the bargain. An end of a rope was fastened to the hog's hind foot, and the other end wound round the pommel of the saddle. Then I gave the infuriated donkey the whip. A tug of war followed. Presently the rope snapped, and donkey and hog were hurled in opposite directions, both turning somersaults. Luckily my rifle escaped injury. The hog lost the kink in his tail. He looked mad, and with his vicious stares frightened Mac half to death. Finally the rope was again adjusted, and an exciting scene ensued. The velocity of the vibrations of that hog's roped foot, trying to kick loose, put electricity to shame. When the donkey eased up a little, the boar showed its true character by starting for the barn, pulling Mac after him, while on the other hand, when the hog stopped for wind, the donkey would make a dive for town, and drag him until he also had to pause for breath. So those obdurate beasts worked rather than played at cross purposes for half an hour before I forfeited my contract and proceeded on over the frozen road. We reached Angola by 7 and Farnham by 10 o'clock. There we were comfortably quartered. Mac was rubbed with liniment, fed and watered, while I, too late for supper, retired with an empty stomach. The Lake Shore road threads some thrifty looking towns. The country was dotted with neatly painted barns and cozy houses surrounded by energetic windmills and inert livestock, while denuded vineyards laced the frosted shores for miles about. We lunched at Silver Creek, where a burly denizen tried to sell me a big dog, which, he claimed, would tear an ox into pieces. The price named was $5. Neither man nor dog made an impression on me. When I finally drew rein in Dunkirk at 7:30 p.m., the hotel was alive with commercial men, who quickly surrounded us. In 10 minutes I sold enough chromos to pay our expenses overnight and purchase a new breastband for Mac. Prior to February 12th, Lincoln's birthday, I traveled so rapidly, even with a donkey, that events somewhat confused me. Following the shore of Lake Erie, I visited a dozen towns or more, sometimes several in a single day. I had no sooner disfigured the guest register of the new Hotel Fredonia with my odd signature than I discovered the illustrious name of George W. Cable on the line above mine. It seemed a strange coincidence that two such famous men as Cable and Pod should be so unexpectedly crowded together in that little book, in a little inn in that town. Natural enough, and pursuant to the law of affinities, I immediately sent my card to the celebrated author, who at once invited the eccentric traveler to his room. Mr. Cable had been reclining, having just arrived by train. He gave me a complimentary ticket to his lecture that evening, which I placed in my pocket and later gave to the hotel clerk for discounting my bill. "What a pretty place this must be in summer," was the author's initiatory remark, while twisting a yawn into a smile. "Yes, indeed," I answered, and stretched my legs. "And how do you stand the journey?" "Oh, fairly well, getting in better condition every day. You are a slender man, Professor, but I assume very wiry, like the Cables." The conversation continued until I felt the strain, and I presently shook hands, and wishing him a full house, departed. The author lecturer is a little under stature. He wore a genial smile and frock coat, his eyes were as bright as duplex burners, and he shook hands just as other people do. It was long after dark when we travelers ambled into Brockton and put up for the night. Mac and I had passed the day in the village of Ripley. The Raines law did not seem to have a salutary effect on that section of the state. I met on the road that afternoon a tall, lank, tipsy fellow carrying a long muzzle loader gun. He stopped me and said he was a Westerner, a half breed, and 50 years old. "Been out shootin' mavericks," he said importantly. "Same gun had in the Rockies. I'm gentle, though, gentle as a kitten." I was charmed to know he was not hostile, and said, "So long," and hurried on. Sunday was Valentine's Day. I received a few doubtfully appropriate souvenirs, but did not discover the name of a single friend in the batch. Before leaving Ripley, I was presented with a large and handsome dog, a cross between the bloodhound and the mastiff, a pup weighing 98 pounds, which I named Don Quixote. The generous donor was a Mr. W. W. Rickenbrode, who accompanied me some distance to assist me in handling the huge animal in case of emergency. He had no sooner bade me good by than I feared lest I should not be able to make another mile that day. The wind blew a hurricane. While passing a cemetery, I took a snapshot of square gravestones, which photograph shows them rolling in that driving gale. It was the most wonderful demonstration of the wind's power I ever witnessed. Shortly afterward, in descending a steep and icy road into a gully, the sled with its burden ran against my donkey's heels, upset him, and carried him halfway down the hill. In my anxiety and haste to assist Mac and hold on to my hat, I dropped the dog's chain, and away he went kiting downhill after the sled, and I needed 4 hands. To my surprise, the dog, Don, seemed to enjoy the entertainment, and instead of fleeing back to Ripley, rolled in the snow and barked in glee. We reached the halfway house, Harbor Creek, after dark. Next morning after breakfast, the landlord's little daughter came rushing into the house to impart the thrilling news that John, their horse, had a little colt, and enthusiastically leading us to the stable, she pointed to my donkey and said, "There, see?" Mac A'Rony turned his head and regarded the little one with a comical expression on his countenance, as much as to say, "If I brayed, you'd think me a Colt's revolver." Upon entering the city of Erie, Pa., the transfer company sent an invitation to Mac A'Rony and Don Quixote to be its guests. I sought a leading hotel and busied myself with my newspaper article. Tuesday, late in the day, we started for Fairview, 12 miles beyond. We passed many jolly sleighing parties, some of whom stopped to chat with me and share with me refreshments and purchase my chromos, and one sleigh load promised to entertain me royally at the hotel. They kept their word, and after refreshments and an hour's rest, we resumed the journey in the light of the full moon, arriving at Girard by 9:30. Next morning the village constable arrested my attention and persuaded me to act as auctioneer at a vendue, by which deal I made some money. I worded the handbill as follows: Auction sale Monday, February 15th, 1897. The farm of Jeremy Shim, its buildings, livestock, farming utensils and implements, its crops and its woodland, its weals and its woes, including the following named articles and belongings, will be sold under hammer this day at 10 A.M. Barns and sheds and other stable articles, pens and pig pens, hen roosts, dog kennels, house and smoke house, step ladders, dovecots, buggies, wagons, traps and rat traps, plows, sows, cows, bow wows, hay mows, sleds, beds, sheds, drills, wills and mills, wagon jacks and boot jacks, yoke of oxen, yoke of egg, horse clippers, sheep shears, horse rakes, garden rakes, cradles, corn cribs and baby cribs, cultivators, lawn mowers, corn shellers, chickens and coops, roosters and weathercocks, swine, wine, harrows, wheelbarrows, bows and arrows, stoves, work horses, saw horses, axles and axle grease, axes, cider, carpets, tables, chairs, wares, trees, bees, cheese, etc. By order of the town constable, Hank Kilheffer, Pythagoras Pod Auctioneer. The dodgers were speedily printed and circulated in all directions, sown broadcast, as it were, and it being a windy day, they flew like scudding snowflakes over every farm for miles around. A great throng assembled to witness the extraordinary event, and to take advantage of bargains with the traveler auctioneer, who, mounted on a pile of wood, with plug hat in hand, yelled at the top of his voice, and finally disposed of the rubbish. The art of auctioneering seemed to come to me by inspiration, and the enthusiastic farmers and townspeople swarmed around me, eager to secure a trophy of the notable sale. 3 superb harrows are now to be sold, and will be sold if I have to buy them myself. 72 tooth, 36 tooth, and false tooth harrows. Harrows with wisdom teeth, eye teeth, and grinders will grind up the soil and corn stubble in a harrowing manner, and cultivate the acquaintance of the earth much better than any other kind made. How much am I offered? As I yelled, I felt that I had strained my voice. $1, called a granger to set the ball rolling. $1, $1, $1, going, $1, gone, $1 to the bow-legged gentleman over there with albino eyebrows. This way, sir, I shouted. Constable, please take his name and chain him to the woodpile. In this manner it didn't take me long to dispose of the farm, including the soil 4,000 miles deep and the air 45 miles high. I finished the ordeal by noon, was paid my fee, and then discourteously told that I had realized several $100 less from the sale than the constable himself could have done. Still, every purchaser admitted he was more than satisfied with my generous conduct, shook my hand, bought a chromo, and expressed the desire to meet me again. And that was a thing that does not happen always in connection with vendues. End of chapter 11. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 12 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 12. At a Country Dance. I do love these ancient ruins. We never tread upon them, but we set our foot upon some reverend history. Duchess of Malfi. I did not tarry long in Girard, but spent the night in West Springfield. Thursday morning I escaped from the Keystone into the Buckeye State, eating dinner in Conneaut. As the sleighing had disappeared, I shipped my little sled home as a relic of the trip, and packed my grip in the saddle, as of old. After a short rest in Ashtabula, we climbed a hill by the South Ridge Road, where I got a fine view of the city, and soon lost ourselves in the darkness. Presently a farmer drove up in a rickety wagon, and began to coax me to accept of his hospitality for the night. He deftly explained that he would care for me and my animals until after breakfast for 50 cents. I decided to avail myself of the invitation, and Mac congratulated me on my display of good sense. I, too, slapped myself on the shoulder. I was ready to sup and go right to bed. In a short time both donk and dog were comfortably stabled, and I was introduced to the family. The noises from the lighted kitchen had faintly intimated to me the sort of den into which I was allured. It contained the noisiest lot of children that ever blessed a household. "Are these all yours?" I inquired politely. "Nope," answered Mr. Cornbin. "You see, this here is sort of a halfway house." The man smiled and poked some cheap tobacco into his corncob pipe. "There's going to be a dance down to Plimpton's to night, and all our friends from around have fetched in their babies for George Buck, he's our hired man, to take care of. Like to dance, eh? Better go along. Fine women going to be there. Here's plug if you want to chew. No? That's smoking tobaccy on the table by here. We're plain folks, but you're welcome to the best we've got." Mrs. C. prepared me a supper which went right to the spot. She advised me to go to the dance by all means. I had made up my mind to that as soon as the word dance was mentioned. The kids would have driven me crazy in short order had I remained with Buck. One by one the mothers of the hilarious brats came in. Then we all got our wraps on. I expected, of course, we were going to ride, but no, the whole party walked. My hostess took her own babe with her. She would leave the hired man in charge of her neighbor's children, but was too wise to entrust her own child with him and the lamp. When we reached our destination, I was introduced to 4 Grangers playing 7 Up, and told to make myself comfortable. "Choose your woman, Professor," said Mr. Cornbin, "and show 'em how you can manage your feet on the waxed floor." Sure enough, the floor was waxed. The garret was converted into a veritable ballroom. 2 rows of upright scantling crossed in the center of the room and propped the snow-laden roof, and through these uprights, some 20 inches apart, glided the blue jeans and overalls, calico and cambric skirts, with as much energy and pride as might be squeezed out of a city cotillion. The fiddlers and caller were mounted on a board platform at one end of the hall. They sawed away and shouted, and wore out more enthusiasm, catgut, and shoe leather than I ever saw wasted in the same length of time. There were all sorts of dances and dancers. I myself tackled the Virginia reel, lancers, quadrille, Caledonia, polka, hornpipe, mazurka, a Spanish dance, the Irish washerwoman, and several others. The favorite music was "Pussy in the Rain Barrel." It served for half a dozen different dances. I never liked the music, a sort of windpipe or bagpipe, which allowed no breathing spell from start to finish. In my second dance I went off my feet, my head caught under the sloping roof, and the floor master had to knock my pins from under me to get me loose. There was one pretty girl there, and I tried to engage her for a dance, but every time I approached her she shied away. At last she got used to my odd appearance, and allowed me to clasp her to my bosom in a waltz. Just as we got started, the dance closed, and the caller shouted to choose partners for a square dance. My pretty partner agreed to dance it with me. I could see several of her admirers looking daggers at me. "Forward, right and left," sounded the call. "Lead your partners round the outside." I thought the caller meant the outside of the house, and started downstairs, but was soon stopped, and the call explained to me. "Alaman left, grand right and left, halfway and back, change partners and 4 ladies salute, balance again and swing the opposite lady." That succession of calls completely demoralized me. I got all mixed up, and soon found myself clasping an upright instead of somebody's partner, and concluded my part by violently sitting on the floor. After that I contented myself with looking on. Although the 2 prettiest features of the ball, the minuet and the St. Vitus dance, had not yet taken place, I felt more than satisfied, and bidding my friends good morning, set out for the corn bin domicile. After a late breakfast of tea, bread, salt pork, and fried potatoes, I started for Geneva. All through New York State, people had supposed, on seeing me, that Uncle Tom's Cabin had busted, and that Marks, the lawyer, was homeward bound with his mule. In Ohio, the curious countrymen inquired if I was on my way to join Maine's circus at its winter quarters, Geneva. Mac, as well as I, was quite sensitive over these inquiries. Through the driving snowstorm we managed to reach a hotel where, after a noon meal, I led my animals on to Madison. When a half mile yet to the village, we passed the old woman's home, which I visited the following morning, Sunday. The man who planned it was a genius. The rooms of the commodious building were fitted up to suit the whims of the most fastidious fossils of second childhood. Paintings and plaster bas reliefs of old women knitting, washing false teeth, and sewing decorated the walls. Sewing baskets, crazy quilts, dolls, and paper soldiers were strewn about the rooms. The most novel of all departments was the dental and hirsute check room, where the old ladies checked their false teeth, wigs, cork legs, etc., when they happened in disuse. A little brass ring containing a number is given to the owner of the article to be checked, so that it may be preserved in good condition and not get lost. Incidents are cited where very old women, during intervals of temporary aberration, have got their checks mixed and tried to wear an extra set of teeth or an additional wig, and it is said that once a woman with 2 normal legs endeavored to hook on a cork leg. But when we consider the great age of the inmates, such cases are quite pardonable. From the next town, Painesville, we went to the home of President Garfield. Mr. Rose, who had the care of the handsome residence, invited me in to rest and sup. I was shown all of the beautiful and interesting rooms. In the spacious hall hung a large photograph of Milan Cathedral, and in the upstairs hall a portrait of Washington and an engraving of Lincoln. In the General's favorite study, I was permitted to sit in the large easy chairs where he had found comfort after his mental labors and inspiration for his speeches and debates, and regarded the bric-a-brac and furniture with more awe and reverence than I had ever felt upon visiting the homes of the great. 2 miles beyond Mentor is Kirtland, once a thriving Mormon camp. It is situated at considerable distance from the direct route to Cleveland, and it took us over a distressingly muddy road, and through such intense darkness that I soon lost my bearings. Seeing the gleam of a lamp in a window, I went up to the house to inquire the way to the tavern. The owner insisted on our being his guests, and I felt very grateful. My animals were assigned to a shed, and I was invited to a hot supper, which my good hostess hastily prepared. I soon discovered that I was among spiritualists, as well as Latter Day Saints. My host, Mr. Johns, was an elderly man and well informed. He said much about Joseph Smith. He himself was born in Kirtland some 80 years back, and had often listened to the preachings of the founder of Mormonism. In those days Kirtland contained about 2,000 inhabitants, but all that remained of the town are 2 stores, a shop, and a dozen or so little houses, half of which I found to be occupied by itinerant preachers of the Latter Day Saints. My host said he firmly believed in spiritualism, and dwelt at length on communication between the material and spiritual world. Finally, he strode to my chair and felt of my cranium. "Why, Prof," said he, enthusiastically, "you are a medium yourself. All you require is a little study of the science. Spiritualism is merely the science of materialism." I shivered audibly. "And do you mean to tell me," I said, "that you believe honestly you can see the ghost or the spirit of the departed?" "I know it," Mr. Johns returned, emphatically. "I have felt the spirit of the departed. One night at a séance I saw my little stepdaughter, who has been dead many years. I heard her call to me, 'Papa.' She put her arms around my neck and kissed me on the lips. Then she disappeared. Of course I know it. I saw her. I heard her. I felt her. Isn't that proof enough?" I told my host that he was certainly convinced, but I wasn't. Then I bade him and his wife good night, and was ushered to my chamber. There I pulled the clothes over my head and tried to attribute my shivers to the cold. When I awoke next morning and searched in my grip for my razor, and found in place of it a Toledo blade, I began to suspect some supernatural being had robbed me. Before leaving Kirtland, my host persuaded me to be shown the famous Temple, and the house in which the prophet Joseph Smith lived. The Temple of the Latter Day Saints there standing is probably the only church of 3 stories in the country. I climbed to the tower that surmounts it, and got a fine view of the spot where once stood the house of Brigham Young. The arrangement of the inner temple was quite novel. At both extremities of the main hall, or nave, was a series of 4 rows of white painted seats, lettered in gilt to represent the several orders of the priests of Melchizedek. Long rows of rings hung from the ceiling, crossing each other in places, from which were once suspended curtains to divide the nave into rooms for the sessions of the different orders, and in the white square pillars might still be seen the rollers and pulleys with which the curtains were drawn. Said Mr. Johns, "I have heard Joseph Smith shout from that pulpit and tell how the Mormons would yet build a temple still larger, to answer their future needs, and some day in the future another 1 mile square, that they were the chosen people, and would send missionaries to convert all Europe, after which they proposed to sweep in America to a man. Soon after that proclamation he moved west with a large following. There they reorganized, and the new order assumed the title of the Latter Day Saints. Traveling that day was most disheartening in more ways than one. The roads were awful, my exchequer extremely low. Fortunately, on the way to Willoughby, a farmer offered to feed me and my partner, provided we would help him saw some wood. Mac supervised the work. After we sawed off a section of a log, the farmer handed me the axe, but soon took it from me, saying that I couldn't chop any better than I could saw. Then we ate. End of chapter 12. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 13 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 13. A Peculiar Cold Day. As Bud bestrode the donkey, the cheers of the throng rose, but above the tumult he could hear the North End jeering at him. Much pomp in several circumstances. From Willoughby we went to Cleveland. My route through the beautiful city lay along one of the finest residence streets in America, the famous Euclid Avenue. From there we marched to Superior Street, where cheers greeted us on every hand. The papers had heralded my advent, and as in the other towns and cities, the newspaper artists had taxed their imaginations to picture Pod and Mac. We two were engaged to appear at the Star Theatre Wednesday evening, and when I rode out onto the stage, the house shook with laughter and cheers. I made a short address, and announced that I would sell photos of Mac A'Rony and his master at the door. That theater put me way ahead financially. Thursday morning I called on the mayor, Mark Hanna, and Senator Garfield, and added the autographs of all three to my album. Mr. Garfield invited me to attend the weekly dinner and reception of the Beer and Skittles Club that evening. I went and enjoyed myself. Next day I reached the village of Bedford by 7 p.m., only making 13 miles, and the following night I put up at a cozy inn at Cuyahoga Falls. We three had covered 18 miles that day. It seemed twice the distance. I was almost frozen. All day I held my once frostbitten nose to my woolen mittens, and my ears were wrapped in a silk muffler. In the morning a man hailed me. "Cold day." "Yes, pretty chilly," I returned politely. A half-mile on, a farmer opened the door and yelled, "Pretty cold, ain't it, Professor?" "You bet," said Pod, icily. Some distance further a fat German drove by in a gig and said, "It was cold, don't it?" "Of course it's cold," I answered acridly. A mile beyond, two men reminded me it was a very wintry day. Then a woman drove past and tossed me the comforting reminder, "Don't you find it awfully cold?" I did not reply to the last two. 20 minutes later a boy from a cozy home yelled to me. I had passed to some distance and did not understand. It sounded like, "Won't you come in and warm and have a lunch?" I hesitated a moment in the biting wind, then retraced my steps and called to the lad, "What's that you said?" "It's a cold day," yelled the scamp. I was mad enough to unload my Winchester, but I didn't. I only tucked my half-frozen nose into my mitts, rubbed my ears, and continued my journey like an ice-covered volcano. A mile beyond, a wagon with a family in it passed me, and the man said, "Cold, my friend." At dusk a farmer inquired, "Hasn't it been a pretty frigid day?" The human volcano was now ready to burst. So when a man and woman warmly clad drove by in a buggy with top up, I resolved to get even. I shouted several times before the rig stopped. A fur-clad head stuck out to one side, and a male voice called, "Can't hear you. Come nearer." I ambled up, put a foot on the hub of a wheel, and said, "I simply want to say it's a cold day." "You." As soon as he had finished, I said, by way of a civil explanation, "My dear sir, do you know 100 people have stopped me to day and told me it is cold? I have tramped nearly 20 miles without stopping to warm or eat, and I resolve to let the next fellow have the same dose I have been taking half hourly all day." Now, if you are satisfied that it is a cold day, I will bid you good night." With this I returned to my companions, somewhat warmer physically, but cooler in spirit. The hotel in Cuyahoga Falls received us most hospitably. I never shall forget the kindnesses of its landlady. The village dates back to pioneer days. It is built on the hunting grounds of the old Cuyahoga Indians. Monday, March 1st, at 12:30 P.M., we arrived at Canton. The citizens expected my arrival, and Market Street teemed with excitement. In front of two hotels, a block apart, stood their proprietors, waving hats and arms, and calling to me to be their guest. I was puzzled to know which invitation to accept. While deliberating, one of the landlords approached, and taking my arm, led me to his comfortable hostelry, where he royally entertained me and my animals. The pageant that celebrated the departure of William McKinley to the seat of government was a fair estimate of the regard in which his fellow citizens held him. Canton did him honor. I witnessed the leave taking at his house, his ride to the train in the coach drawn by 4 grays under escort of a band, and heard him deliver his farewell address from the rear platform of his private car. I spent Wednesday night in Massillon, and next morning returned to Canton to take some interior photographs of McKinley's home. I was successful beyond my hopes and expectations, securing fine pictures of his study and parlor. The President's inauguration at Washington called forth a deafening demonstration. Cannon boomed, steam whistles shrieked, and the citizens shouted and hurrahed, and I was glad Mac was not with me to add his salute. I returned to Massillon, and at 4 P.M. set out for Dalton over the muddiest, stickiest red clay roads I ever encountered. I saw a meadow lark on the 1st of March. This day I heard bluebirds and robins singing gayly. It looked as though spring had come to stay. I expected that day to reach Dalton, only 8 miles distant, but the mud prevented me. I put my foot in it, the genuine red and yellow mixture of real Ohio clay. It was so deep and sticky, and liberally diluted with thawed frost, that once I was compelled to crawl along the top of a rail fence 200 feet and more, and drag my jackass. At dusk I had covered only 3 miles. Then I sought lodgings. A store loomed into view shortly. I was elated. According to the sign over the entrance, the younger generation was the ruling power. It read, "Hezekiah Brimley and Father." I made for Hez. He said the town hadn't reached the hotel stage of development yet, but that he would gladly take me in, provided I'd sleep with his clerk in the garret. I found the store full of loungers, who patronized the chairs, soap and starch boxes, mackerel kits and counter, forming a silent circle round a towering stove in the center. The village treasurer wore a boiled shirt and brass collar buttons, but no collar or coat. His companions were generally attired in flannel shirts of different hues and patterns, plush caps which might be formed into several shapes or styles, and felt boots encased in heavy overshoes. These rural men eyed me with suspicion until I mentioned macaroni. Then there was a rush to the door. As it swung open, in leaped my great dog. At once the crowd surged back to the stove. "Does your dog bite?" came several queries in a bunch. "No," I said. "He has killed a bull, chewed up a ram, made Thanksgiving mincemeat of several dogs, chased a pig up a tree, and only this morning ate 2 chickens and a duck, and chased a farmer into his hayloft. But he doesn't bite." My statement had a sensational effect on the assembly, who, one by one, sneaked out of the door, leaving Hez and his odd guest alone. As soon as the junior member, Hez's father, came in, Hez took my animals to the shed and fed them, and told me to help myself to the best in the store. "You know what you want, and I don't. Hez said he was sorry he was just out of butter and bread. I was sorry, too. Wishing a light supper, I selected one yeast cake, warranted 104% pure, a pint of corned oysters, light weight, some crackers and leaf lard, to take the place of butter, and a cake of bitter chocolate. I left a few things unmolested, such as soap, cornstarch, cloves, baking powder, and stove polish. My assorted supper went down all right until I tackled the chocolate. Chocolate is a favorite beverage of mine. Besides, I wanted a hot drink. To be good, chocolate must be well dissolved. No pot was to be had, save a flower pot with a hole in the bottom. A great idea popped into my head. I would drink the chocolate on the installment plan. Did you ever try it? If not, don't let your curiosity get the better of you. Chocolate belongs to the bean family, and the bean is a very treacherous thing. Chocolate bean, castor oil bean, pork bean, and all kinds. I first ate the cake of chocolate, then some sugar, and drank 2 dippersful of hot water, then shook myself. That mixture might suit my stomach, I thought, but it doesn't delight my palate. I felt I had eaten a heavy meal unwittingly, and sat down to digest it. I hadn't sat long before I felt myself swelling. Something within was sizzling and brewing, and steaming gas and steam choked me. I was sure there was going to be a demonstration in my honor that I had not bargained for. The yeast cake came to mind. Then I knew the cause. My body grew warm, and finally I was so hot I had to go to the garret and take a cold bath, after which I excused myself to the clerk and went to bed and dreamed I was being cremated alive. Next morning, on invitation of the superintendent, I visited the Pocock coal mine, situated close by, and had an enjoyable trip through its subterranean passages. End of chapter 13. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 14 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 14. I Bargain for Eggs. This day Dame Nature seemed in love, the lusty sap began to move, fresh juice did stir the embracing vines, and birds had drawn their valentines. The Complete Angler. It was noon when I started for Dalton, 3 miles away, and night before we arrived there. The mud oozed into my overshoes, and I made Mac carry me and my grip. I delivered a lecture whose receipts about defrayed my expenses, and was presented a pair of rubber boots by a man frank enough to admit the boots didn't fit him. We spent the Sabbath in Worcester. While strolling down its main street with my dog, I suddenly came upon a captive coyote, which defied Don, who ran off in a fright. That monster canine fell considerably in my estimation. I wondered what he would do when our camps on the plains were surrounded with 100 of these yelping beasts. Worcester, a rather pretty town, is the seat of a university. The word seat reminds me that I needed a pair of trousers. The rainy season had set in, and I wanted a reserve pair. Otherwise, when my only pair got soaked, I must go to bed until they dried. I walked into a Jewish clothier's, and selecting a pair of corduroys, inquired how much. $2.50, said the merchant. He informed me that in Mansfield the same pants would cost $3, in Fort Wayne $5, in Chicago $7, etc. I said that, according to his way of reckoning, I could have purchased the same kind of trousers in Dalton for $2, in Massillon for $1, and in Canton for a song. My argument staggered him, but he soon recovered and showed me a great colored picture representing a pair of corduroys, one leg chained to an elephant, the other hooked to a locomotive, and both powers working in opposite directions to part these wonderful trousers. "Just vat you vant for riding a jackass. Can't bull apart. Vy, my dear sir, it's a bargain." That was a strong argument. I bought the pants. Passing on through Jeromesville and Mifflin, we reached Mansfield, the home of Senator Sherman, and 16 miles beyond Galion. That lovely spring day, with the birds chirping merrily in the trees, my pilgrimage seemed unusually irksome. Next day was my birthday, and I resolved to make it a holiday. I enjoyed a day of recreation, so did my donkey and dog, and in the evening delivered a lecture on my travels before a campaign league at its clubhouse. On Friday morning I started for the town of Marion, 26 miles away. Many citizens of Galion assembled to see us off. Mac and Don were impatient for the journey, and amused the crowd by pulling each other's whiskers. I had boasted of having trained Mac A'Rony to follow me. When I set out with a wave of my hat and a beckon to my partner, he responded promptly, and for some distance verified my boasts. He never before had acted so tractable. Suddenly a cheer sounded in the distance, and turning, I beheld that asinine rascal making back to town on a hop, skip and jump. How the crowd did yell! It was a circus for them. Mac certainly had rested too long and eaten too many oats. The only time I got ahead of him was when I photographed him. I did not upbraid him, but when I readjusted my scattered belongings and whirled the whip over his head, he moved forward with utmost humility. At Caledonia I took advantage of the farmers' market day and sold a large number of photos at a good price. I could not appear anywhere on the street without some rural stranger stopping me to shake hands and purchase a chromo. Saturday evening I lectured to a crowded house. It was 4:30 p.m. Sunday before I started to Kenton, 27 miles beyond. When nearly there, I passed a small farm whose rural incumbent came to the fence to question me. "Goin' ter show to night?" he inquired. "Nope," I answered, and kept Mac A'Rony moving. "Hold a minute. Be ye travelin' or goin' somewhere?" the man persisted, as he leaned over the fence rail. He interested me. "When you see people walking," I returned, bringing my donkey to a halt, "you can take it for granted they are going somewhere." The lonesome looking farmer was the first I had met who was neither busy at work nor whittling. Gray locks fell wantonly over his ears. His faded coat, blue overalls, and felt boots exhibited signs of a persistent conflict with farm implements, hooking cows, kicking horses, and a rich clayey soil. A cow and 2 hogs eyed my donkey and dog with contempt through the bars of the barnyard fence. I observed that all the buildings, including the house, were of logs. The man, judging from his property, didn't have a dollar in the world, but had great expectations. He asked if I had any books to sell. I had one, a copy of a volume I had published, several of which I had sold on my journey at a good price. I had lost 15 valuable minutes talking with the man, and resolved to get even. While wondering what I could take in exchange for the book, a hen cackled. "Certainly I have a book to sell," I said. "How much is it?" $1.50. "I'd buy it," said the farmer longingly, "but I hain't got the price." "Have you got any eggs?" I asked. "Dozens of 'em. How many can you suck at a sittin'?" "I don't wish to suck them. I want them to sell," I replied. "How much do you ask a dozen?" "6 cents," he answered. "Well," I said, "I will trade the book for 10 dozen. Is that a bargain? It looks like a cinch for you." "I meant a book about your travels, San Francisco," he explained, as he looked far away. "Well, that's just what it is," I returned, bound to make a sale or die in the attempt. "Tells all about them. How robbers shot at me in York State, bull chased me down a well in Pennsylvania, dog worried me up a tree in Illinois, cowboys rescued me from Indians in the Rocky Mountains, grizzly bear hugged—" "Whew!" ejaculated the man. "That's what I want. You got your book out pretty soon. Wait till I go and fetch the eggs." And the apparently ignorant man disappeared, soon to reappear with a paper sack full of hen fruit. "Fresh?" I inquired, as I tied the fragile bundle to the saddle horn. "Couldn't be fresher," was the positive answer. "Some laid ter day, some yesterday, but most on 'em ter morrow." Then, observing my arched brows, he added, "Yas, yer thunk I was a know nothin', and I let yer think so, 'cause ye need encouragement. And I say agin, most on 'em was laid ter morrer, and the best on 'em is rooster eggs." I delivered the book, feeling the farmer had somewhat the better of me after all, and came to the conclusion that because a man looks primitive and lives in primitive style, he is not necessarily of primitive intellect. Mac joined in a pleasant adieu to Mr. Bosh, and we sauntered on, I behind, deeply absorbed in thought. We hadn't proceeded a half mile, however, before Mac shied at a bunch of hay and ran plumb against a rail fence. In a jiffy that jackass looked like an eggnog. There is no word coined to express my exasperation. When I caught the scapegrace, it required a half hour to make him in the saddle look the least respectable. I stopped at the next farmhouse, where a windmill supplied me with the water to wash the outfit, and I signed a pledge never to have anything to do with shell games of any kind. They always get the better of you. End of chapter 14. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina.
Chapter 15 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 15. Gypsy Girl Tells Fortune. Everyone who has petted a favorite donkey will remember many traits of its mental capacities, for, as is the case of the domestic fool, there is far more knavery than folly about the creature. Wood's Natural History. It was a sunny spring day when I arrived in Kenton. After supper with a young physician, on his invitation, I retired, and next day set out for Ada, a village 16 miles away. Toward evening, being tired and almost without funds, I sat down to converse with a farmer who was husking corn. He soon became interested in my trip, and said if I would help him husk a while, he would feed me and my animals. I gladly consented. Macaroni and Don lent their assistance, the donkey soon losing his appetite. After a delicious supper with the farmer's family, I hastened on, reaching Ada long after dark. Ada is the seat of a normal school, which is the seat of a large number of other seats. Everybody seemed to be much concerned about the great fistic bout to take place in Carson City that day, the 17th of March. It was St. Patrick's Day in the morning, with the weather threatening, when I started for Lima. My coat was decorated with cabbage and lettuce leaves and paper imitations of shamrock, and I looked like an animated vegetable garden. Finally it rained, and the road became a mire. I had just finished a heated argument on the Carson fight, and began to question the story of how St. Patrick drove the snakes out of Ireland, when I suddenly found myself on the ground, and I saw the streak of daylight Mac threatened to kick into my brain. An old man tried to drive a colt past my strange looking outfit. I called to him to hold his horse by the bit until I could lead my donkey into the field. But no, he could handle the colt, or any other horse, and I should mind my own business. On the rig came a few yards nearer, when, in the twinkling of an eye, the colt whirled and upset the buggy with its boastful driver. The man was not hurt, but somewhat dazed. Several farmers soon arrived, and were loud in their abuse, saying Mac and I had no right on the highway. It was an effort for the donkey to keep his mouth shut. I replied, civilly, that I was sorry the thing occurred, and explained how I had warned the stranger. Then I whipped up my unjustly abused partner, and left the old man pulling his beard thoughtfully in the midst of the sympathetic group. All day I strode far in advance of my donkey, and led untrained, untamed, and frightened horses past. Next day, being stormy, I devoted the morning to writing my newspaper article and answering some urgent letters. Then, failing to arrange for a lecture, I left Lima for Delphos, and tramped 15 miles in mud and rain without lunch. We spent Saturday night in Van Wert, and Sunday afternoon resumed the journey in sunshine, people crowding their front windows and doorways to see us leave town. We had not proceeded far when I met an odd trio who had run half a mile across lots to speak to me. One boy had a twisted foot, another a hand minus 5 or 6 fingers, and the third acknowledged that as soon as he caught sight of us he lost his head. Considering their crippled condition, I thought they deserved credit for such activity. It was 8 miles to Convoy. There was no bottom to the road. Seeking a footing along the fence, I ground innumerable land crabs into the mud, while the peepers in the swampy clearings piped their dismal music. At dusk we waded into the village, where a curious throng awaited the sensation of the day, and there we spent the night. The nearer I approached the Indiana border, the more impoverished appeared the farms and their struggling proprietors. Every other farmhouse was the primitive log cabin, and the barns and outbuildings generally tallied with the house. A thunderstorm awoke me at daybreak. The prospect for my day's tramp was most dismal. After walking 6 miles, I stopped to talk with a party of gypsies in camp. Presently a black-eyed gypsy girl issued from a heap of bedding under a tree, and inquired if Macaroni was an ostrich. Her heavy jet-black hair fell in a mass over her shoulders, and her sparkling eyes did their level best to enchant me, as she asked to tell my fortune. "How much?" I asked. Her grizzled sire said 50 cents. The daughter corrected him, saying $1. That was too steep for me. I gave Mac the rein and proceeded some distance, when the girl called to me, 25 cents, come back." This was an alluring proposition, and I returned. At once dismissing the bystanders, she reached over the fence for my hand, told me to place a quarter in it, then to close and open it. I no sooner obeyed than the coin disappeared, and the gypsy began in a charming manner as follows: "That line shows you will live to a good old age. You are to enjoy your best days in the future. Understand me? If your pocket was as big as your heart, you would make many others happy. Understand me?" She surely must mean creditors, I thought. "Yes," I answered. "Shows it in your face," said she. "You have for a long time disliked your business" that was no lie "and want to change it. Understand me? You make friends easily, and wherever you go, you are invited to come again. Understand me?" I nodded. "Shows it in your face." I began to think she was reading my countenance instead of my hand. "Are you married?" she asked. "No, but want to be," I replied. "Shows it in your face," said she. "A widow lady is in love with you. She has written you, and you will get her letter soon. Her name is Sarah. Understand me?" "I do not," said I. "I know but one woman named Sarah. Heaven help me if she is after me." "Shut your hand now, and make a wish," said the girl. I did as she bade, and wished long and hard. "Now open," said she. Her black eyes seemed to pierce my very soul. "You wish to make fame and fortune. Understand me?" "True, I do," I said to her. "That's just what every man wishes," I said to myself. Then she continued, "You will make fame and fortune in the business you are now in. Shows it in your face." I wasn't satisfied with that prediction. I preferred the fortune to be in my pocket. "A kiss is awaiting you from a black-haired girl within 2 weeks' time. She loves you. A lot of girls want you, but they can't have you. Understand me?" "I confess that I don't quite," I answered, "but I wish those poor girls did." And I looked real serious. "Shows it in your face," she repeated. That fortune teller puzzled me. The quarter's worth of séance at an end, I plodded on toward the Hoosier country with my mute comrades, wondering how much of the fortune would come true. Soon afterward we got out of the mud area and came to a hard, smooth, broken stone road. I stopped my donkey and sat down to take off my rubber boots. Just when I got the first shoe on, Mac began to move down the level turnpike. I called, "Whoa, Mac! Ho! You long-eared Mephisto!" The jackass paid no heed, but galloped on, shaking his head and kicking up his heels merrily, with the dog in front of him, barking as if he enjoyed Mac's practical joke. By this time I was speeding after the runaway, a boot on one foot, a shoe on the other, and chased a half-mile before I caught him. Then I led him back to my footgear. 2 miles beyond we again struck mud, thick and deep. Observing a little mound covered with long dried grass, I sat down again to change my footgear. Mac turned and eyed me mischievously, and wobbled his ears, then nodded to Don. I was so absorbed with the idea that he intended to lead me another chase that I failed to hear an ominous sound emanating from underneath my seat. Not until something seemed to burn me did I rise to the occasion, and light out, this time stocking foot, but making less speed, through the black and sticky highway than on my former run. Something less than 1,000,000 bees swarmed about my head. I ran, oh, how I ran! And I would be running still perhaps, had not a farmer seen me and knocked down the swarm with a section of a rail fence. I was quite out of breath. The hero had only spared my life for future tortures. After considerable search I found my boots and shoes, but failed to see either dog or donkey. Putting on my boots, I hung my shoes on the fence and set out on the trail of the fugitives, which appeared to have gone into the brush. I waded into the thicket, calling Don all the time, and at last was rewarded. He leaped at me delightedly and barked and tugged at my trouser legs, and piloted me to the terrified donkey, which I found tangled in a mass of wild raspberry bushes, his head tucked between his forelegs, and his back doubled up like a cat at bay. There were no bees on Mac. That was a hot experience for a raw March day. I plodded on through the mire to the house, whose proprietor had come to my rescue. The dooryard was filled with hives. "Regular bee ranch," I remarked pleasantly, though I burned uncomfortably. "Yes, right smart business," the man returned. "You're right, bees do a smart business. Lived on 'em nigh 10 years." "You must find them a hot diet," I said. "I lived on a nest for less than half a minute and nearly burned up." "I reckon so," he replied with a chuckle. "I saw yer scorchin'." It was 2:30 p.m. when we crossed the state line. The first sight that greeted my eyes in Indiana was a flock of Ohio geese just ahead of us, being driven by a Hoosier. "Fine drove of geese you've got there," I said to the man. "Yaw," he answered, "but Ohio geese is peculiar. Gooses won't run with the ganders." "No?" I queried. "What's the reason they won't?" "Wal, jest the ways they built. Won't run, jest fly or waddle." "What most all geese do, don't they?" I asked, much amused. "Yaw," reiterated the Hoosier, grinning, "jest fly or waddle." Chapter 16
of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 16. All the Devils Are Here. Get money. Still get money, boy, no matter by what means. Ben Jonson. Indiana swamps, woodland, cornfields, and log cabins were not unlike those of Ohio. On arriving in New Haven 2 hours after dark, I was quite tired out, and I think my companions were too. We had tramped all day without dinner, over a road alternately hard and muddy. I would have stopped to rest at a small place called Zulu, but the name sounded so cannibalistic that I looked to my firearms and hurried past. Next day I registered in Fort Wayne. After calling on the genial mayor, I set out to inspect the city and see what my chances were, for I found the outlook for my delivering a lecture discouraging, and although for several days I had barely made expenses, did not attempt money-making there. Fort Wayne is notable for its great car shops and the Indiana School for the Feeble-Minded. In the morning I boarded a car and rode 1.5 miles out of town to the latter. The large building of brick and terracotta, viewed in its expansive setting of well-groomed lawn and gay potteries, presented a picture of architectural beauty. The superintendent welcomed me cordially, although it was not visitors' day, and graciously showed me through the interesting institution. Its neatness, the clockwork regularity with which the several departments are conducted, and the great variety and detail of the mode of instruction given the 550 idiotic inmates, were a revelation to me. Many of the advanced scholars were making and mending their clothes and bedding, something I couldn't do, I fear. The idiots are carefully attended day and night. Never before did I see a natural-born, bald-headed person. Here was one, a funny-looking girl, and I was told she had several brothers, sisters, parents, uncles and aunts, all bald from birth. A distinguished family indeed. I wondered whether her disappointment was as great as that of Pye Pod, who once possessed a head of hair and then lost it. I have heard it said people who never had money know not its value, and presume it so with their heirs. For mortals deprived of reason, the place is surprisingly quiet. The halls are tiled, the floors of the rooms are waxed, and all are so slippery that the inmates are unable to romp, which is probably the reason for such stillness. Whenever they gain sense enough to be boisterous, like sane and healthy children, they instantly fall on their craniums on the polished floor and are rendered insensible. I was interested in a group of little girls who were being taught a game. One wee child with a big head, bigger than I had ever been accredited with, was sitting in an invalid's chair with her head resting in an iron prop, because it was too heavy for one body to support in those hard times. And seated around in ordinary chairs were epileptic, paralytic, cross-grained idiots, etc., so far advanced toward health and sanity by careful training as to play a game. While the great object of this school is to provide the unfortunates with a comfortable home and prevent intermarriage, a few are graduated every year and transferred to the large farm owned by the institution. I heard the feeble-minded brass band play. Its music I thought quite equal to that of many normal bands that I had heard. The birthdays of great men, excepting that of Pythagoras Pod, are celebrated, and birthday parties given. The superintendent drove me back to town, and urged me to fetch my donkey out to entertain the idiots, and invited me to dine with him. So, not telling Mac about the place, I rode him to the home, where I found my host and his assistants ready to receive us. "Shylock there will assist you," said the superintendent, pointing to a humpbacked inmate. When we got Mac to the hall entrance, the circus began. 2 attendants helped Shylock boost the donkey, while I guided his head, and we managed to pitch the beast headlong into the slippery hall, where he landed 3 times in succession, first on his knees and heels, second on his tail, and third on his back. I think he imagined he was on ice, for he lay perfectly still, afraid to move. The hall floor was cleared, but a bunch of idiotic heads stuck out of every doorway, and peals of hyenish laughter reverberated through the building. Finally we got Mac on all fours, and I rode him slowly down the hall, amid the hysterical shouts and screams of the physically strong if feeble-minded children, and talking, yelling, and commanding attendants, all of which so frightened my sensitive mount that he squatted down on the floor, rolled over on his side, and brayed. Did you ever hear an ass bray in any confined space? It is awful. These unmanageable pupils and their overtaxed preceptors fairly went mad, while Mac yelled, "Hell is empty, and all the devils are here!" The hall was now a swarming, uncontrollable mass of unbridled lunacy in human mold, romping, tumbling, fainting, and taxing the united strength and strategy of the surprised officials to bring order out of chaos. The jackass went into a veritable fit, kicked the plaster off the walls, shattered an incandescent light globe, nearly rolled on top of an idiot who took him for a pussy-cat, and brayed himself hoarse. Suddenly he leaped to his feet and ran a-kiting down the tiled hall floor until it turned, and then he tried to turn, and flopping off his feet came down on his vertebrae. As soon as we could get him out of doors, I handed him over to Shylock and went into dinner with the laughing superintendent. I never want another experience like that. The disappointing feature about the show was that probably not one idiot would remember it over to the next day. The following morning my party set out over a black, muddy road. Thrifty-looking farmhouses, many of them of brick, were scattered along our route, and sheep and cattle basked in the sunshine on the south side of straw stacks, often attracting wistful glances from my long-eared partner. Arriving at Churubusco, I put up at a comfortable hotel near the railroad, where the noisy passing trains kept me awake most of the night, and resumed the journey next day after lunch. Some 4 miles beyond the village we came to a new iron bridge, without its approaches filled in. No workmen were about. A single 2x12 plank was stretched from the bank to the bridge at both ends to enable people to cross, but evidently quadrupeds were supposed to ford or swim the stream. I tarried some moments thinking what best to do, when presently a countryman happened by and helped me carry a plank from the roadside to widen the bridge approach for my donkey to walk. What an ass Mac was! He attempted to walk the plank sideways, and consequently fell into the deep miry hole, almost into the stream. I feared he had broken his back, but he escaped injury. The farmer helped me uncinch the saddle and get Mac up the steep bank on to the road, and then we transferred the plank at the other end of the bridge to that end, and made a 3-plank footbridge. Finally we got Mac on to the bridge proper, and by transferring the 3 planks to the other end, I managed to overcome the obstacle and proceeded on the journey after a loss of 2 hours. My hat had anticipated the animal into the hole and was flattened by his weight. Thereafter it supported a gable roof. 2 hours after dark we came to a barn that looked roomy and airy, and as the next town beyond Wolf Lake was so far away, I concluded we might as well take possession of it for the night. The barn door wasn't locked, so I led my animals in and struck a match. No horses were visible, but a box stall contained a cow and a calf. Prowling about with lighted matches, I discovered a buck sheep hiding behind his wool in fear of my big dog. I found a measure of grain for Mac, and assigned Don to a pile of hay near the door, and then tucked myself in some straw and drew my mackintosh over my shoulders, prepared for a night's rest. I was almost asleep when the calf bawled. Again, when on the brink of Lethe, the sheep bleated. Suddenly my restless donkey kicked a board off the side of the barn and set Don to barking. I yelled, "Shut up!" Again the dog barked. The next second he made a leap in the dark, followed by a loud commotion, and at once the atmosphere indicated plainly what kind of an animal the dog was after. I couldn't get out of the door without running the lines, which seemed perilous indeed. Mac kicked and brayed as he never had before, and my dog was running around the barn trying to get away from the atmosphere or something, and I was as busy as the rest endeavoring to bury myself in the straw. Presently the dog and the buck sheep went to settling some misunderstanding, fighting like demons. The cow and the calf then began to bellow in a discordant duet, and fearing lest any moment the cow would break the bars of her stall and enter the general fray, I dug all the harder in the straw. All at once, amid the obscured, exciting scene, and above the tumult, I detected an agonizing groan, and suspected Don was squeezing the life out of the sheep or the calf or the nuisance. But when it was all over, and I heard the victim gasping in its death throes, it was plain that my dog had shaken all the strength out of our unwelcomed guest. It was impossible for me to go to sleep in that great airy barn. I crawled out of the straw and got my donkey out of doors as quickly as possible. As for Don, I felt indifferent about his joining our company, if he proposed to be familiar. On over the deserted highway we groped our way, the dog sneezing, coughing, and rolling by the roadside, the half-suffocated jackass breathing hard and braying faintly for more air, and I soliloquizing vociferously about the existence of useless creatures. The wind blowing head on. I kept some distance ahead of Mac, and threw mud and stones at the dog, which now seemed particularly fond of his master, and continued my tirade against such obnoxious things as we had lately run against. "Every creature has some redeeming virtue," Macaroni remarked after a while. "Above all things, don't belittle the skunk. He's the best financier in the world. He could go into the stock exchange and bull the market with 1 cent, and all the members together couldn't bear it." Mac was ever doling out to me unwelcome philosophy under trying circumstances. We reached Ligonier, a fine little town 11 miles away, the next day in time for the 1 o'clock dinner. Since entering Indiana I had not made expenses, and my little reserve fund was vanishing. I had been told that Ligonier was a moneyed town, and its people liberal, so I tried to secure a hall for a lecture, but failing, I spoke my piece in the street. Fully 200 persons assembled to hear me, and encored enthusiastically. I concluded with passing my hat and collecting 32 cents. I talked again 3 hours later on the same spot, and was rewarded with a contribution of 3 cents. I think that collection for a lecture is a record breaker. Goshen was reached next day by 5 p.m. The Scripture speaks of Goshen as the land flowing with milk and honey, but as I have been told, I am somewhat rusty on biblical history. At any rate, I looked forward to replenish my depleted exchequer here, if I had to resort to extreme measures. Before retiring, I made up my mind I was going to be awfully disappointed with Goshen. The people of the section of country I had threaded from the Ohio boundary were incredulous, superstitious, penurious, and suspicious, and those characteristics seemed to reach their superlative in that particular town. Monday dawned still and sunny, an ideal day for hanging out clothes, but not shingles. I hung out mine, nevertheless. It was essential to Mac's welfare and to mine, to say nothing of the dog's. A drummer showed deep interest in my pilgrimage, and I asked him how he made out with his business. I had failed signally. He said he was glad I spoke to him on the subject, and drew me aside. "See all the thrifty-looking wagon teams hitched on the 2 sides of the courthouse square?" said he. "See those squads of grangers standing around waiting for something to turn up? Well, every stranger is looked upon with suspicion. If he attempts to drum up a new business among these fossils, he is immediately branded a fake. After I had made 2 unsuccessful trips to this section, I vowed I would make the 3rd one a success. A fake article sold by a first-class imitation drummer would just about catch these people, and ever since that day I've been unloading on them and reaping a big harvest. Do you see the moral?" I said I did, and thanked him. After lunch, during which I was accredited extremely thoughtful, I drew my friend aside and whispered, "I have it. I'll buy some axle grease and mix it with sweet oil and sell it for eye salve." The drummer eyed me as he might a wonderful character, felt of my head, and said I'd win out. At once I went to a drugstore for some pill boxes, blank labels, and perfume, and to a hardware store for axle grease and sweet oil, and then retired to my hotel room and mixed my eye elixir. As soon as my magic healing wares were ready to put on the market, I hunted up a sore-eyed tramp I had seen on the street that day, and promising him a percentage of my receipts, got him to assist me to get even with the folks he too had a grudge against. When I was fairly started on my eloquent talk about the virtues of eye elixir, the tramp walked up with the quarter I had given him, and asked for another box, saying to the crowd he'd been looking for me all over the country and was glad to find me, for his eyes, being almost well from using the first box, began to get worse when he had no more salve, which was the only thing that ever helped his sore eyes. He said if he could afford it he would lay in a lot of it for future use, not knowing where he could get any more. Then a boy stepped up and bought a box, and an old woman bought 2 boxes, and the sales proceeded so fast when once started that I soon sold out and took in $7, selling 27 boxes of eye elixir besides the box I had sold to the tramp. I paid him $1 for his services, with which he was delighted. This left me a net profit, after deducting the cost of making the salve, of $4.90, paying my expenses in town and leaving me a small balance. Then I cleared out of Goshen as quickly as possible. Oh, Shakespeare, how truthfully you said, "What fools these mortals be!" I resolved that when I should return east I would go by ship around the Horn, or by train across the Isthmus, or else choose a transcontinental route which would give that section, honeyed and milked by Pye Pod, a wide berth. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 17. Darkest Hour Before Dawn. Yankee Doodle came to town riding on a pony, stuck a feather in his cap, and called him Macaroni. An old ballad. A county poorhouse on the road to Elkhart attracted my notice when I was about to pass it by. My outfit was recognized by a man raking the front lawn, and he urged me to visit the institution. So, thinking I might devote a quarter hour to the cause of self-education, I tied Mac in the yard and was shown through the dirtiest and most uninteresting building I ever inspected. Old, lazy-looking men, with empty heads in full hands, lounged about on benches, and several others in the hospital ward seemed to be trying harder to die than to live. One wrinkled but round-faced wench, with a soiled bandage round her ears and forehead, was smoking a well-seasoned pipe in the kitchen while stirring mush. I was glad to see the house prison empty. 5 minutes indoors sufficed me, and bidding my escort a hasty adieu, I piloted Mac on to Elkhart. Arriving in the city, I at once procured a license to sell pictures on the curb, a precaution I had been timely advised to take, and one that was rarely necessary on that trip. Then, before going to eat and to rest my tired bones, I led the donkey to a prominent corner in the business center and began to sell. I had disposed of 2 photos only, when a policeman with unusual pomposity ordered me away. But I continued to make sales, and as he was about to take me in custody, shook my license in his face, causing much merriment to the crowd. Soon the cheering attracted the mayor to the scene, and he, to my surprise, not only bought a chromo, but paid me for the privilege of riding Macaroni. The jack reluctantly consenting, his honor got into the saddle and rode down the half-choked thoroughfare, a block and back, amid thunderous applause. The profits from my sales did not meet my expenses, including the cost of license, so I hurried on to Mishawaka, where after supper I delivered a street lecture, passed my hat, and collected 24 cents. I would yet be stranded in Indiana at that rate. Mac advised me to leave town at once, and we made for South Bend at dark, reaching that city by 10 o'clock. And there, with only $6.50 in pocket, I put up at a small hotel and tossed in bed half the night, wondering how I should save myself. The darkest hour is just before dawn, and it was about that time when I recollected having received, a few days before my pilgrimage began, a letter from a Mr. Adams of Chicago, extending me an invitation to be his guest, should I pass through that city. It was one of many letters received at the time which I had not answered. I now regretted my negligence, but nevertheless next morning, with due apologies, I wired him to expect me on a certain train, and planned for a week's absence. The lenient hotel proprietor agreed to take care of my animals as security for my hotel and stable bill, and then I purchased a return tickets for emergency and boarded the train for the Windy City, trusting to $1.50, to my wits, and to luck to carry me through. As I stepped off the train in Chicago, a stranger grasped my hand and gave me a most cordial greeting. Laying for me, eh? First man I meet a confidence man, I muttered inwardly. But he was extremely courteous and offered to carry my saddlebags. "No, sir," I said politely. "I've carried them 1,200 miles and can carry them 3,000 more." "Pod is your name, is that right?" the stranger continued, half inquiry, half in surprise, I thought, as we walked out of the railroad station. "You bet it is," I said emphatically. "Just because you've plenty of wind out here, you needn't think it can blow away my name." "Well," said he cheerfully, "our wind is said to be the best brewed in all this country. It may not be strong enough to blow away Pod's, but I'll wager it can blow the peas out of 'em so far you never can find them." The man's facetiousness interested me. It bespoke his nerve. "Tell me, mister," I said, after walking several blocks, "where are you taking me anyhow?" "Oh, just 3 blocks more, then we take a cable," said my escort, as he made another futile grab for my countrified luggage. When on the car, this confidence man had the confidence to introduce me to a pal as the New York gentleman and scholar, Professor Pye Pod, who were surveying a transcontinental turnpike from the observation platform of a jackass. "I want to know," exclaimed the bunco man number 2, and suddenly, a new light affecting to dawn on his brain, he added, as if to disarm my suspicions, I see, I have it now. You are the journalist I've read about, said to be well fixed, first visit to Chicago." "Not much," I returned. "Been here dozens of times. Can't say I'm well fixed, though, with only $1.50 to my name." At this stage of the dialogue I saw a police station. "Come with me," I said. "I want to procure a license, and then we'll have a smile." And to my utter surprise and gratification, both men stepped off the car and followed me like faithful dogs into the police station. "Where's the chief of police?" I inquired of a man in uniform who stepped toward me. "Right here before you," was the answer. "Well, arrest these bunco steerers," I said, dropping my odd-looking luggage and laying a hand on each man's shoulder. I never saw greater astonishment and embarrassment than was expressed by these 2 confidence men at being so easily trapped by their Uncle Rube. "This man met me at the train when my depot came in," I continued excitedly, in lapsus linguis. "He knew my name, business, and previous condition of fortune, and put me on a car, where he introduced this pal of his, and if I hadn't been forewarned against such fellows by my Uncle Hiram, and caught on to the game, I would have been robbed by this time and chucked into the sewer." This was enough for the chief. He seized each man by the collar. Instantly the first man found his tongue, and tried to explain matters, and finally did so, to the satisfaction of all concerned. But what a surprise party for Pye Pod! "Well, well, well," I exclaimed, my heart thumping like a pile driver as I realized my embarrassing predicament. "Who would have thought it? Mr. Adams, of course. My dear sir, how stupid of me! I have wronged you and your friend unmercifully. When I telegraphed you," the chief here loosened his hold on the men, "I never thought you would attempt to meet me at the train, let alone have time to. Your address of 131 609 Wellington Avenue, I suppose, must be near to the state line. Chicago has grown so. Couldn't conceive how you could reach the depot before tomorrow. Of course, it was up to me to treat. So I left my saddlebags, and going to a cigar store, purchased a dime's worth of cheroots, and did myself nobly by the chief and the confidence men, whose faces were bloated and red on my return. Then my forgiving host took me to his distant home, where after dinner we enjoyed a smoke of his own cigars and a hearty laugh over my exceptional initiation to Chicago life. While smoking and chatting, my host happened to mention a big mass meeting to be held that evening at Lincoln Turner Hall. The doors were to be opened at 8 o'clock. It was now 7:30. At once I explained my financial stress, and told him that the object of my advance trip by train was to try to make enough money to continue my donkey journey. Adams suggested that being the case, we should attend the meeting by all means, so we hurried off. Arriving at the hall, my host introduced me to an officer of the League, who escorted us both to seats on the platform with a number of vice presidents and their wives and mother-in-laws. After several orators had spoken, among them being Carter Harrison, soon to be elected mayor of Chicago, the chairman reminded the audience of Pythagoras Pod and his celebrated donkey Macaroni, of whom they had read, saying that the meeting was honored with the professor's presence, and then he introduced me after having said I needed no introduction. It was 5 minutes before I could hear myself speak, and not being there for that purpose, I didn't say much. But my speech seemed to tickle the audience, and when I had concluded, the chairman suggested that my histrionic plug hat be passed around the hall on the inside. And so it was, and do you believe it was returned to me with more wealth than I had possessed before at any one time on my pilgrimage? The 2 days following were busy ones. I contracted for the manufacture of a quantity of buttons containing the picture of Pye Pod on his donkey, and arranged for the meeting with the manager of a large patent medicine concern on my return to the city with Macaroni. Then, after a day's rest, I returned Sunday evening to South Bend, Indiana, to find my donkey and dog well and delighted to see me, but myself suffering for the first time with malaria. I had a severe chill on reaching the hotel, and all night long I rolled and tossed with a fever. This was doubtless the result of my evening travels through the swamps and lowlands of the Hoosier State. At midnight I sent a bellboy for quinine, and by feeding on the medicine liberally for several hours, I broke up the fever by morning. But still my bones ached. I had no appetite, and was in no form to travel. At noon I forced down a little soup, paid my bills, and set out for New Carlisle, walking the whole distance, 14 miles, by sunset. Mac was so slow that his shadow beat him to town. My muscles and joints still ached, and I passed another sleepless night. Next day I pushed on to LaPorte, 14 miles further, and went to bed feeling a wreck. But as the chills and fever failed to return, I enjoyed sleep. My Chicago trip was a boon to me. I gave no thought to money-making for the present. Wednesday morning, feeling in better spirits, I started for Valparaiso and covered the 22 miles on foot by dark, and relished a hearty supper. Thus far the week had been cold and damp and cloudy. The roads, where they were not muddy, were very sandy, and Mac and I made slow headway. The following night was spent in Hobart, where I was entertained at an amusing though distressing cockfight, and all day Friday I tramped or waded in sand 6 inches deep to the next town, Hammond, where I passed a restless night in spite of my now restored health. In the morning I learned that the state line runs not only through the town, but also the very house and bedroom I occupied. My bed was directly on the line, and somehow any position I got in brought that line across some part of my body. Dull monotony and bad weather distinguished the next day's journey. A rainstorm met us halfway to Chicago and wet us all the way. But on Palm Sunday we progressed under more genial skies. I observed many pacific, law-abiding people with prayer books, bottles, and shotguns, either on their way to church, to a fishing stream, or to the woods, and we came upon a tandem bicycle party, the machine broken down, the young man and woman apparently broken up. She sat on a stone against a telephone pole, with chin in her hands, watching the gallant fellow, who was at her feet, on his kneecaps, with a monkey wrench in his hands, trying to repair damages. From South Chicago we passed into Stony Island Boulevard and the Midway Plaisance of the World's Fair of '93. The remaining art building arched its brows at my curious outfit, and an endless chain of bicycles and carriages conveyed past us an inquisitive and gaping multitude, many of whom altered their plans to follow us into the city proper. It was 6 o'clock when we reached 34th Street, and I found a suitable stable for my animals. Then, affectionately patting Don's head and rubbing Mac's nose, I left them and sauntered up the avenue, heaving a sigh of infinite relief over my hard-earned triumph. As I trended the streets of that wide-awake metropolis toward its business center, I was stopped many times by truant messenger boys and idle street gamins, who seemed surprisingly solicitous about the physical condition of my hat. "Mister, this way to a hat store. If you want to buy a new hat, I'll take you to a hatter. This way, mister. I know a place to get a hat cheap. Say, mister, I can get you a hat for nothing." Why should I wish a new hat? I asked myself indignantly. True, mine had seen better days, but it was worth more to me now than 100 new hats. Yes, you dear old weather-beaten tile, I apostrophized as I strode on with a deaf ear to my inquisitors. You are of royal stuff, for you have triumphed over many wars and dissensions, and still wear a crown. The plebeian hats who calumniate you, although fresh from a bandbox, are common compared with you. They are jealous of your exploits and envy you your faithful friend. Vividly do I recall our desperate encounters with the mad bull, the hailstorms and other warring elements, and that winter's night when you forgot your personal safety and made a noble self-sacrifice by receiving the assailant's bullet intended for me. And again, the day the awkward jackass tried to yank me off the plank footbridge underneath him in his fall, when you threw your own lean frame down on the bank in place of me, and received the weight which would have mashed me to death, but which only squeezed the wind out of you. Why do all the idle clerks gaze at you so longingly from the shop windows? Because they covet you as a drawing card to disdaining shoppers. I am proud of you. Rest in peace. I spent the night with friend Adams on his invitation. Monday morning I kept my appointment with a patent medicine man. He received me cordially, evidently aware of the boon I might be to his business should I enter his employ, and in order that he might better discuss my proposition and its possibilities, he invited me some miles into the country for a couple of days' outing at a mineral spring resort. A stylish coach and four met us at the train, and wheeled us over a pretty rolling country in the glow of the setting sun to the cozy hotel sanitarium, which was brilliantly illuminated and whose doors were open to welcome us. And in less than 20 minutes Pod made of his Apollo form a companion piece to Diana bathing. The water, then sold at 50 cents a gallon, and there were 200 gallons in my tub. Think of it! I had read about beautiful actresses and heiresses taking milk baths and champagne baths and Rochelle salts baths, but that $100 bath of mine in pure Lithia water would have put all those pretty bathing women to the blush. But when, in my enthusiasm, I so told my generous host, he spoiled all my beautiful delusions at once by saying quite mechanically, "Oh, 200 gallons for a bath is nothing unusual. It's only the overflow." Next morning he asked me if I would like a Magno mud bath. "Sir," I interrogated gravely, "if you had dragged and pushed and carried a stubborn cantankerous donkey through 400 miles of red and yellow Ohio mud, and 200 miles of blue and black Indiana mud, not to mention some 600 miles of New York and Pennsylvania mud of various hues and conditions, the overflows of December, January, and February, if you had bathed in mud, waded in mud, soaked in mud, and cursed in mud for nearly 5 months, and I were to put such a delicate question to you, your sensibilities would be shocked, your nerves paralyzed, your reason ossified." My host apologized and withdrew the invitation. Then, with great wisdom and forethought, he introduced me to the physician, Dr. Tanner, the highest authority on fasting, and renowned for his having fasted 40 days. I considered this the luckiest meeting of my whole journey. He took quite a fancy to me, and gave me valuable instructions and prescriptions for fasting any period from 1 to 40 days. But I was disappointed not to be enlightened on how to go several days without water. That morning my host made me a liberal proposition to advertise his medicines. he guaranteeing to pay me a regular weekly stipend during the remainder of my pilgrimage to the Golden Gate, and free of all charges to provide me with all the photographs of my asinine outfit that I could sell en route. I signed the contract, and then we returned to Chicago. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 18, Champaign Avenue, Chicago. The whole duty of man is to be a mother. Jerome K. Jerome. 1 week of gambling in sporty, wide-awake Chicago, and of high life on the top floor of the auditorium, put me in fine fettle to resume travel. My second morning at the popular hotel, I indited this note to an Eastern friend. Breakfasted today on the roof, got a shine in the cellar, and met everybody halfway. For nearly 5 months, through severe winter and early spring weather, I had hustled as I never had before to make ends meet. Now I had swum the Hellespont to a prosperous shore. The remainder of my long, slow journey looked more enticing. Several valuable and useful articles were presented to me by wealthy admirers in the Windy City, who also dined me, took me to the theater, and entertained me in other ways. One evening I was pleasantly surprised to be escorted to a champagne dinner given by my friend Williams, of the Union News Company of New York, to several prominent business men of the West. When the sumptuous repast was well under way, he unpinned from the lapel of my coat a button containing a photo of Pod seated on Mac, and paid me a $5 bill for it, and learning I had a stock of buttons in pocket, the other guests followed suit. Such wholesale generosity was as overwhelming as my gratitude. The man with whom I contracted to advertise gave me a donkey, which I named Cheese, to go with Mac A'Rony, and so delighted was Mac with this new comrade to share his burdens that, on my approval, he agreed henceforth to contribute to the papers every other letter on our travels to the coast, and so enable me to devote more time to bread winning. Easter morning I found a blue hen's egg at my plate. I was pleased with the remembrance, and had the clerk place it in my letter box. When I called at noon for my mail, I was told the egg had visited most all of the letter boxes, each guest in turn having disclaimed it, so when at 6 o'clock I called for the egg to take it to my room for safe keeping, and was handed instead a parcel that smelled of chicken, I was not surprised. However, upon opening it, I could not conceal my astonishment. "Mr. Pod," said the clerk gravely, "the egg was handled so much that it naturally hatched. Certainly you are not surprised?" "Not surprised that it hatched," I returned, to be reasonable. "But this is fried chicken, and the egg was boiled." My Easter dinner with friends on Champlain Avenue made me realize somewhat the stupor a boa constrictor experiences after having swallowed an ox. My friend Bob Williams urged me to make his home my transitory abode, arguing that perhaps while at the hotel I was cheated of needed rest by yielding too much to entertainment by well-meaning acquaintances. He gave me a key to the house, showed me my room, and told me to drop in any time, day or night, and make myself at home. Having promised to call on an elderly gentleman who had been very kind to me, I spent that evening with his family. Before leaving, I had made great friends with his little granddaughter, and promised to call again and bring her some candy. "I want circus candy, the kind with rings around it," she explained, drawing imaginary circles round her finger. When I reached my hotel, the clerk said several gentlemen were waiting to see me. I was sleepy. Besides, I felt I had caught cold and should doctor it at once. Explaining to the clerk that I was indisposed and begged to be excused to my callers, I slipped out the door and hurried to a drug store. "A good drink of calisaya will fix you," said the drug clerk, who explained it was well charged with quinine, but failed to mention it was also well charged with alcohol. I drank 2 glasses of it, then boarded a car for Champlain Avenue. Before reaching my destination, I fell asleep, but the conductor was thoughtful enough to awaken me and assist me to alight. I was so dizzy from sleepiness I couldn't walk straight. I soon got my bearings, though, and reached Bob's house by experiencing sensations of treading a moving sidewalk, promenading a steamer deck in a high sea, and circumnavigating a crystal maze. I found the door knob, but not the keyhole. We had been having damp weather, and I reasoned that perhaps the keyhole had shrunk shut. I searched my pockets for matches, and found enough wooden toothpicks to kindle my wrath. While I was fuming, a policeman came to my relief. "Who be you, young feller?" he interrogated. Pythagoras Pod," I answered civilly, and offering him the key, added, "Won't you open the door for me?" "You don't live here, then," said the cop. "I know it," I admitted. "Just visiting friends." "Are you sure you know where you're at?" he inquired sternly. "No, I'm not sure," I said feebly, "but I think I'm on Champlain Avenue." "More like champagne," he returned sourly. "What's the number of the house?" "I forget it," I answered. "I know the house, though, when I see it." "I think you came here for business," said the officer. "You better come with me," and he locked his arm in mine. "Let me ring up the folks," I pleaded. "They'll identify me." The cop stopped, hesitated, and doubtlessly deeming prudence the better part of valor, let. When I took my thumb off the electric button, the household must have thought Chicago burning again. I heard Bob tumble halfway downstairs, and when he opened the door and identified me and saw me stagger in, he took another tumble. The third was taken by the disappointed cop, who hurried off to his proper beat. Conscious of my inebriated condition, I was much embarrassed that my friend should find me in such a state at that late hour. He asked me no questions, and I told him no lies. When he had assisted me to bed, he turned out the gas, which likely I should have blown out, and left me to prayerful meditation. My late propensity to sleep had vanished. My brain was a whirling wilderness. The more I thought about that temperance drink of calisaya, the less respect I had for the principles of prohibition. I scored temperance societies, darned Salvation Armies, and cursed the birth of Matthews, who invented the soda fountain. Before long I was in a sweat. The red beverage was evidently breaking up my cold, but that wasn't all. It broke me up. It had broken the slumbers of my host. I was sure it had broken up my good reputation for sobriety. I was too nervous to sleep. Thinks I, a hot bath will just fix me. I'll get up and take one. I rose and hunted for matches, but couldn't find any. Piece by piece, I scraped several ornaments off the mantel onto the floor, one bronze Mozart statuette doing some effective work on my big toe that I had intended a chiropodist to do. Next, I fell over a center table and upset a glass vase on the floor, which broke its neck. Then I tumbled over a rocker and wondered that I didn't break mine. Still bent upon reaching the bathroom, I bent my nose against an open closet door. I was mad. At last, finding the exit of my chamber, I groped my way into the hall, then hesitated. I thought I remembered the location of the bathroom. I was under the impression my bedroom was on the 3rd floor. In reaching for the balusters, I almost lost my balance, my head still whirling like a dancing dervish. Slowly and dizzily I felt my way downstairs until I came to a door, the bathroom door, I supposed. I opened it gently, groped my way in, and put my bare foot on a napkin ring, which proceeded to roll away, landing me flat on the floor. Then the folding door swung to with a bang. I feared my friends would think burglars were in the house. But I found the tub all right. I turned the faucets and was pleased to have both run cold water, for I burned as with a fever. But when I started to climb into the tub, I found I had either grown shorter in stature or the tub had been raised. Perhaps it was managed by automatic machinery. I knew nothing about machinery, so with great effort I climbed up and into the tub, but found greater difficulty to get all of me in it. I reasoned that the dimensions of the contracted bathtub must be all right, but the expansions of my head were wrong. I was intoxicated by a temperance drink, and had heard that it was the worst kind to get tipsy on. I made another heroic effort to jam my body into the tub, but some of me would always lap over the edges. I reasoned that if I were sober, there would surely be room for 3 to swim comfortably about that bathtub. Cold water ran from the faucets for some time, and I was considerably cooled off, when suddenly one faucet began to run hot water. Instead of turning off the water in my excitement, I tried to climb out of the tub, but was wedged so tightly in it, a hasty escape was impracticable, and before I fell out on the floor, my left leg was scalded. There were no pillows where I dropped, so the next moment the door swung open, and the gleam of a lighted match shone in my face. I saw my host, with countenance as white as his nightshirt, suddenly assume a rosy hue. Then I heard him giggle. I was glad he saw some humor in it, for I failed to. In one hand he held an old army musket, and I told him not to shoot. Sitting on the floor, I now saw plainly that it was the butler's pantry and not the bathroom, and that I had taken a bath in the sink. Bob, on gaining my room, put some salve on my scald and wound my limb with the first handkerchief he came across, and I was soon fast asleep. Next morning I remembered my promise to buy some candy for my little friend, and visited a confectioner. It was a big store, and 3 salesladies tried to wait upon me. "I wish the spiral striped peppermint, kind of circus candy," I explained. "It's for a little tot I am fond of." "I understand," said the girl, "but we haven't it. But wait a minute." Before I realized what she meant, she had dashed out the door, presumably to the store 2 doors away. I was sorry she took such trouble to please a poor patron. Soon she reappeared with a crystal jar of the long stick candy I desired, and dumping a pound of it on the scales, inquired, "How much do you wish?" "Oh, 1 stick will do," I said. "She's a delicate child. I don't want to make her sick." The girl almost dropped the jar. Then, recovering her mental equilibrium, she asked, while refilling the jar from the scales, "Will you take it with you, or have it sent?" I blinked. "Take it with me, I guess," was my reply. As she wrapped the stick of candy, I reached in my pocket for the penny. Then I felt weak. I hadn't a cent. I declare," I exclaimed, "I left all my money with the hotel clerk. I'll be back directly." And out I rushed into the street, where there was more air. By the time I got to the hotel and back, I was willing to buy 5 pounds of candy. I no sooner entered the store than the girl, with a smothered smile, said, "We sent the candy to the hotel." Now I was embarrassed. "What hotel?" I inquired. "Why, the Auditorium," she giggled. "You're Mr. Pye Pod, aren't you? The proprietor said so, and appreciating your immense purchase, desired to spare you all the inconvenience possible." I heard laughter in the office as I closed the door behind me. I dreaded to face the hotel clerk. As I strolled up street, I thought what a poor mother I would make even to one little child, and tried to fancy the awful strain on Washington to be such a good father to his whole country. There was one thing that worried me generally when my meals were over, my hat. I feared I should lose it. The hat boy, clever as he was, by mistake might give it to another. Always when he handed it to me, I stopped to examine it carefully, to make sure it wasn't one of the stylish tiles which had presumed to associate with it on the rack. It was customary for me to question the custodian of hats in this manner: "Is this my hat? Are you sure it is?" When Tuesday evening my odd-looking stovepipe was handed me, I examined it incredulously, I, the colored man, then stepping in front of a natty groomed gentleman of 50, who had just received his latest Dunlap from the custodian, I scrutinized his hat inquisitively, then my own, and eyed him inquiringly, as much as to say, "Are you sure our hats have not become exchanged?" The dignified guest did not take kindly to my manner. He frowned, even looked savage. The darky seemed to think it funny, and laughed in his hand with back turned. I accompanied the old gentleman down in the elevator to the office, where we picked our teeth. Then I addressed the clerk in injured tones. "I have a complaint to make." "Let's have it," said the genial Harry. "That black blue-brown hat custodian at the dining room is forever getting my tile mixed with those of other guests. I hate to make a fuss, but—" "You are quite right, Mr. Pod," said the clerk, seriously. "A first-class hotel should not tolerate such inefficiency in a trusted employee. I'll discharge the fellow at once." I stepped away, contented, and lighted my cigar. Then the stately gentleman addressed the clerk. "Who in the damnation is that fellow? He's off his trolley. He thought this hat of mine was his, and that rusty, antediluvian, dilapidated specimen he wears was mine. What's his name?" "Why, Professor Pythagoras Pod, of course. Didn't you recognize him? Everybody knows him. He knows his hat, too, and don't you forget it. Offer him $50 for his old tile, and see how quickly he'll refuse it." The outraged dignitary shrank into his clothes, and with a wry glance in my direction, walked away. The custodian of hats kept his job, but I never saw the stylish gentleman again. End of Chapter 18. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 19 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 19, Dunk Causes a Sensation by Mac-A'Rony. Days are but the pulse beats of immortal time. Sparks from iron shoes. Mac-A'Rony. It was the 22nd of April. The inclement weather, which had reigned supreme for 40 hours, suddenly abdicated in favor of the presumptive sun and genial air apparent, which ruled gloriously for some 609 minutes. Save that it lacked the odor of new-mown hay, it was a day fashioned after a donkey's own heart. However, a yard of fresh grass painted green would have satisfied my taste better than did the golden sun rays and the transparent air. At 10 o'clock, Pye Pod, D.D., donkey driver, sauntered off to do an errand, and then hastened to the stables to saddle and pack his two noble and fractious partners, Cheese and myself. I believe my erudite collaborator has already introduced to you my long-eared comrade. Such a load as we were to carry! Of course I got the worst of the bargain, in which I had no voice. Said my master, as he rubbed my nose, "Mac, old boy, Since you have become hardened to the trip by reason of your 1,300-mile creep," I nabbed at him vexedly, "I'll just let you shoulder the 2 boxes." And with nerve incarnate the unbalanced Professor balanced on my back what seemed to me 2 one-ton cases of pig iron. I believed my time had come. Even the unsophisticated Cheese whispered to me nervously, "Our coffins, Mac, sure as Balaam," and resumed the mastication of Timothy hay as if it were his last meal. The pack saddles were tightly cinched to us. Every time Pod pulled on the ropes under my belly I grunted as if in pain, although it only tickled me, and gnawed a half-inch off the oaken manger in seeming agony. So while he imagined he was squeezing all the breath out of me, I had still enough left to inflate a balloon. That's how I fooled Pod. All this time he was talking to himself. He vowed that he would get even with a certain officious policeman who had duly gloried in the exercise of his authority by ordering him to lead his "confounded jackass" away from the front portal of the hotel, where crowds of curious people always gathered around us and blocked the way. His soliloquy grew louder and more fiery every moment. Even Cheese lifted his snout out of the haymow and tilted his left ear, whispering, "Say, Mac, our master must have some unholy motive in mind. Hold on to your wind. Don't let him lace those lockers on you, as a squaw would bind a papoose to her back, for you may want to kick 'em off. Pod's daft." Well, that suspicious Jack's most grotesque foreboding was soon realized. Everything went well until we were nearly opposite the great double portal of the hotel, when suddenly I felt the saddle slipping round my girth. Another second and I was flat on my back, jerked high off my feet on top of the boxes. For a moment I could not realize the undignified posture I was in. Being roped securely to the boxes, all I could do was to kick at the flying sparrows and bray as only a frightened donkey can. Crowds quickly assembled. Excitement ran high. Cheese, instead of raising a hoof in my defense, dropped his ears and looked complacently on my animated heap like a country gawk. The hotel guests rushed out bareheaded, some of them fresh from the cafe, with tripe and ice cream in hand, and wild-eyed pedestrians flocked to the scene of my troubles. Don barked excitedly and kept the throng back. The coolest one of the outfit was Pod. He stood quietly by, grinning and bowing to the open-air audience as if he were the bandmaster and I the band. I now recollected Cheese's advice, and chided myself for having expanded my lungs at the packing. The thought was vexing to one in my position. Immediate relief looked hopeless. Scared half to death, I brayed myself hoarse before a would-be liberator wedged through the crowd and ordered Pod to clear the thoroughfare. He was that pompous policeman. He eyed Pod severely, and glancing at my upturned face, inquired, "What's in them there boxes, mister?" "Pills," said Pod, "just pills," and with his usual suavity added, "a very dainty but effective cathartic, the best remedy in the world for a morbid policeman. I know you feel out of sorts, Mr. Cop, but the contents of one of these boxes, taken internally, will make you imagine you are not only the chief of the Chicago police, but the mayor of the city and the president of the United States combined." The Professor then handed the man a small box and proceeded to free me. And do you know, I choked Michigan Boulevard for an hour before I was got right side up with care. We next moved on to the Columbus statue, which then stood in a barren spot between the road and the lake shore, where a photographer waited to take some rare views of our outfit. The bombastic policeman ordered us off the grass, although there was nothing but gravel in sight. Cheese was raving mad, and so annoyed by the cop's impertinence that he boldly made a bluff at eating the sculptured stone wreath off the statue, just to worry him. "Mac A'Rony, please keep your ears still for 1 minute, will you?" said the photographer, as he took hold of my flaps and pushed them forward, adding, "Now keep them there." As he let go, they flew back into a natural position like blades of whalebone. Next he twisted my nose almost out of shape, and addressed me as if I were a lady. "Now smile gently. There." Such a grin as I gave! The instant he removed the black cloth from the camera, a familiar lump came up in my throat, and I brayed. My efforts to restrain myself joggled my ears out of gear, and completely shook the smile off my face. But I was took, body and brains, with the whole outfit. How I shudder when I gaze upon those photographs! My drooping eyes and my lazy body all taken together made a picture so perfectly asinine that one can almost detect the bray leaving my mouth. I have always been ashamed of that picture of real life. Like all donkeys, I was disappointed because my photo did not flatter me. Besides, my master's eagerness to keep his contract to advertise a patent medicine led him to drape Don in a gray blanket, on which "Throw physic to the dogs" was brilliantly embroidered, words which helped make Shakespeare immortal, but caused Don to blush. It was a long jaunt to Illinois Street. Several times my burden threatened to come off, and once I almost made a free distribution of pills by falling in front of an electric car which was brought to a stand only 6 inches from me. I caused a sensation, to say the least, and when Cheese brayed in terror, a multitude flocked to the scene. The passengers were thrown out of their seats, some of them pitched off the front platform on the top of me, and screamed with fright. Pod, of course, flew into a rage. He accused me of attempting suicide, but Cheese loyally defended me, and said, "Such a load of medicine is enough to prostrate a herd of elephants." Soon afterward, on turning a corner, the wind blew Pod's hat off, and it went flying under the wheels of a cable car, which completely ironed the curl out of the hat rim on one side and gathered a crowd on the other. "Managing one jackass is a difficult job, but controlling 2 is impossible," I heard Pod mutter, as he slapped his plug on his bald pate. Although it was only 5 miles to Garfield Park as the crow flies, it was 10 by the course we took. At that place we were not overfed, and soon after leaving we encountered an electric hailstorm. Volley after volley of round shot ripped open Pod's ill-fated tile, and his spleen broke loose again. "I'm glad this day's most ended," he thundered. His remark seemed to solicit sympathy, so I answered gravely, "My worthy master, remember that days are but the pulse beats of immortal time. You should cherish each as you do every heart throb." My philosophic words silenced him for a moment. Then, as if I might warp the wearisome hour by a mute tongue, I lay back my tail and ears till they were parallel with the road, and landed my cargo in Oak Park before 6. There was no hotel in sight, but as it was not yet dark, Pod was enabled to find a barn adjoining a saloon, and there he stalled us, fed and watered us, and said good night. End of chapter 19. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 20 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 20, A Donkey for Alderman, by Pye Pod. Full in the midst the polished table shines, and the bright goblets, rich with generous wines. Now each partakes the feast the wine prepares, portions the food, and each the portion shares. Nor till the rage of thirst and hunger ceased, to the high host approached the sagacious guest. Homer's Odyssey. I left my embryo caravan in Oak Park for the night and returned to the Auditorium Hotel. The clerk greeted me with, "Well, well," grasped my outstretched hand, and with a smile said, "I thought your picturesqueness had left us for good." Then, pulling a pen out of the vegetable pen stand, which squinted "how to do" with one remaining eye, he handed it to me. "I'm a hard customer to get rid of," I remarked. "Could not get out of the city entirely this day, though I've traveled miles. Jack's at Oak Park. Saloon bar. Best I could find. No hotel. Got to eat and sleep, you know." And having said this, I walked majestically to the lift. "7th floor?" queried the elevator boy. "No, dining room," I corrected, patting my stomach fondly. "Pretty late for feed, guess," observed the lad discouragingly, as we began to rise. "There's a banquet on now," continued the lad. "Great Balaam, I am late!" I exclaimed. "I've been a week saving my appetite for this dinner. Let her slide, kid. There!" and I hurried to the dining room. I knocked persistently against the locked doors, while savory odors drifted through the keyhole, and was soon admitted by the assistant head waiter. I smile now as I recall that watermelon grin when the darky yawned like a coal bin in expression of his greeting. "I'm somewhat embarrassed, Jim, to appear so tardy," I began. "I had about decided to deny myself the honor and pleasure of the event. You see, my friends are all togged out in their pigeon tails, while just look at me." "Why, Mr. Tagras, sure they will be glad to—" "Yes, yes, I know they would be more pleased to see me in my odd regulation clothes. But no, not this time, Jim. Close your scuttle, mum's the word. Just let me eat in this snug corner where I can hear the strains of the orchestra out of reach of their stale jokes. Fetch on the viands." As I concluded, I pressed a coin into the mahogany hand, and took from my coat a button containing Mac's and Pod's photo, and gave it to the delighted darky. There was novelty in this strange situation. It was the only feast I remembered ever having attended uninvited. Across the spacious hall, obscured by Japanese screens, sat the garrulous banqueters, blissfully ignorant of my presence, while I, a famished and jaded nomad, sat comfortably drinking in the liquid music of the serenade and inflating my gastronomical pipes with terrapin, squab, robin's eggs, salad, and other dainties galore. Presently I was served with something more mellifluous than music, as Jim appeared with a bottle of that familiar sparkling liquid which is proverbially wrapped in cobwebs and frost, in a pail of ice, and said, "B'lieve you, said mum, sah, be dis yo' taste, Mistah Tagras?" My eyes eloquently expressed my sentiments. Oh, what a nerve tissue a donkey journey does create! As I quaffed the soul stirring nectar, I thought of Mac A'Rony. How he would have relished a quart of that sterling brand, and then poured a bumper for him and drank it to his very good health. When I had finished, I called the waiter and said, with visible effort, "Jim, I wish you would tell the bandmaster," here Jim poked a napkin into his mouth, "that a tardy guest heartily requests the patriotic tune, 'Macaroni's Come to Town.' Go, Jim, that's a good girl." And Jim went. That waiter was the cleverest darky I ever came across. We all well know that one trait of a thoroughbred darky is the faculty for invention. Imagine my surprise when the fellow returned with a gentleman in full dress and introduced me. I, expecting to catch something different, failed to catch his name. My new acquaintance seemed to feel highly honored with the presentation. He appeared a bit staggered, though, and with difficulty found my wandering hand. Taking my arm, he escorted and introduced me to the convivial assembly as the distinguished guest of the evening. Though somewhat belated, nevertheless his genial presence duly appreciated. When he mentioned the name of Professor Pythagoras Pod, such applause issued from the unsteady occupants of the 100 chairs that I, thinking it my courteous duty to join in the encore, clapped my hands vigorously. This seemed to provoke great merriment. The laughter and clapping grew louder and louder, until hands and throats were inadequate to express the jubilant spirits of the banqueters, and they began to stamp their feet. Finally all arose, threw in the air imaginary hats, broke glasses of wine, and in fact I don't know what would have happened if the manager had not entered the scene. Finally some one called, "Speech! Speech! A speech from Mr. Pod!" I tried to respond. I didn't believe the guests knew who I was, other than a pod of some sort. The hotel manager did, but he had gone. I therefore decided not to reveal my identity. I would act the invited guest I was taken to be. I did not speak long. What I said was ostensibly so appropriate, so pointed, so witty, so apropos, that the frequent cries of "Hear! Hear!" told me I had made a hit, and it was time to stop. I have no recollection of what I said on that momentous occasion, but I apologized for the abruptness of my departure on the plea that I had 6 more banquets to attend that evening, whereas I had but one stomach. Wild cheers and hand clapping greeted my speech. When quiet was restored, I offered the following toast, asking all to rise with filled goblets. "Hic! Here's to the man, boys! Here's to the man who has the sagacity, gall, and who can partake of the bless of the earth, though unbidden, without revealing the jack he has ridden. Here to his pocket, and here's to his purse. May Balaam shed tears when he rides in a hearse." With a concerted "Bravo!" all drank my health. Then, hat in hand, I followed a very tortuous route out, and to the elevator, and soon afterward found the keyhole of my chamber door and retired. I did not feel well in the morning, but nevertheless journeyed to the Oak Park at an early hour. What a surprise awaited me at the barn! The air was dense with the odor of beer. I had hardly anticipated the trouble brewing. Nothing was so foreign to my thoughts as the possibility of finding 2 asinine inebriates and a jagged canine, instead of the sober company I left the evening before. But there they lay, both donkeys, paralyzed, panting, and blear-eyed. An overturned beer keg swam in the deluge of froth that flooded the floor. Mac must have pulled the bung out of the keg. The fellow looked guilty enough, but when I recalled my own recent dissipation, I didn't have the heart to upbraid him. I was perplexed. What could I do? To resume my pilgrimage that morning was out of the question. I felt in my bones that as soon as the saloon keeper learned of the calamity, I, Pythagoras Pod, would have to pay damages. Such I could not well afford. Why not go to the man and enter a complaint against him for harboring knockout drops and consequently causing my valuable animal's ruination of mind, physique, and moral character? A capital idea. No sooner thought than done. The man was speechless. "Why," I exclaimed, pounding my fist hard down on the oaken bar, "think of it, a day's delay may lose me my $5,000 wager. Think of it, man, $5,000." I would have said more, but I noticed the Hibernian was knocked completely out of the metaphorical ring by my unequivocal utterances. His blanched countenance showed that his conscience smote him. He paced the barroom floor like a leopard trying to get away from his spots. Presently he stopped, and thrusting his fingers through his goatee, looked out in time to witness Mac A'Rony turn a headspring from the barn door. "Begorry!" he exclaimed, "if I had that mule, I'd ruin him for the alderman of the 10th Ward, sure, and it's pure air and water the byes votin' fer. It's this I'm saying, Misther Pod, I'll give ye 25 bones for the brute in his present condition. I will that, and call it square." Mac certainly was acting very compromisingly, but I explained to the Irishman no reasonable sum could purchase that particular donkey, and furthermore that $25 would barely satisfy my claims. The exclamation of "Holy Mither!" checked me for the moment, and as the man looked barnward, he added eloquently, shaking his fists, "I'm damned if the scapegrace ain't mixed drinks. Here's Mr. Rooney," and I rushed out in the nick of time to prevent my crazy Jack from tapping a whiskey barrel standing in the shed adjoining the barn. "Mr. Pod, a curse on me soul if I would ruin the blatherskate for doorkeeper of the penitentiary. Here's $10. Tear the likes of it in two, and ruin and buy a bromo seltzer, and sober the toper up at once." I took the proffered note, and had gone but 100 feet when the Irishman called to me, "Hold on, before you leave, for the space of a moment. Mind that you puts a muzzle on the astrophoid reprobate with the bobtail ears, and spring a time lock on the creature." The animals having been dosed, I was about to question myself, what next, when my host said cordially, "Sure, and will you feed with us? You may keep the change from the skin plaster, and good luck in store for yez. Now coom on to grub, and lave the brutes alone. They'll be after having their sea legs soon," and Pat succeeded in conciliating me and escorted me to the house. By 1 o'clock my disgraceful donkeys answered to roll call, and with touching humility submitted to be saddled. With such disappointing interpositions of fate, the Golden Gate seemed to be a decade removed. For a while the donks were wavering and their pedals unreliable, but after the first hour they meandered along quite acceptably. As Mac was slow to recuperate, I rode Cheese. He was surprisingly sure of foot, whereas Mac, swell headed, drowsy eyed, and swaying, couldn't have walked a straight line a yard wide, unless it was a yard of grass. He walked with a suspicious tread, like one venturing on ice, which threatened his death bath any moment. When the afternoon was well advanced, Cheese showed symptoms of lameness in his nigh foreleg, as I had feared, in consequence of his late circus. We passed Maywood and Elmhurst as we followed the main traveled road. I was compelled to dismount and lead my cripple 4 miles to Lombard. Such was my luck in the state of Illinois. It was after dark the second day out of Chicago, and still we had traveled but 20 miles. To think that munificent gift, Cheese, was already an invalid on my hands. I summoned a veterinary surgeon and listened to his diagnosis with solicitous attention. "Only a strain of the shoulder muscles," said he. "Must have run, hop, skip, and jumped to get such a strain. Does he ever play golf? Will require a full week's rest." The doctor rendered his professional opinion with the air of a metropolitan specialist prescribing a trip to Europe for some delicate society belle. Next morning I rode in company with a good fellow 2 miles into the country, where I purchased a very long-eared, shapeless donkey of a good character, and quickly rode him bareback to town. Then I sold my cripple at auction in the public square. The cumbersome pack boxes which the sturdy Mac A'Rony had borne without a murmur, I also sold to pay the doctor's bill. The following day saw me in the town of Wheaton, whose reputed beauty I failed to appreciate in a pouring rain. I remained there over Saturday night and Sunday. The clipping of Cheese II on Monday morning proved to be an exhibition well worth witnessing, at a safe distance. That model character turned out to have the temper of a vixen. First a rope was twisted round his nose, then his 4 legs were tied securely together, and finally 6 strong men held him down on the floor to permit the finishing touches to his vibrating limbs, while carefully avoiding the finishing touches to their lives. Instantly the half dozen assistants were sent sprawling across the floor in all directions, while the stable dog chased an imaginary bird into space and landed in a poultry yard. The frightened donkey was mad, or had a fit. On the other hand, Mac, in the noisy excitement, pumped his bronchial organs to their utmost capacity, and Don joined in the chorus, till any passer by might easily have mistaken the barn for a slaughter-house. Finally, the unruly subject was got under control, and in time released on bail of hay. I verily believe that the electricity generated by that clipped donkey, if stored, could have propelled a trolley for 24 hours. During the ensuing week the villages of Geneva, Elberon, Maple Park, and Cortlandt in turn greeted me with the usual curiosity and concern, and I was spared to enter DeKalb on Wednesday evening, after a most distressing adventure. When we had proceeded about 2 miles beyond Cortlandt, I unchained my dog for a short sportive recess. I rode Mac, and about 3 feet to our right ambled Cheese, a chain connecting his bit with my saddle horn. My little troop was peacefully traversing the smooth country road, when suddenly Don came bounding down the highway, chasing a little red calf, the dog barking gleefully, the calf bellowing with fright. Drawing my revolver, I fired to distract Don's attention, but without avail. A few moments later, as I was aiming at a flock of blackbirds, I heard the ominous clatter of hoofs rapidly approaching us from the rear, accompanied by a deep, hoarse mooing, which clearly emanated from a calf of mature years. Imagine my feelings when, turning in my seat, I beheld an enraged cow racing with Don in a bee line for me, the dog in the lead going a mile a minute, the bovine a mile and a quarter. It was the first I had known Don to flee from a foe. His eye now protruded, his tongue hung out a foam, and his tail lay back straight like an arrow. As I remember, the dog passed under the chain connecting my donkeys, and instantly, with the force of a locomotive, something alive plunged into our midst, striking the chain. How many double somersaults I turned, I know not. How many minutes we remained in the dusty road, overturned in a heap, I can only estimate from the distance the lucky dog must have traveled to get out of sight so soon. My first mental reflection was that the cow must be the calf's mother. My second thought was to save my life. I managed somehow to crawl out from under the animated heap, and then surveyed the situation. The cow's horns were fast in the chain, and one of her feet in the saddle gear, and she tossed her head savagely, every time lifting one donkey or the other bodily off the ground, and dropping him in a heap in the dust. She kicked and bellowed until finally breaking loose, minus a horn, she made for me, head down, innocent as I was. I didn't stop to argue, but lit out for the barbed wire fence with that outraged mother at my heels. I have heard you can tell how fast a man thinks by the way he eats. You could have told how fast I thought by the way I ran. Over the fence I leaped, leaving my long coat tail hanging from the top strand of wire. The cow, blinded with rage, made a lunge at the piece of cloth, only to lacerate her head on the barbs. Then she jumped the fence and took after me, tail in the air and foam dripping from her mouth. A small tree stood by the roadside not far distant, and I cleared the fence again and made for it. Although not an expert at climbing, I shinned aloft like a squirrel, and for a moment expected the bovine to follow. She reared on her haunches and pawed furiously at the swaying branches. Then, backing several feet, she charged headlong against the sapling, almost dislocating every bone of my body and every hair of my head. All but shaken out of the tree top, I contrived to gather in my legs and to wind them round the slender trunk. Then I reached for my revolvers. My Colt .44 was missing, but with my Smith & Wesson .32 I peppered that cow until I shot away a section of her tail and sent her off in a cloud of dust, like a howling, raging cyclone, in the direction of her calf. I waited a while before venturing down to look for my animals, now conspicuous for their absence. Darkness had settled on the scene. Groping my way up the road, I soon stumbled over a pair of boots. Further on, a camera, and 100 yards beyond, my Winchester rifle, minus its holster. Still no sign of donkeys or dog. I stopped at a farmhouse and inquired, "Have you seen two jackasses strolling this way?" The agriculturalist pulled his goatee as he surveyed me from foot to crown, and replied, "No, I hain't seen two jackasses strollin' this way, but a whole herd of 'em came tearin' past my barnyard, a kitin' about, an hour ago. Scarin' the cattle I was milkin' into fits. Why, the brayin' and takin' on of the wild beasts caused a stampede of my hull gar darned dairy. What be ye a pesterin' round these parts with a herd of wild jackasses?" My response was terse, and was given before the man had finished. I hurried on, making inquiries at other farmhouses before I found my fugitive caravan huddling together in a corral a mile beyond. My dog was with them, but no cows or calves. Borrowing a lantern and 2 halters, I retraced my steps down the highway, my unwilling animals in tow, and resaddled and packed them as best I could. Then I returned the loan and hastened to town. End of Chapter 20. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 21 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 21, A Donkey Without a Father by Mac Aroni. An uneducated person, seeing a picture of a donkey in a field, sees only a donkey in a field, however well it may be painted, and I fancy very exceptional ability would be required to make any of us think a gray donkey sublime, or believe an ordinary field to be one of Elysian. Ideala, Sarah Grand. There will be many converts to the Darwinian theory by the time I have taken Pythagoras Pod to his destination. They are recruiting all along the line. The professor's street lecture in DeKalb in a mist was punctuated with effusive allusions to his obstreperous asses, which epithet only strengthened our ill feeling toward him and furnished a new incentive for Cheese's rascality. When Pod reached the middle of an elegant burst of rhetoric, that animal, true to asinine instinct, pushed a hind foot against the orator's stomach and brought the speech to a finish. The afflicted one was tenderly borne away, I know not whither, but Cheese whispered, probably to a blacksmith's, where a bellows could be had with which to pump wind into the vacuum. The following day, my master having come to, it was decreed that Cheese and I be taken to a smith's, to have our corns pared and our shoes repaired. Whenever Pod has an idle moment, thank Balaam he hasn't many, he amuses himself by torturing a donkey. Shoes are a nuisance, especially new shoes, and I would much rather go barefoot, as do country boys and girls. The blacksmith, an expert cobbler, shook hands with us, with special deference to Cheese, who was to have the new footgear, then informed my master that if we jacks would treat him with respect, he would do what was right, but if not, he would inflict on him what he himself had received from us. I overheard Pod mutter as he departed that he was sure that villain Cheese was going to kick him by proxy. When Pod returned, that incorrigible donkey had both Smiths in a corner, and was kicking knots out of the walls. Soon that shop appeared as if constructed of perforated cardboard, and the two men as if they were worsted. Both men were saved, however, by Pod, who ran to a bakery for some cakes, with which he completely subjugated the murderous brute, and enabled the men to complete the work. All next day we labored through mud, which made my feet feel good, but spoiled the looks of our new shoes. That day the Professor bought a new donkey. "Sell him cheap, sound as a die," said the man. Perhaps this was the truth, but he was the funniest donkey I ever set eyes on. His face resembled a poodle dog's, except that it was longer, and he appeared to be a combination of crosses between South American llama, Rocky Mountain sheep, baby camel, and muley cow, with only a sprinkling of donkey blood. After this freak was roped to my saddle, and we had proceeded a little way, I asked, "Excuse me, friend, but what stock did you descend from?" "Why, livestock," said the simpleton. The rest of us hid our faces, but I persisted. "Who's your father?" "I never had a father," he returned. "If I did, he never showed up in my lifetime. As for my mother, she kicked the tenderloins out of a farmer's thoroughbred pig, in consequence of which I was left to shift for myself, so you can't call me a shiftless fellow." Well, the poor fellow ain't quite as bad off as Topsy, I thought. She had neither father nor mother. For a week back Cheese had been complaining of a weak foot, which explains why Pod desired an emergency donkey. The heavy roads would have taxed a dray horse, but by shifting the burden from Cheese and myself to the new acquisition, we were able to make better time with less effort. The sun was hot, and Poodle's long coat dripped with perspiration. Before long we were stopped in front of a house, where a man was cutting the grass with a lawn mower. "Hey there, mister," Pod shouted. "Will you loan me that machine for a moment? I'll remunerate you handsomely for the kindness." The farmer just shouldered that machine and fetched it down to the roadside. Then my master dismounted, and whispering to the granger something I couldn't understand, to my utter astonishment deliberately pushed that lawn mower almost the whole length of that donkey's back. I recall the incident so vividly. First sounded the noisy swish of the mower, next the fragrant air was hazy with flying hair, hat, man, and mowing machine. A moment of painful silence followed, when suddenly a clatter from the roof of the house indicated that the jackass had promptly returned the machine to its owner. Poor Pod, it looked as if he were no mower. The farmer laid him gently on the grass, where he finally awoke, and with the aid of hard cider and a fanning machine was restored. 3 miles beyond he caught the refractory jack that meant only to harm the machine, he said, and not the man, and securing a slip noose to Poodle's tail, roped him to my saddle. Next he tied Cheese to my tail, and leaping aboard his new expedient, led the way. All at once Poodle espied 2 donkeys grazing in a field. "I must say farewell to my sweethearts before leaving," he protested, braying and making a dash for the fence, dragging me after him. I often wonder if he had any feeling left in his tail after that, for while it pained me to drag Cheese, it must have caused Poodle more pain to tow us two by resorting to such a sensitive extreme. Had not the fence been a thorn hedge, I verily believe that Samson would have dragged us across lots to his sweethearts. I never saw Pod so enraged. On nearer approach to Rochelle, we stopped in front of a house where Pod purchased a drink of milk from a woman who was passing milk cans to a man in a wagon. Neither the man nor the woman asked a question, much to my surprise, until we had proceeded some distance, when, to prevent a tragedy, nature asserted herself and impelled the woman to call out, "Say, what be them there animyles you've got, stranger?" "Two are camels and one is a dromedary," Pod yelled. "Dromedary!" the woman exclaimed, and to the man added, "That's a new sort of dairy I never heerd of. Did you, Hank?" End of Chapter 21. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina.
Chapter 22 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 22. Rat Trap and Donkey's Tail by Pye Pod. "By my faith, Signor Don Quixote," quoth the Duchess, "that must not be. You shall be served by 4 of my damsels, all beautiful as roses." "To me," answered Don Quixote, "they will not be as roses, but even as thorns pricking me to the very soul. They must in no wise enter my chamber." Don Quixote. From Rochelle to the Mississippi I found the people more conservative, but interesting subjects for character study. The topography of the country varied but little. Snipe, quail, doves, and meadow larks were prevalent. The pesty pocket gophers were as shy of my firearms as of the farmers' dogs. One might shoot a dozen of them only to see the spry little fellows drop dead into their home-made graves. I have seen hundreds of them sitting upright on as many mounds, immovable as sticks, but pop, and they vanished. Crossing this one-time prairie state, I recalled pictures of prairie fires in my school books, and easily imagined the terror of the droves of wild horses and buffalo fleeing before the leaping flames. This seemed to be a contented section, and contentment is a great thing. Although no woodland was visible, I saw occasional clusters of pussy willows, and groups of shade trees embowering a house, above which the shaft of an aeromotor towered like a sentinel, asserting the homestead rights. When the wind wheels were in motion they created a noise which only an expert linguist could distinguish from the vernacular of a guinea hen. Here and there bunches of cattle browsed in the meadows behind barbed wire fences and thorn hedges, and long corn cribs, often full to overflowing, had rewarded most every farmer. About dark, May 1st, my small caravan ambled into the village of Ashton, and my bugle blast aroused the nodding inhabitants sufficiently to give me a fair audience for a lecture. The Germans predominated, and to them May Day festivals are indispensable. Boys and girls celebrate by hanging May baskets on doorknobs, and a few wags, who resemble frogs, in that a half-dozen make you think they are a million, shower corn, sand, and birdshot at windows equal to a Kansas hailstorm. The celebration that night seemed to be directed at my particular window. The racket had almost soothed me to sleep, when suddenly a rag doll loaded with shot came smashing through the blinds and landed on my bed. My patience overtaxed, I arose and resorted to free trade by exporting to the street a piece of crockery, and a chair, not to mention a few roasted invectives. I would have folded my bedstead and sent it sailing after them, but the disturbance of the piece and the pieces ceased together. While at breakfast I wondered if any tricks had been played on my animals. I was quite sure of it before reaching the stable. The livery keeper came hobbling up on one foot and a crutch, with his face done up in fly paper and a bandage around his head. "What's up?" I asked. Jack's got the spasms." "You mean spavins," I corrected, innocently enough. "Guess I ought to know the difference 'tween spasms and spavins," he returned, sourly. "Those mules o' yourn kicked out petitions, hollered, and had such fits last night that they scared all the mice and rats out'n the haymow." "What kind of petitions?" I asked, remembering I had been tempted to issue a petition on my own account. "What kind d'ye suppose? Wooden petitions," said he. "And when I crawled out o' bed and went to the stalls to see what ailed 'em—" "Ailed the petitions?" I interrupted, excitedly. "No, the mules. Something like 1,000 rats and mice ran over my bare feet. I thought the barn must be afire, and I jumped so the lantern fell out of my hand and broke, and I had to feel my way in the dark." "You ought to know better than to feel around strange donkeys, night or day," said I, reprovingly. "It wasn't the feeling of 'em that broke me up so," he said. "'Twas the kindlin' wood they piled up agen me." I did not discuss further the circumstances. I was quite satisfied, since we had grievances in common. While settling my bill, I noticed Mac gaze at the ceiling, so I glanced upward too, and at once saw hanging to a nail on a crossbeam a circular rat trap, bent almost flat and containing 2 dead rodents. That solved the mystery. On recovering the trap, we found it sprinkled with donkey hair and sheep twine, which was proof enough that some young villain had fastened a cage full of rats to Macaroni's tail, he being the most amiable of the donkeys. There is nothing like the mysterious to frighten a dumb brute, and when that donkey heard strange noises and felt mysterious movements about his hind legs, he didn't wait for an explanation. Goodbye, rats. Although the day dawned clear, dark clouds began early to bank in the southwest, and before I could reach the next town I was drenched by a heavy shower. But I was fortunate in selling Cheese II, my weak-footed Jack, for $7 to the village butcher, who, while in Ashton, had generously fed my dog. Wet to my skin, I took refuge in a German tavern managed by a widow with 5 comely daughters. All were kind and responsive to my wants, and brought to my room a varied assortment of house pets, literature, and cheese, not omitting a bottle of beer, for my entertainment and refreshment, while I remained in bed enveloped in comforters, waiting for my only suit of clothes to dry by the kitchen fire. Meanwhile, I became almost asphyxiated from the gas generated by the Limburger cheese, which had already smothered 2 hearty slices of bread. The next day I spent in Dixon, and the following day in Stirling, situated on Rock River. From my bedroom window I had a charming view of the Dam Falls and the iron bridge which spans the stream. My sojourn in both these towns was profitable. It was a hot and dusty ride to Morrison, where I found a brass band serenading a leading citizen. "This won't do," said I, and making Mac bray, I blew my bugle, and at once turned the tide of popularity in our favour. The fickle crowd soon gathered and cheered me to the hotel, while the jilted band had the brass to march down the street past me, blowing itself with might and main until lost to view, not once thinking that distance lent enchantment to my ear. Next day we made slow headway to the Mississippi. As I approached the Father of Waters, the land, as well as my donkeys, were more rolling. Several times, when wading through a pool of dust, Cheese III, alias Poodle, would suddenly stop, circle about, needle and roll with all the paraphernalia he was carrying. Then my steed would follow suit before I could get out of the saddle. 13 miles from Morrison lay the village of Fulton, on the banks of the Mississippi, and it was 4:30 p.m. before we arrived at the big high bridge. The bridge approach on each side of the river crosses a broad stretch of lowlands, which at certain seasons is inundated. My donkeys refused to pass the toll gate, although I had paid the toll. I demanded of Mac an explanation. He maintained his silence, as did Cheese, and neither of them would budge. A squad of labourers, amused at my plight, asserted their donkey nature by imitating an ass's bray, and so perfect was the imitation that my animals took them for donkeys disguised in human apparel, and joined in the awful chorus. Presently a timid woman following us with a terpsichorean horse called to me and gesticulated wildly. I feared a runaway, and was at a loss to know how to urge my contrary animals on, but before long a double dray team came to my assistance. The teamster roped Mac to the rear axle of his wagon, cracked his whip, and drove on, dragging the obdurate donkey on his haunches across the bridge, while Cheese crept closely behind in fear and trembling. When I had crossed the Mississippi it was exactly 17 minutes past 5. As we wended our way into Clinton, Iowa, cheers greeted us from every quarter. The streets were rife with people pacing restless up and down, but soon all footsteps followed in one direction, to the Riviere House, where I took advantage of the favorable circumstances to make a speech, and to dispose of a host of my chromos. I had traveled 1,360 miles, about 1/3 of the distance by trail from New York to San Francisco, and had consumed 160 days, and there was left me only 181 days in which to accomplish the remaining 2/3 of my journey. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 23. Mac Crosses the Mississippi by Mac Aroni. Hell is paved with good intentions. Samuel Johnson. How the Professor ever landed that lopsided, dilapidated tile of his on the west bank of the Mississippi without a bottle of fish glue is beyond me. The wind gave our whole outfit a good blowing up for not crossing the bridge earlier in the day, and Pod had to handle the hat as carefully as an umbrella to prevent its turning inside out. Except at such times, we donks were the only ones to get a blowing. The threats Pod used to coerce us across that lofty bridge, and his final cruel expedient of having a double team drag me with a rope around my neck, were enough to drive one to suicide. "We must reach Iowa to day," said he. "You show absolutely no interest whatever in the next state, but I'll convert you." I protested until I was hoarse. Said I, "When you take into consideration all the different animals that came out of the ark, monkey, parrot, man, and ass, and the results of several thousand years of study and research, how many believe in any other state? Only one, man. There are a few horses and dogs and cats, and occasionally a white rat, that enjoy heaven on earth, but we jackasses are always catching hell." The last word of my peroration was spilled as my master whacked me over the ears with his black snake whip, and knocked all the theological and theosophical considerations out of my head. "Get along there, Mac," he shouted, "and quit your everlasting braying." And as the horses started, I "got" to save my neck. When we reached the middle of the bridge and I was over my dizziness, I slackened my neck rope and followed the wagon more willingly, but my fetlocks bled from scraping on the rough planks, and my rich aristocratic blood painted a faint red trail behind us. It was a hot day. I burned as with a fever, and wanted a drink. "And they call this the Father of Waters?" my master soliloquized as he watched the sluggish current creep under the bridge. "What do they call the Father of Beer?" I asked facetiously, for I was mad. "Mac," said Pod, "you have brought me back to earth. Let us hurry to town." When we were on Iowa soil, the Professor tied his stovepipe over my ears with a green ribbon, and added insult to injury by making me parade into Clinton in that condition before all the genteel donkeys along the road. We stopped at the post office, and Pod read on the way to the hotel portions of 2 letters, one informing him that his sombrero was at the express office, the other casting aspersions on my race. "Yes, I did promise to meet you at the Mississippi and accompany you across the plains," the letter ran. "But really, old man, after reading your articles, I have concluded that I want nothing to do with the jackass." Pod seemed disappointed, and handing the envelope to me, said, "Here, Mac, what do you think of it?" I greedily devoured the contents without a murmur, and the Professor galloped into the express office. "Do you realize that you have swallowed a postage stamp?" Cheese asked gravely, after I had stowed away the morsels of paper. "Most assuredly," I said, smacking my lips, "and hereafter you can look upon me as a sort of internal revenue collector." But now Pod appeared under cover of a broad brimmed hat, and looking frightfully cowboyish. That evening the sombrero so completely unbalanced his head that he sauntered up the street armed to the teeth, and attempted to hold up an Indian cigar sign, to the amusement and terror of passing pedestrians. Later on he became more rational, and gave a street lecture. Friday, May 7th, was a lucky day for Pod and me. Friday is Pod's, and the 7th of the month is mine, with a few exceptions, hence the Prof has on an average of 4½ to my 1. His first errand in Clinton was an act of courtesy. He called on Mr. Gobble, the genial mayor, and obtained one of his quills to embellish the autograph album which was destined to furnish me a delectable repast, unless Pod should find a gold cure to destroy my appetite for stationery. His second errand was to place an order for panniers to be made after his own designs, for they would soon be needed, and his third to call at the stable and superintend a tonsorial artist clip Cheese 3 after the devil's designs. The circus had begun when he arrived. There, tangled in straps and ropes, lay the frightened subject on the stable floor, kicking, while several men were performing rare feats of tumbling. Pod was indignant. "Is it necessary to pile on the donkey in that fashion?" he inquired, starting up a ladder to the loft. "I reckon so, squire," said the clipper, rubbing his bruised arm. "We tied the brute to auger holes in the floor, but he yanked the holes plumb out of the boards, and we bored 'em in again. Then he brayed and strained and pulled out the holes again. What's he been living on, Indian turnips?" Pulled the holes out of the floor! Such an astonishing statement was enough to warp a donkey's credulity. But the operation was finished at last, and Pod returned to the hotel to answer some letters, one of which seemed to tickle him very much. It was from a farmer in the neighborhood, and I'll quote it word for word: Cornville Hollow, Iowa, May 6, 1897. Professor Pythagoras Pod, Esquire, M.D. Illustrious Sir, my wife has give me unexpected opportunity to do ye the great honor o' namin' our latest and last kid after ye, and if ye come this way here ye will see a namesake ye will be proud of. Times are not so good with us of late, but hope they are with you. Wishing you a successful journey, I remain yours fraternally, Cy Sumac. I did not see Pod's reply, but I took him to the post office to purchase a 99-cent money order, which he mailed to Cy, and then overheard him say that was all the money he had when he started, and no man had a right to think he was any richer now, and hoped naming children after him wasn't going to become a fad. On our way to the hotel, a little girl, walking with her papa, expressed the wish to ride on my back. Pod overheard her, and jumping off, placed the little one in the saddle and led me down the road. Pod is never safe without a chaperone. He had no more than got his land legs than a monstrous colored woman, whose avoirdupois was out of proportion to her energy, and with shoes that made him keep his distance, stepped in his way, and with a grin half the width of an adult watermelon, asked him if he was "sho'ly dat wonderful traveler Pod Tag Erastus, what was chasing a mule round the world." For a second Pod was somewhat colored, too, but he laughed and said he believed he was the gentleman. Then the old mammy held out a great black hand with knotted fingers, looking more like an elephant's foot than anything else, and asked if she might have the honor to walk a piece with him. The Professor took the proffered hand, and the pair sauntered on downtown, and were soon lost in the crowd. End of chapter 23. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 24 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 24. Pod Hires a Valet. By Pye Pod. Why, Toby's naught but a mongrel. There's naught to look at in her. But I says to him, "Why, what are you yourseln but a mongrel? There wasn't much picking o' your feyther and mother to look at you. Not but what I like a bit of breed myself, but I can't abide to see one cur grinning at another." Mill on the Floss. The good old black mammy who made my acquaintance on the street called upon me at the hotel to present me with a little dog. I thanked her and told her that one dog was all I could take care of, whereupon she argued that I should visit the Indian reservation at Tama City, and if I presented a dog to the chief, that I would be royally received. A good idea. I wondered it had not occurred to me. I accepted the dog. An hour later I came near being arrested for promoting a dog fight in defiance of the law. Don was generous, however, and left a little of the cur for the Indian chief. But the next morning the sight of a bandaged and plastered dog being dragged behind my outfit was gruesome indeed. This is how I managed the dogs. I chained Don to one end of an 8-foot pole, and the mongrel to the other, so that the dogs could not get closer than 4 feet. Then I chained Don to the saddle horn. I hoped to reach the town of DeWitt before dark. Everything went smoothly, and I was congratulating myself on getting out of the city without a mishap, when suddenly both dogs leaped to the opposite side of my donkey in the effort to reach a cat basking in the sun. The pole yoke caught Mac's hind legs and upset us, almost causing a runaway. This and other incidents delayed me many hours. On arriving at the village tavern, the farmer's home, I was agreeably surprised to find the landlord not so much out of spirits as I. A nightcap, then to bed. Next day I rode 16 miles through the beautiful farming country to Wheatland. Nature was arrayed in Sabbath attire, and no sermon could have impressed me more than the pure, sweet voicings of God's creation. Graceful turtle doves, always in pairs, flitted in mid-air. Bevies of quail whistled in the meadows and ditches. Flying squirrels, half winged, half jumped from tree to tree, and coy Norwegian girls scampered indoors as my mountain canaries now and then joined in a carol. Just before entering town a gay cottontail rabbit shied at my pistol ball, allowing the ball to graze a calf grazing in the field beyond, to wing a pigeon on a barn further on, and eventually to announce my advent to the townsfolk in a most singular manner. When I arrived, the church bell was faintly tolling, and a crowd of people were staring wild-eyed at the belfry tower. I inquired of a countryman what was up. "Blamed if I know," said the sexton. "I was just setting down to feed when sudden I heard a sharp clang of the church bell. Sounded like it was hit with a hammer. Whole hour before church, and the doors are locked. Now I'd like to know what sot that bell to chattin'." "Go up and find out," I said. "Not on your life," he replied. "You may think us folks superstitious. Well, we are. Lots of queer things happen in this town." When I reached the privacy of my room, I did a good deal of thinking, but whichever way I reasoned, I arrived at one conclusion. My pistol ball must have struck the bell after calling on the calf and the pigeon. It was merely a chance shot. The landlord of the Sigmund Hotel did not venture close enough to shake hands. "Doos them dogs bite? Yes?" he asked from the veranda. "No," I answered, "they won't bite you and me, but they are very fond of each other." Don looked up at me appealingly, as if he thought he had been persecuted. When the donkeys and the mongrel were in the barn, I turned Don loose. He was tickled, and ran around the barn 3 times, jumped over the hen coop, upset the landlord, and then chased the house cat so that it climbed to the top of the hotel chimney. Most extraordinary dog. No common pastime satisfied him. The hilly country I was now entering made it necessary for me to walk half the time, as a precaution against wearing out my animals. But the air was sweet with lilac, tulip, violet, and apple blossoms. Blue and red and yellow birds serenaded me as I passed, all making me feel somewhat repaid for my winter hardships. The main street of Mechanicsville was beautifully shaded, and along the roadside was a tempting pasture for ruminating animals. As I rode along and admired the scenes, I recalled a sentence from the Scriptures: "Whatsoever cheweth the cud, that shall ye eat." To the right, in the cool shade, reclined a gentle-eyed cow, chewing her cud. To the left, at the base of a magnificent tree, sat a pretty bloomer girl beside her bicycle, also chewing. I was puzzled. On reaching Mount Vernon, I discovered, after diligent inquiries, that Washington had never been there, dead or alive. Cornell College, for boys and girls, distinguishes the place as a seat of learning, and the students showed an abnormal appetite for knowledge by purchasing my books and photos. A few miles west I crossed a ridge of wooded hills, descended into a lovely vale, crossed Cedar River, and drew rein at Bertram, a mountain town consisting of a railroad station, side track, tavern, store, and 2 or 3 houses. From Bertram we mounted another and still higher ridge, from the summit of which I could see the great verdant valley, and winding about it a spiral cloud of smoke from the busy city of Cedar Rapids, where I arrived at 6 o'clock. That evening, after a lapse of 9 years, I met my old friend Steve Dole, who once had tramped Switzerland with me. After I had explained the cause of my unique pilgrimage, and each had given an account of himself, he planned for me a pleasant 2 days' sojourn, and suggested it was time I had a useful traveling companion. As I moved westward, the towns would be farther apart, and I would have to camp often on the highway. The services of an able and trusty man would save me much time. Steve said he would try to find him. Cedar Rapids contains some of the largest oatmeal factories in the country. I met, through my friends, several pleasant people, dined with his family, and was tendered a spread at the Grand Hotel, to which a few of his friends were invited. Meanwhile, I found the man I was looking for. He was about 20, had been night porter in a hotel, and was well recommended. Twice I refused him because of his apparent inexperience in "roughing it," but I was won over by his persistence at the 3rd call. He said his name was Coonskin, and Wisconsin the state of his nativity. His attainments were something extraordinary. He could sling a Saratoga trunk into a 1st-story window, had painted the highest church steeples, and broken the wildest horses, could skin all kinds of game, and with equal facility could skin the cat. In fact, he had made an enviable record in athletics, and had won several championships for sprints. He could swim like a frog, and as for shooting, his comrades couldn't touch him with any kind of a gun. He was never ill, and had stood all kinds of exposures, from hanging all night on a church steeple after his ladder had fallen, to riding on the trucks of a baggage car as the result of the disbanding of a theater troupe. This Coonskin was a wonderful combination of resources. He was the very man I wanted. He wished to go with me for fun and experience, and was perfectly satisfied if I would defray his expenses. I took Coonskin at once to make the acquaintance of Mac, Cheese, and Don and the mongrel, and to be assigned to his duties. At 9 o'clock the morning of our departure he called at the hotel with a small bundle done up in a red handkerchief and wearing a new pair of shoes. "What have you in that bundle?" I asked. "Everything." "Extra suit of clothes?" "Yep, and patches for emergency." "Extra shoes already broken to your feet?" "Yep, and chloride of lime, and extra socks." "Brush and comb and toothbrush?" "Yep, and corn plasters and curry comb." "Extra suit of underwear and handkerchiefs?" "Yep, panjandrums, too." I smiled in astonishment, so small was the bundle. "Well done," said I. "After this you shall do all my packing." I was gratified to note Coonskin's quick perception, his alertness to obey, and his capacity for memorizing. He did not have to be told a thing more than 3 times before understanding it, and his lively interest in my welfare manifested itself at the start. When I went to the stable at 11 o'clock, I found he had added to my itinerant kennel a bull terrier, which took to Don as fondly as Don had taken to the mongrel. I remonstrated. "The more dogs you offer the Indian chief, the bigger time he will give you," said my valet. "Better keep the terrier. I'll preserve harmony." Glad to shift some of my responsibilities to the broad shoulders of this young genius, I returned to the hotel and dressed for luncheon. You may imagine how my heart was set aflutter when, luncheon over, my valet rapped on the door, and venturing a foot in the room, said, with the courtliness of a Sancho Panza, "Your Highness, donkeys and dogs are at the door." My guests were as much amused as I, and accompanied me to the street, where a crowd had assembled. I shall never forget the expression on my old friend's face when he saw the dogs yoked together. A second pole had been brought into use, and Don and the mongrel having become reconciled, the bull terrier was made a sort of pivot round which revolved the other two, a mean dog between 2 extremes. Coonskin said at first that he made the little mongrel act as the pivotal dog, but he had no sooner left the animals than Don and Towser swung round and clinched in pugilistic style, and had it not been for the efficacy of the stable hose, with all hands at the pump, the mongrel would soon have been converted into sausage. It was 19 miles to the village of Norway. We did not arrive there till 11 at night. Once or twice on the way Coonskin was prevailed upon to relieve me in the saddle for a couple of miles, but although his new shoes were paining him, as I could see from his gait, he was too "game" to admit it, and whenever I asked him to ride, protested that walking wasn't a circumstance with him; he would rather walk than eat. We found Norway asleep. After assisting Coonskin to stable the donks and secure the dogs, I perused a newspaper while my young neophyte went out to smoke. When he limped in, I noticed his coat pocket bulged with something he would conceal. I did not question him, but before retiring I opened his door to give him orders for the morrow, and found him dressing his feet with Indian ointment, which he admitted he had procured from the village druggist. He had with difficulty aroused the man from slumber, in consequence of which he was made to pay double price for his cure. Coonskin was somewhat embarrassed, but I praised his pluck in glowing terms, and put him at ease. Next day he was ready to take advice, by wearing his old shoes and riding most of the journey. End of chapter 24. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 25 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 25, Done by a Horse Trader, by Mac Aroni. What made Balaam celebrated as an astronomer? He found an asteroid. Old Conundrum. I had heard about the chilly climate of Norway, and was not surprised when we donks met with a cold reception. We had plenty of hay, but no grain. Next morning the landlord said that he expected some oats soon after our departure. Pod had walked the last 3 miles, and warming up, had strapped his vest to the saddle, where I found it next morning. Peeking out of a pocket was a crisp $5 greenback. Now, a donkey likes anything that's green. I never had eaten a vest, but I determined to tackle this somewhat tough corduroy steak, and made a fair breakfast on it, not to speak of its garnishes of green money, lead pencils, and a scented lace handkerchief, the one my master had long carried in the left inside pocket. Save for the fact that I got a few sharp bones of a pocket comb in my teeth, and a page of court plaster stuck in my throat, I relished the repast. But not so the Professor. When he had searched some time for the vest, he looked at me. As luck would happen, I had left sufficient circumstantial evidence on the saddle to convict most any donkey, but no one in particular. However, I suppose I looked guilty, and my past record was against me. Pod was speechless a moment, then he made up for lost time, and said that he believed a jackass would devour a house and lot if he had the chance. "I don't know about a house," I replied, "but I know I could eat a lot if it were set before me." Then I caught it. By 9 o'clock, the clouds having dispersed, we started for Blairstown. The Iowa farms were pleasing to my eye. Horses and cattle were cropping the juicy grass, hogs were shelling corn or taking mud baths, fowls of all kinds were engaged in athletic sports, trying to add some new feather to their plumage, and occasional bunches of sheep were standing in barnyards and corrals with wool pulled over their eyes, not knowing what to do with themselves. It looked like a Garden of Eden, where donkeys were excluded. Finally, we met a farmer with a team of lazy horses. Pod asked him if a donkey was a known quantity in those parts, and was told that a man by the name of Kevin, living near the next town, owned 2 that he had been trying to give away. A mile beyond, we met a man in a 1-horse gig who had a word to say, too. One donkey knows another when he meets him. "Your name is Kevin?" Pod inquired. "That's the name I always went by," said the black-eyed, black-hearted man. I did not like his looks. I felt it in my bones that Pod was going to be done by him. When a man or donkey is over anxious to acquire something, he is pretty sure to make a blunder. On being catechized, the man said his business was hoss trading some, farming some, and various some. "Here you've got a donkey for sale," Pod observed. "Nope," said Kevin, "but I've got 2 of 'em. Both or none." "I was told you have tried to give them away," said Pod. The hoss trader threw one leg over the other, spat tobacco juice in Don's eyes so he couldn't see all that might occur, raked timothy seed out of his whiskers, and inquired, "Who was telling you that?" "The fellow didn't give his name," answered Pod, "and I wouldn't undertake to describe his physical geography, but I could locate him if I wished to." "If I could lay my hands on him, I'd dislocate him," said K , snapping his eyes. When my master told about his travels, the Iowan became interested, and showed signs of weakening on his ultimatum. Meanwhile, I discovered the subjects of the discussion grazing in a meadow, and brayed them a courteous "How to do," thus calling Pod's attention to them. The hoss trader was sharp enough to see it, and his animal instinct told him that vanity was Pod's weak point, so he opened up with a little blarney. "Now, Mr. Pod, I'm fair to say I've sort of taken a likin' to ye, and I want to help ye along. I'll sell both my donkeys for $10, or one for $5, and trade the other for one of yourn. Jest let your partner here run across the field and drive 'em over. I want you to see 'em." Coonskin went, and K continued, "They're two as fine looking jennies as you'll run across in many a day, both healthy and strong, not too young, not too old. Often plow with 'em. Kind and gentle. Boy rides 'em everywhere. Fast, too, but no danger running away. Why, they're twice the size of yourn, and'll carry double the load." "I'm more than satisfied with my donkeys." "Very flattering to Cheese and myself," Pod affirmed, "and only require one more. If I am suited with one of your donkeys, I am willing to pay $5 for it, but I will not trade one of mine, nor will I purchase both of yours." By this time the animals arrived. They were certainly big enough, and as for the danger of their running away, they didn't act as if they could run 10 feet if charged with 1,000 volts of electricity. The farmer said he was bound to make a satisfactory deal with Pod somehow, and that if he wasn't convinced by the time we reached his house that both animals weren't superior to either of his, an absurdity on the face of it, then he would consider some other proposition. When we reached the house, Cheese and I were generously fed, and Pod and Coonskin invited into dinner. Then K chased his donks around the yard, and felt them all over, and finally hoodwinked my master to buy one, and trade the other for Cheese. I could have kicked the daylight out of that man. When K was on his way to town with his $5, Pod came to the stable. My new companions were crabbed old spinsters, and raised some objections to going with me. "Where are you bound?" one asked. "San Francisco," said I, "but I don't know where that is any more than you do. Guess it's Land's End." Then I told them how far I had come, and that Pod said only a few days before that the journey had only begun. Also, that he expected we donks would fall off some before long, from which I inferred the fall would be gradual, and the horrors of death prolonged. It was enough to frighten the wits out of any old maid, and it took a pitchfork, 2 hoe handles, and a crowbar to get those donkeys out of the gate. Then one of them balked, kicked, threw Coonskin, broke her halter, and ran back into the yard. She could run after all. That was enough for Pod. He rode me back into the yard, and told Coonskin to fetch Cheese out of the barn, and it didn't take him long to shift the blanket from that gray spinster to my old chum. "You just tell your dad when he returns," said Pod to Kevin's son, "that I don't intend to put up with any such game. He grossly misrepresented that donkey. It would take a week to travel a mile with her. As I have paid him for the other one, she belongs to me, and I shall push her along with the outfit. But this animal," and he pointed to Cheese, is mine yet awhile. Good by." "Do as you like," Kevin, Jr., replied. "I know nothing about your agreement." We covered the first mile in slow time. Coonskin's new steed was forever stopping and straying out of the road to eat grass. The young man wore himself out keeping her moving by rapping her with the flat side of a hatchet. This big brown jenny was made of the right stuff, but evidently lacked training and experience. We were yet a half mile to Blairstown when a young woman and a child drove toward us with a skittish horse. It acted as though it had never seen a donkey. It pricked up its ears and snorted, and so help me Balaam, in a jiffy that buggy was on its side, the girls on the ground and the horse running to beat a cyclone. Luckily the girls escaped injury. My master was as frightened as he was chivalrous, and assisting the girls to their feet, invited them to ride us donkeys to town, which kind offer was respectfully declined. On our arrival, Pod took us to a blacksmith's to have the new donkey's 4 feet measured for a pair of shoes. The smith seemed to be much taken with me, and said I had the smallest feet of all the gentlemen donks he ever met. The remark so tickled my vanity that I nibbled at his coat tail, whereupon he turned to me and inquired, "What kind of a donkey are you, Chinese?" "Not much," said I, indignantly. "My name is Irishy, and I always supposed I was a thoroughbred Irish ass, but I'm beginning to believe I'm a roaming donkey after all." I could see that Pod expected trouble from some quarter, but none of us knew just where the lightning would strike. The next village, Lucerne, lay 15 miles to the west. My lady companion did not carry herself too gracefully, nor her rider either. She was broad and flat across the hips, and as Coonskin did not possess a saddle, he found it more comfortable to sit far back on her, where he could get a good swing of the fence rail he substituted for a whip. We were ambling peacefully along the dusty road late in the afternoon, when Pod broke the silence with a word to his valet. "Well, Coonskin," said he, "what are you going to call your donkey?" "Damfino," said Coonskin, and he added with a drawl, "Git ap." "You ought to have found a suitable name by this time." "I have named her," emphasized the young man. "Good!" shouted the Professor. "Let's have it, then." "Damfino!" yelled Coonskin, with a wild swing of the fence rail. Pod's face turned on its axis with a puzzled expression as his eyes regarded the hopeful pioneer. Said he, "See here, young man, I know not whether my ears deceive me, or you are not up on my dialect. You say you have named the donkey, yet when I ask the name, your answer implies a contradiction. Again, what is her name?" Coonskin drew a long breath, then said loud enough to be heard a mile away, "Damfino!" As the fellow uttered the word, I dropped to the joke, and stopping in the road, brayed till my sides ached. A new light now came into the Professor's eyes, and he smiled. "Damfino, then, is the lady's angelic name," said he, resignedly. "It's odd. It's not inappropriate. Let it stand." "Very well," returned Coonskin. "I will proceed with the ceremony." And letting the fence rail fall on his steed's rear quarter, he added, "In the name of the great and only Balaam, I christen thee Damfino." It was an interesting event. Thenceforth Cheese and I resolved to be more choice in our language and decorous in our manners in Miss Damfino's presence, and we lived up to our pledge 2 hours before Cheese called Don and the bull terrier bad names for accidentally upsetting Miss Damfino with their yoke, and I kicked the tired and panting mongrel in the neighborhood of its pants. End of Chapter 25. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina. Chapter 26 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 26, Pod Under Arrest by Pye Pod. Thou hast described a hot friend cooling. Julius Caesar. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. While we were chatting with the landlord of the only tavern in Luzerne, a portly, smooth-looking individual entered the room. He was clad in a great fur ulster and top boots. After a familiar "hello" to the landlord, he eyed me searchingly and added, "Your name is Pod, ain't it?" I said, "I believe so. Yours is what, don't it?" Evidently not pleased with my expression, he instantly struck an attitude, or something equally hard, and announced, "I'm the sheriff of Borden County, and have come for a jack belonging to Mr. Kevin." "Jack?" I interrogated. "Bootjack? Applejack?" "Just plain Jack," interrupted the officer. "Well," I replied carelessly, "I have no jack belonging to Mr. Kevin, but I have the jenny he sold me for $5. Mr. Kevin imposed upon me, and if he will refund the money, I will be only too glad to return his 100-year-old mule." Here Kevin himself entered. He stormed about and said that I told only a section of the truth. The sheriff gave his client a look which quelled his ire for a moment, then turning to me said, "You talk reasonably enough, Mr. Pod, and doubtless mean right, but Mr. Kevin has sworn out a warrant for your arrest, and if you don't want trouble and a double jointed advertisement, just turn over to Mr. Kevin the jack he claims, and send your man back for the gray jenny." It may not seem strange that I was converted to the officer's way of thinking. "Take the donkey you claim," I said to Kevin. "You have the advantage of me. I haven't the time to fight my case in the courts." My black bearded adversary now calmed his temper. His victory must have tasted sweet. I calculated the cost of the warrant and the sheriff's services to be at least $10, since the officer had sacrificed angling for posse duty. Although he was prevented from catching fish, there was a nice mess for me. With reluctant equanimity, the man who had wished to help me along explained that he had boasted of having acquired one of Pye Pod's noted donkeys, but when he found I had outwitted him, he swore vengeance. On the other hand, the officer had conducted himself as a gentleman. "Here, Coonskin," said the officer, "take this $1 and fetch us a pail of beer," and turning to me, added, "We must drown ill feelings amongst us, for when you come this way again, we'll show you how to catch fish." By 1 o'clock next day, Coonskin, weary, hungry, and morose, had managed to steer his slow craft into Luzerne, and to moor it in front of the tavern barn. That closed the interesting event. On our way to Tama City, I was greeted by a member of the Assembly, who tendered me an invitation from the mayor to dine with them that day. Lounging about the shop doors and strolling the streets, on our arrival in Tama, were many stately, still proud redskins, who, when they espied me with the wealth of canines collected on my way, shied off the scent for fire water, and dogged my trail to the hotel. After dinner with the mayor and assemblyman, I escorted them to the stable to discover Mac A'Rony devouring a new hair cushion carriage seat. At once the mayor wanted to buy that donkey outright, head and seat, for a round sum. On expressing my intention to visit the Indian reservation, some 3 miles away, His Honor gave me letters of introduction to the Indian teacher and the Indian instructor in agriculture. There lived the Sac and Fox tribe of the Musquacs. I was told that they were one of the most primitive tribes in the States, holding on to the primeval and often evil customs of feeding on dog soup, indulging in various kinds of dances, living in teepees or wickiups, and wearing bear's teeth, eagle's claws, scalps, skins, and moccasins. As you know, I had long hoped to be welcomed as their guest. I was tired and weary of the care of my dog pack, and wished to present it bodily, save Don, to the chief. About 2 o'clock we saddled and packed. When ready to start, a diminutive bicyclist, mud bespattered and perspiring from a hot century run, he affirmed, wheeled up to the stable, and almost before catching his breath, introduced himself to me. "My name is Barley Korker," said he, "de champion lightest weight wheelman in the United States, weighing just 68 pounds. I'm just troo with a trip from New York in 1 month and 32 days. My bicycle was give me by de Cormorant Club of Philadelphia. The Bourbon Club of Chow Chow Wheelmen of Pittsburgh put up $500 against de wall that I couldn't go all de way to San Francisco and get there. On de way I hears of de great donkey traveler, Professor Pod. So I says, I'll just catch up with him, and maybe he'll take me 'long with him." I at once made the little fellow a proposition, which he accepted. If he would wheel ahead of my caravan every day, carrying a small flagstaff with a streamer containing the words, "Official Courier to Pye Pod," I would, as long as he gave satisfaction, defray his traveling expenses. Barley was delighted. He forthwith purchased a piece of plum colored silk and a bit of white silk for letters, needles, and thread, and having once been a tailor by trade, when we went into camp that night, said that he would make a beautiful streamer, one I would be proud of. He promised to have it completed in a couple of days. I had not more than finished my business with my courier, when a rustic looking boy rode up on a white donkey and called to me, "Want to trade?" "Not anxious," I returned, but showed no signs of a desire to flee. "Trade with yer, if you give me $5 to boot," said the enterprising lad. I recalled how I had been swindled recently in a trade, and resolved to make a deal with that boy by hook or by crook. "Do you suppose I would think of trading this thoroughbred Irish ass that has gone around the world for your common beast, just because mine is tired from fast and long traveling and yours is fresh?" I saw I had made an impression. The lad dismounted and examined Cheese 4 critically. "I hain't no money to day," said the boy, "but if you'll give me $2 to boot, I'll trade." "What? Do you want the earth?" I exclaimed. "Only before dinner I paid $2 to have this donkey shod. I don't intend to pay $2 more to shoe your animal." The lad replied, "All right," and galloped away, but had only gone a short distance when I hailed him. He came back without hesitation, and I then concluded a bargain. It was agreed that a blacksmith should take the new shoes off Cheese and put them on his donkey, and that I should pay him $3 to boot. An hour later Cheese 5 was shod, bridled, and saddled, and that afternoon became Coonskin's mount, Damfino carrying the principal portion of our luggage, and Macaroni his master. My party reached the reservation in time for me to meet the Indian teacher before he left school, my courier having wheeled ahead to announce my coming. I was greeted warmly when I presented the mayor's letter, was shown some of the lodges of the tribe, and made acquainted with a few of the foremost braves of the camp. The teacher was an admirable interpreter, and the Indians grunted approvingly at meeting such a noted personage as Professor Pye Pod. A fat old buck named Nee-ta-twi-tuk, Old One, on being presented, extended me his hand, muttering, "How do?" His grip almost mashed my fingers. "Much dog," he observed, eyeing my pack with doubtful admiration. "Yes, too much," I replied. "I want to visit Me-tah-ah-qua, your great chief, and give him a heap of dogs." The Indian grinned majestically, while his teacher turned his head to control his risibles. "Make pleasant," the redskin grunted, and shook his head disapprovingly. "Me-tah-ah-qua say no dog good, old. Make tough soup." And the brave pinched one of the mongrels, causing such a ki-yiing that my interpreter feared it would put the whole camp on the warpath. Presently an Indian boy notified the teacher that the chief had heard of Mr. Pod's arrival, and wished him to dine with him at his lodge. I accepted, and the boy departed. And soon afterward Coonskin and I were escorted to the chief's wigwam, taking my dog pack with me. Me-tah-ah-qua met us with a grunt, rubbed my nose against his until it became lopsided, and likewise greeted Coonskin. Then the chief waved us into the wigwam. He seated me on his right and Coonskin on his left, while opposite to me he placed his disenchanting daughter of 45 summers. Opposite the chief sat his first councilman, Muckwa-push-e-too, Young One, and at my right, at the entrance of the tent in full view of the host, was seated our government interpreter, seemingly much amused by the event. I lost no time in presenting my dogs to the chief, who in broken sentences, half Indian, half English, accepted the munificent gift in befitting words. The spread consisted of a wolf skin, and on it rested a large flat stone on which to stand the kettle of soup when ready. For some moments the chief regarded me searchingly, then said, "Me-tah-ah-qua wants big donk man to live with him and marry his only daughter, Neenah-too-too. Me-tah-ah-qua will give him a bow and a quiver of arrows, 3 seasoned pipes, 5 ponies, a new wickiup, 2 red blankets, a deerskin, bag full of dog's teeth, 15 scalps taken by his father." The chief left off abruptly, as if for my answer, but I shook my head thoughtfully, and the chief continued, "If you will marry my daughter," here the chief glanced at me, then let his eyes dwell fondly on that aged belle of 45 summers, "Me-tah-ah-qua will make you chief of his tribe before he goes to the happy hunting grounds. He will call your firstborn Chicky-pow-wow-wake-up." I never was more embarrassed, and eyed the damsel of 45 summers, trying to persuade myself that she was beautiful and rich, and still shook my head. The old chief, seeing his inducements were not alluring, motioned to his councilman to pass the pipe of peace. After we had all taken a puff at it, the kettle of dog's soup was set before us, and we all dipped in our ladles, the chief first, and began to eat. When I first looked into that cauldron of bouillon, I could see in my mind's eye all kinds and conditions of dog staring at me, and almost fancied I could hear them barking. The soup wasn't bad, after all. It reminded me of Limburger cheese, in that it tasted better than it smelled. But Coonskin and I, and even our interpreter, ate sparingly. I used the word ate because there was so much meat in it. I learned from the teacher that the whole kettleful of soup was extracted from one small spaniel. Doggone! I sighed. The feast at an end, I thanked the chief for the honor conferred upon me, shook hands with his daughter, and departed. Barley Korker, Mac A'Rony, and the rest of the party welcomed me with glee, and soon we were marching over the hill toward the house of the Indian farmer. In front of a wigwam sat the chief's squaw, an old, wrinkled, and parched woman of 105 winters, weaving a flat mat. A little way off, 2 Indian boys were filling pails with sand, making believe they were at Coney Island, and still beyond I saw 2 squaws carrying huge bundles of fagots for the wigwam fires, round which sat the lazy bucks smoking. A half-mile further on we met the Indian farmer, and I presented my letter of introduction. He extended me a glad hand and invited us all to supper, and on the way to his house enlightened me about the Indian farming and the results of our government's efforts to civilize the savage tribes. The reservation contains 2,800 acres of woodland and arable soil. After supper on bread and milk with the farmer, we travelers made our beds of hay and horse blankets in the barn, and then followed the trail halfway back to the Indian village until we came to a house where I discovered in the darkness its rustic incumbent leaning on the fence, smoking. There we laid down on the dry sod, lit our pipes, and listened for the first sound of the Indian drum beats, which, the farmer told us, we would soon hear. That was the night for an assembly dance, and the first drum beat was to assemble the tribe to its nocturnal orgy. As I reclined on the grass in the starlight that mild May evening, my mind recalling the harrowing tales of the early settlers of the West, the first sound of the drum beat sent a thrill through my frame. I mentally counted the weapons comprising the arsenal in our belts, and even Don crept closer to me and rubbed his face against mine. After a few moments' interim, the drum again beat, but for a longer period, sounding something like the Army long roll, only more weird. The farmer said this was the signal for the dance to begin, so we strolled leisurely down the hill trail through the woods to the grotesque scene. A circular corral, fenced with 3 or 4 strands of wire, surrounded a pole driven slantingly in the ground, and from the pole was suspended a very bright lantern. Already within the enclosure could be seen the dusky forms of the musquaques, some of them grouped in a sitting posture, cross-legged, in the center of the corral, beating a large, shallow drum resting on the ground. While maneuvering fantastically about them were 4 agile reds, clad in loose-fitting, bright-colored robes, feathers, moccasins, and sleigh bells, dancing and powwowing frightfully. Finally, we drew closer to the scene, and then an educated Indian named Sam Lincoln welcomed us into the enclosure. He said he was a graduate of the Carlisle Indian School of Pennsylvania, and greeted us in the true American style, but he still loved the primitive customs of his people. We sat on the ground against the fence, and occasionally one or another of the dancers would put a pinch of tobacco into the hand of Sam, seated next to me. "What was that he just gave you?" I asked of the Indian. "He give pleasant of tobacco," said Sam. "Show good feeling. Indian not steal. Leave thing around. Indian no take. Indian honest." By that sign of distributing tobacco among his fellows, the tamed savage promises fair play among his tribe. The men alone danced. Before long the squaws, one by one, came into the ring from various quarters, with papooses bound on their backs, in shawls or robes, and squatted in a circle just behind the drummers. As the dancers became fatigued, I noticed that they would exchange places with the spectators, most of whom were in dancing rig. Sam Lincoln, after a time, excused himself politely, and asked me to sit on his coat, reminding me, should I leave before his return, not to forget to leave the strap he loaned me to tie my dog to a post. The weird proceedings were all too exciting for Don, and it was all I could do to prevent his making mincemeat out of the dancers and prowling squaws. The whoops and powwowing and yells were thrilling enough to frighten even a man tenderfoot. Toward midnight speech making began. The drummers stopped beating the drum, and an old patriarch walked from the fence toward the center group and stood behind the squaws a moment in silence. Presently he softly uttered something that sounded like a prayer, to which all the dusky auditors responded feelingly at the close in a monosyllable not unlike Amen. Then the drum beating and dancing was resumed, continuing some moments, to be followed by another prayer. At last a great pipe was put through a series of mysterious calisthenics and passed around among the drummers. At midnight the full round moon rose above the wooded hills and cast a broad silvery sash across the ring, illuminating the weird and grotesque scene. Now a squaw entered with a large earthen jar and passed it around to all the Indians, the bucks first. I was ignorant of its contents, as it was not passed to me and my white comrades. Fatigued from travel, I finally rested my head on Don's warm body and went to sleep, and it must have been near 1 o'clock when Coonskin awoke me. Then we three, accompanied by my dog, started for the barn to lay ourselves out for a few hours' repose. I shall never forget that night. Sam Lincoln said that several members of the tribe, a few weeks previous, had gone to visit another branch of the tribe in Wisconsin, in the absence of which a meeting dance was held every fourth night, when the Indians appealed to the Great Father for their safe return. Sam told me that in all their various dances a different drum was beaten. There was one each, respectively, for the snake dance, ghost dance, wolf dance, buffalo dance, peace dance, war dance, meeting dance, etc. The drum for the meeting dance Sam pronounced beautiful and much nice. $7.50 worth of quarters on it. All silver on drum. Fine drum. Much cost. The Indians valued their drums, evidently, more than any others of their possessions. We rested well that night in our haymow bed, although the rats kept the dog busy till morning, so Barley said. He was the only one of us three who failed to sleep soundly. We rose in good season and traveled 5 miles to Montour, Barley Corker wheeling on in advance to order breakfast. He proved himself a good financier on this, his first mission as Pa's official courier, and pleasantly surprised me by having bargained for 3 25-cent breakfasts for 50 cents. Before reaching Marshallstown, we met with a terrific thunderstorm and rode up to the hotel at 6 o'clock in a drenched condition. End of chapter 26. Recording by Arnold Banner, Thurmond, North Carolina.
Chapter 27 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 27. Adventure in a Sleeping Bag by Macaroni. What the devil was the good of a she-ass if she couldn't carry a sleeping bag and a few necessities? Stevenson. Our sojourn in Marshalltown was brief. Before leaving, my master purchased cooking utensils, so that he would not be compelled to travel more than he ought to in a day to reach a town. Now he could cook his own meals. After going into camp the first night, Pod fetched out the cooking tools, and having saved up a huge appetite, went to work to get a fine supper. "Hello, Coonskin," said he. "What do you think? We've plenty of frying pans, but nothing to fry." Never once thought of buying grub. And 3 more disappointed, famished individuals I never saw. But when to get even, they ate double their usual breakfast next morning, and were charged accordingly, Pod was enraged. We trailed through State Center, Nevada, and Ames to Boone, arriving at midnight, May 22nd, and continued the next day to Grand Junction, where a farmer invited the men to sleep in his kitchen. Instead of accepting, they shared with us donks the comfort of the barn, where, after a supper cooked at a safe distance from the haystack, Pod received a delegation of gay young chaps from town. They brought all kinds of prohibition drinks and eatables, and popping off corks kept me awake until a late hour, and when I complained all I got was an invoice of corn on the ear. The mayor of Jefferson, during our stop, presented Pod with a heavy shillelagh that was intended as an ornament, but several times later persuaded to do business. The Irishman also, as a compliment to my ancestry, invited us all to dinner. After passing through Scranton and Glidden, 2 or 3 interesting incidents occurred on the road to Carroll. One night we were caught in a shower that seemed to settle down to business for the night. Coonskin thought he saw a barn in a meadow, so Pod sent him to investigate. He came back soon and said it was only a double corn crib, built so a wagon could drive between, under a roof. All 3 thought it was just the thing. It was better than tramping through the rain and mud. So we broke through the fence, and soon were unpacked and fed all the corn we could eat. The men made their bed in one of the big cribs of corn, the best they could with their scant blankets, and went to sleep. Pod told me that wasn't the first night he had spent in a crib, and I shouldn't wonder if that was so. I said I preferred corn on the ear to corn on the feet. It was a funny sight before the men arose. There happened to be several holes in the inner wall, and the men had twisted and turned about so much during the night in their dreams, and to get the ears comfortably filled into their backs, that it resulted in Pod's head sticking out of one hole, Coonskin's foot out of another, and Barley's seat plugging another. When Pod awoke, his head was red as a beet. He found his feet higher than his head, Damfino having pulled the corn out of the hole during the night. So much did we donks eat that, before starting on the day's journey, our stomachs ached and doubled us all up. Then a ridiculous sort of runaway happened. A fat Irishwoman tried to drive a gentle horse past our party. The pet stuck up his ears and stopped 100 feet away. Pod called to the courageous driver to wait, and that he would send his man to lead the horse past us. But the woman yelled back that she could manage her own horse, and she whipped him on. To the left was a marsh deep from the heavy rains, and the frightened horse made a dash through it, but he hadn't run far before he stuck knee deep, right beside us. The horse snorted and plunged, and tried to get away, but it was no go. He burst the traces, and the frantic driver hollered so that I almost busted too. "Don't move your feet an inch, or you'll go over," Pod cautioned the woman, but she took it as a personal offense, and said her feet were all right. "Help me and I'll pay yez," she implored. So Coonskin waded in and, tying the reins around the broken traces, led the horse onto dry land at a safe distance. Then he held out a hand for his pay. "Phwat d'ye want, ye poppinjay?" said the ingrate. "You promised to pay me if I would help you," replied the valet soberly. "Oh, g'wan, yez crazy loot!" she exclaimed. "D'ye s'posen them hackness jackasses on yers'll have the money and respect of the community?" Coonskin was water soaked up to his waist, but before he could get to a hotel to change his clothes, our little courier met us coming into town, and inquired, "Have yous been a fallin' out wid de crazy mule?" "Not by a blank sight," retorted the valet in ill humor. He felt like scaring Barley, and he did. "2 women met us down the road a way, driving a fractious horse. Horse got frightened at donks, ran away, upset wagon, both women killed. Expect sheriff and posse after us with shotguns. You weren't in the muss and are safe. Here's my mother's address." To say the fellow was scared half to death doesn't express it. It was his business to gather information and pace our party out of every town on the best road to the next. On this occasion he took us out on the longest road to Carroll, saying he had paced us on that road to elude pursuit. "There's method in my madness, Mr. Pod," said the excited fellow, leaping off his wheel to better explain matters. "If de whole blamed country after yous, d'yous tink I was goin' to let yous be catched if I could help it? We sticks together, we do, true tick and tin. And when de sheriff tinks he is chasin' yous one way, we's chasin' ourselves de other way. See?" And our courier looked heroic. Pod said he was grateful, and slyly winked to Coonskin, who turned his head and grinned. At Carroll, Pod purchased some canvas for a sleeping bag. He said he was tired of sleeping in barns and corn cribs and such, and if he had a bed of his own he would be independent. Barley sewed up the canvas for him to save expense, and we left town with the patent bed. Of course the men were anxious to put the thing into service. About 9 o'clock the three crawled in and soon went to sleep. The bag full of humanity rested on the sloping roadside, where the grass was thick, their heads being at the higher end, their feet at the lower. We donks were up bright and early the next morning, eating thistles, when, suddenly, I heard Miss Damfino giggling. She nodded toward the sleeping bag, and I saw a funny sight. The seam at the foot of the bag had been ripped by the weight of the three bodies sliding down against it, and now 6 legs were sticking out clear up to the knees, the feet turned skyward in all directions. In a lumber wagon opposite a farmer sat taking in the curious sight, with a phiz that would make a monkey laugh. One couldn't tell who or what was in that bag, except for human legs. Miss Damfino was so convulsed with merriment she just lay down and rolled. Now it happened that Cheese 5 was a droll wag, and chock full of innocent mischief. As soon as his eyes lighted on that row of awkward-looking feet, he quietly strolled over to the sleeping bag and commenced to lick the bare soles of those sensitive pedals. In a minute the peaceful bed looked as if hit by a cyclone. Such yells I have never before heard. The men's heads were down so far in the bag that the terrified fellows didn't know which end to crawl out of first, so tried both ends at once. And slap bang me if that bag full of live things didn't begin rolling and hopping about the highway like a sackful of oats. One could have heard the hollering a mile off. I laughed so hard I thought I'd die, and Cheese, Damfino, and Don were weak from the strain of their risibles long afterward. The farmer almost rolled off the seat, but finally he pacified his excited horse, got down, and caught the animated bag before it jumped the fence, ripped it open, and pulled out the dazed men. For the life of me I thought at one time the bag would reach the creek across the field and drown the men. Cheese escaped detection for his practical joke, and I, from the way Pod leered at me all day, knew that I got the blame. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. On a Donkey's Hurricane Deck by Robert Pitcher Woodward. Chapter 28. Mayor Rides Macaroni by Pye Pod. If I knowed a donkey what wouldn't go to see Mrs. Jarley's waxwork show, do you think I'd wallop him? Oh, no, no, then run to Jarley's. Old Curiosity Shop. Denison was still and peaceful when, at 9 in the evening, we trailed up to its leading hotel, after a long and tiresome day's walk, for, to relieve Cheese and Macaroni, Coonskin and I had journeyed half the distance on foot. But we left next day in good season for Arion, taking it slowly, as Cheese was noticeably lame. He had stumbled in the darkness the evening before. At Arion, so aggravated was his injury that I tarried a whole day, for I appraised him a valued animal. When I resumed the pilgrimage, I took it slowly, and relieved the animal from any burden more than his saddle. Coonskin and I took turns riding Mac, who was as chipper and strong as ever. He gloried in his health and vigour, and found amusement in chaffing his unfortunate comrade. The eve of May 30th was spent in camp a few miles from Woodbine. The following morning, when we were still 2 miles from town, my courier, who had preceded us, wheeled back in company with an old white-haired man leading 3 white Eskimo dogs. The stranger managed his sportive pets with one hand, and carried a basket of apples in the other. and, introducing himself and shaking hands, he presented me with the delicious russet fruit, and welcomed me to his home in the distance as his guest for the holiday, a pleasure I was compelled to deny myself for lack of time. According to his own account, he was a hermit and lived in the society of his canine companions, as he had the greater part of his 75 years. Content to subsist on the product of his little 36-acre farm, he denied himself the use of any portion of a small fortune of $15,000 in gold, which, he claimed, he had buried somewhere outside of that state. Nobody had ever helped him to a cent, and he resolved that no one should enjoy a dollar of his money. I put up at the Columbia Hotel, Woodbine, a pretty brick hostelry, and, after an enjoyable lounge in the parlor, we all went out to see the military and civic parade, in keeping with the usual Memorial Day custom. The band assembled from all quarters and kinds of quarters, doors, windows, cellars, barns, corn cribs, haystacks, hen coops, smoke houses, etc., and without delay began tuning instruments. Their uniforms challenged imitation. No two were dressed alike. Every horn was different. They tried to outvoice each other, when, suddenly, the bass drum banged away and upset the equilibrium of the horns, until the snare drums and cymbals interfered as peacemakers. At last, after much strain of nerve tissue, the medley of musical tools settled down to a good, sensible, patriotic tune, which held sway for 15 minutes. But the procession that followed the band beggared description. The band acted as leaders, the Grand Army followed as pointers, then trailed the wheelers, carriages filled with citizens and farmers. There were Democrat wagons, side-bar buggies, buckboards, carts, gigs, surreys, hayricks, baby carriages, wheelbarrows, goat-carts, and velocipedes. Pedestrians then fell into line and brought up the rear. To cap the climax, a big, fat man with inflated chest galloped past on a faded, wind-broken horse, and exhorted the excitable celebrators to strictly obey orders. "Remember, citizens," he yelled, "let us take care not to have any accident to-day, for we are not used to 'em here." The procession had begun slowly to move forward, when suddenly the command was given to halt, and the bangety-bang, clappety-clap, rip-slap of wagon-tongue against wagon-boxes sounded like freight-cars when the engine clamps on the brakes. The firearms carried looked as if they had been loaned by some museum for the event. They were muskets, matchlocks, flintlocks, and minuslocks, Winchesters, Remingtons, Ballards, Floberts, Sharps, Springfields, shotguns, muzzle-loaders, and breech-loaders, blunderbusses, carbines, bean-shooters, sling-shots, and cross-guns, a most formidable-looking arsenal. Such a pageant! When the procession arrived at the cemetery, the hearse, filled with flowers, stopped in front of a newly made grave. Then the undertaker, in black clothes and red cap, seated beside the driver, in blue coat, white trousers, and stovepipe hat, banged a bass drum in his lap with an Indian club, as each floral piece was placed on the several soldiers' graves. Presently my attention was directed to a new excavation, before which solemnly stood Coonskin, as immovable and statuesque as a marble slab, and soon I observed an aged woman approach, bend toward the human statue, and read the pathetic epitaph on his back: "Take Blank's cathartic pills and keep healthy." "Poor boy!" she exclaimed sorrowfully. "A pity to have died so young." That was too much for Coonskin, who instantly resumed consciousness, and wheeled about, as the frightened mourner gasped, "Bless my stars alive!" When Mac took in the situation, he brayed with merriment, almost shaking me out of the saddle. The interesting proceedings concluded with a volley fired over a grave, and at once bird-shot, buckshot, salt pork, hickory nuts, marbles, acorns, beans, and pebbles rained about us frightfully. When the firing was through, I assisted a quack doctor probe for a No. 1 duck shot in Barley's shoulder, and an acorn in Coonskin's leg. As I mounted my terrified donkey, I noticed the old woman had fainted. Bending over her was a gallant fellow countryman, trying to fan her back to life with his broad-brimmed hat, while exposing patched trousers to an admiring crowd. As soon as she came to, we started for the hotel, congratulating ourselves on our narrow escape. Next day we set out for Logan. Our arrival was signalled by an assembly of townspeople headed by their mayor, who greeted me cordially and asked to ride the celebrated donkey. He rode Mac up and down the central street before the cheering throng, as had the mayors of other towns we had visited. Then I delivered a lecture on my travels. On a corner of the business street, after which Coonskin, who had lately received his banjo guitar from home, accompanied me with my mandolin, recently purchased, as we gave a short serenade of music and song that made everybody sad and wish we would depart. The morrow was the 1st of June. I welcomed summer joyfully. Missouri Valley was reached in the afternoon, and there, with my dog chained in the cellar of a hotel, and the 3 donkeys stabled, we men retired and slept the sleep of the just. The further I journeyed, the more primitive and squatty were both dwelling and store, in small places, and the architecture reached the superlative of simplicity on the plains. But I observed more of a passion for flower gardens and shrubbery evinced west of the Mississippi than east. The great bluffs characterizing the banks of the Missouri now loomed up, verdant and picturesque, after the genial showers and sunshine of spring. Every turn in the road presented a different kaleidoscope effect to the landscape. Wild roses lined the roadside as we passed in review with our hats trimmed with blossoms, and songbirds carolled sweet melodies from early morn till eventide. Pure springs and wells were ever within reach, and the farmers treated us to brimming bowls of sweet milk and buttermilk. One day, after imbibing freely from a barrel of buttermilk standing against the porch, where I was chatting with the housewife, I was astonished to see a calf walk up to the barrel and drink. After that, I lost my appetite for buttermilk. All through Iowa were droves or bunches of white-faced cattle, the predominating breed. I was told that the white-faced cattle make the best beef, which seemed to sustain the theory early advanced by the Indians that pale-faces made the best roasts. During the last few days I noted a happy change in Damfino's demeanor, and a marked improvement in Cheese's tender feet. Damfino traveled faster and more smoothly, her long ears swinging back and forth with every stride like pendulums of a clock, and apparently assisting her to walk to regular time. Just as we were trailing out of Crescent City, a woman presented me with a large bouquet of flowers. I had intended to travel 10 miles that lovely June night, but when some 5 miles from town, on observing an inviting grassy lot, I decided to go into camp. We let our donkeys roam at will and graze, and spread our sleeping bag under an apple tree. Then, with Don on guard, and with the gleaming stars beaming on us through the boughs, we enjoyed a delightful sleep. At dawn we were awakened by the owner of the property, a short, crabbed individual, who lifted a dirty face above the top fence rail and called "Get out!" to us. I was awfully sleepy, and dozed on luxuriously. After a while he again hailed us, now from the opposite quarter, but still on the outside of the enclosure, where I could see him eyeing disapprovingly my huge dog. Finally we induced him to come into our camp, on the promise that our dog wouldn't molest him, and even invited him to breakfast with us. When we departed he was in good spirits. He said he lived over in that house yonder all alone, because he couldn't afford to live together. Of course we understood. He informed me that we were following the old Mormon trail to Council Bluffs, where Mormonism and bigamy flourished for a season before the historic band of Pilgrims crossed the Missouri in 1848. Thursday, June 3rd, my donkeys ambled into Council Bluffs. End of Chapter 28.